everyone. Welcome to MEF RCS World. My name is Dario Betti, but I'm very glad to have here Lynn Lester, the MD from the drum, the event side, as well as broadcaster, etc. So I'm representing the old-fashioned world of the telco side and RCS side. She is the funky element, as you can see.
Absolutely.
Well, it was a natural fit in this case.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I've not been in Dublin for, oh my goodness, for 20 odd years. Makes me sound really old, but we'll talk about that later. So yeah, thank you for having me. Obviously, for anyone that doesn't know, thedrum.com is one of the world's largest media and marketing platforms in the world. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here. But to be fair, that's not the real reason I'm here, is it? It's because of the accent. He wanted the Scottish reinforcement in case you people from Ireland kick off, you know.
And we wanted to surprise you, because we are going to show you how exciting the world of telecom is. We're going to get you to understand the fantastic potential of a conversational commerce, as you do, and RCS as well. RCS World.
Absolutely.
So we're going to be playing together, and I'll talk to you next.
You can play fair, yeah, so good luck. So give it up for Dario.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Before I go any further, we have a lot, as you might have seen just now, but I want to give you a cheat sheet on what we do here at MEF. So in case I test you later, use any of these sentences. MEF is an industry association. We've been around for 20 years. We represent much of the world which is mobile out there. We believe there's a great value in mobile. We also believe that technology, you make your choices. You'll see and you fight for your own. So as part of it, our real job is to bring you here together. So job done. I can see lots of nice smiley faces. Very happy with that. If you ever ask what we do, we are a bit of a challenger. And historically, when we started 20 years ago, we were saying things that people thought was crazy, like, it's not just telephony in a mobile phone. It's going to be data. We were right, or lucky. But we kept on being lucky. We mentioned things such as messaging is going to be huge, or the mobile phone is going to deliver more time of videos than TV. This year, it will be right as well. But we also have some other big, futuristic statements for you. We did a scene already, the event where, remember being in love with a website in the year 2000? Do you remember in 2010 when everybody was going crazy about the apps, and still are? But in the 2020s, there is a new thing happening. There's this thing called conversation. And we also like to say conversational commerce, because it's delivering, just like the website, like the apps, not just information, is your marketing communication, your customer care, your service itself. That's what we think is going to happen, and that's why we invited you all here, to talk to each other. Are you comfortable in your seat? Damn it. I don't want to be comfortable in the seat. I want you to feel just slight little tinge of pain and say, what's happening next? Are we doing the right things? Are we not doing the right things? By the way, there is another thing that we want to focus on today. As per title, we know that conversational commerce can be delivered in many different ways through many different applications and so on. There is one of them, which we know very well. SMS has been around for so long. And since 1992, actually, a young guy being 30 years old just in December. So we'll have a big party for that. But there's a new one coming, RCS, the Rich Communication Services, that are making SMS in its new versions multimedia. That's what we want to talk about. Okay, I can't see you very well. Are you all ready? Yes. Fantastic. So I couldn't ask for a better introduction than having Jedrzejowicz coming and telling us more from the other side of this event, which is a partnership with Google. So I'm very happy to tell you that we're going to be starting next with introductions from the product management side of telephony and messaging, looking at all the fancy things that are happening in the world of messaging and RCS specifically. So, Jan, I think you're coming now. Maybe. You're coming. At least you're coming here. I can't see your slides. But welcome, and welcome to the MEF RCS World. I'll give you this.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay.
Sure.
two things to start maybe first. I did want to give a shout out to Dario, Susan, Sam, the whole production team, everybody that put this event together. It's a lot of work. I saw them, yesterday kind of running around figuring all the details out. Today morning, from early morning to figure everything out. So again, thank you. Big round of applause for everybody that made this happen. Second thing is I do want to also just say I'm super excited and happy that you all came here to Google, to the Foundry. It's obviously very exciting to have all the stakeholders necessary to make RCS and RBM successful be all in a single place together here in Dublin. It's such a special place for us as a company, obviously our European headquarters. So thank you again for coming. My name is Jan. I lead the product management team for our Messages app. And I'll tell you a little bit about Messages first, and then I'll pivot to RBM and how we plan to work together on Rich Business Messaging. Let me start off with a kind of a stat around some of the momentum we have. So we recently crossed 500 million active RCS users, very exciting milestone for us. We're all used to the billion-plus numbers, especially if you look at our Google portfolio of apps and other messaging apps. But I do want you to all recognize this number was just 5 million 4 years ago. And so we've come quite a long way. Since Google entered the space, we worked with the ecosystem to scale up RCS, to bring the Jibe backend, the Jibe technology to the whole world, make it possible for every user in the world to get RCS, no matter what carrier they're on and what country they're in. You just download an app if you haven't got it preloaded on your phone, and you set it up, and you have RCS, and you can talk to the whole RCS world. So it's pretty exciting to see that momentum, and it's pretty exciting to just kind of look back on that journey. 100x is obviously pretty meaningful growth. But the part that gets me super excited is the trajectory. And the trajectory is actually accelerating, and kind of that hockey stick is inverting even further. And that's a little counterintuitive, because if you think about it, generally, the bigger the product becomes, the more established and the more mature it is, the harder it becomes to sustain a certain growth rate, right? If you're a startup, if you have 5 million users, it's pretty easy to get to 10. If you have 500 million, it's pretty difficult to get to billions. And so it is very exciting that we're accelerating that growth. In fact, if you look at the last 12 months, the trailing 12 months, so from today, 12 months backward, we've actually added almost 50% more users than in the 12 months prior to that. And in the 12 months forward, we're going to add even more than we've added in the last 12 months. So again, it's exciting that the whole ecosystem of Android has finally rallied together around a single client, around a single solution, the universal profile, and we're getting people to consistently have RCS. Let me tell you maybe a little about some of the recent launches we've had on Messages. We've paired with that growth in users, we've managed to actually to accelerate our innovation engine and to start adding more experiences to this app. This app started as a pretty basic, pretty simple SMS kind of functional app. And so over these last few years, we've been trying to add experiences that make people really value and really love the product. And so just a few examples. It starts with helpful smarts, something that we as Google generally, it's kind of in our DNA. It's something that very naturally comes to Google products. You see a lot of it across various Google products, Google Maps, Google Search, all of the kind of the assets we have. So just a few examples. One around birthday reminders, something we launched recently. Another one around nudges, helping you remember to reply to conversations. Obviously, this is all using on-device machine learning. Nothing leaves your phone. Similarly to this organized inbox feature, this is live in the US and India. It's coming to additional countries soon. That's an example of kind of using pretty cutting edge AI, ML technology that, again, runs fully on device, so nothing is uploaded anywhere, that categorizes messages, separate personal messages from business messages. Some of you might know this, but when we've done research and asked users how they think about separating those two worlds, It turns out that 88% of Android users want to keep those two separate. So they want to separate personal conversations from business conversations. And that's something that we believe is actually a pretty critical feature of messages and a direction that we do intend to lean into more heavily. Second area of innovation is around safety and security. Obviously, in today's world, there's an elevated expectation here. And we do believe that, again, as a company, if you look at the work we've done in Gmail around fighting spam, and in other products, Chrome, safe browsing, we generally do perceive ourselves as a market leader here. And this is actually true for messages as well. So we've actually commissioned an independent third-party kind of security company to assess messages compared to some of the other leading messaging apps. And they've found that messages is number one in terms of protecting users from unwanted messages and identifying suspicious links. So if you think about phishing attacks, you get this text message saying log into your Citi bank account. It's actually not Citibank. It's some spammer or some scammer. We're doing a pretty good job there, and we'll continue to invest there. And then the third one is making it fun. At the end of the day, this is a messaging app. People use it for chatting with their friends, with their family, with their loved ones, for sending memes, for sharing stuff. And so it has to be fun. It has to be enjoyable to use. Some of you here in Europe might not maybe feel it as frequently because many of you, I'm sure, are using various messaging apps, but especially in the US and in a few other markets, we do have this broken experience between Android and iPhone users texting each other. If you have iPhone friends and you have an Android phone, I'm sure you've all gotten this reaction kind of quote. Somebody liked your message or loved your message. It's quite frustrating. It's quite annoying. So we were very happy to get rid of that finally and fix that problem, and looking forward to collaborating with Apple to kind of fully solve that. Another example is high-quality media sharing. So again, in 2022, it should be possible to send a video or to send a bunch of photos that don't get pixelated, that don't get downsampled. Unfortunately, not in all circumstances that's possible, and so we've been investing in making that, building workarounds that make that possible. Last few examples around schedule send. Sometimes you want to reply, it's not the right time. And cross-device, we do have this belief that users expect that experience to work across all their surfaces. And so if you think about all the features that your phone has and all the capabilities that your phone has, we believe those capabilities should be on a watch, on a tablet, on a computer, and in your car. And so we are investing across all those screens, if you will, to make sure that all of that is supported. Let me play you a quick video just to give you a few examples and kind of putting some of what I talked about into a bit more of a visual experience. So if we could play the video, thank you.
The latest updates to Messages by Google mean there's less to stress and more to love. So that means less clutter and more conversation. Now that your messages can be organized into helpful categories, and friendly nudges can help you remember to reply or follow up. And you'll be less out of the group and more in the loop. With message reactions from friends, no matter what type of phone they use, along with videos that look their best to anyone you send them to. And finally, you'll be less belated and more elated with birthday reminders to celebrate the special people in your life, and thousands of new emoji combinations with Gboard for when words just aren't enough. The latest updates to Messages by Google mean there's less to stress and more to love. Available on Android.
So I talked about what we've been doing recently. Let me tell you a little bit about what we're doing kind of going forward and how we think about going forward. So this is an outline of kind of our priorities and how we think about kind of organizing our work and how we prioritize our work. So first and foremost, the most important feature for messages is reliability and speed. It's a little counterintuitive. You think about it, why wouldn't you build this feature or that feature? And ultimately, we've seen kind of time and time again in other Google products, especially in Google Search in the early days, but also in messages, if you can make the app faster, if you can make sending a message faster and replying faster, more users use the product. And so that is something we kind of obsess about and are fanatical about. We have a pretty kind of elaborate and sophisticated methodology of measuring that across all of our geographies, across all of the various configurations, our backend, the third-party carrier backend, et cetera, et cetera. And this is something that we really, really focus on. So that's kind of priority number one. Priority number two is continuing the scale journey. And again, I told you about the accelerating growth rate. 500 million is a great number, nothing to scoff at, but obviously there's a lot more smartphones in the world. And this is both about getting to all of Android, making sure that every single Android user, the first time they boot up their phone, they have RCS out of the box, but also working with our friends in Cupertino to find a way to get RCS onto the iPhone. That's something that we've been encouraging to happen and pushing for it to happen, and we continue to really advocate and obviously value your input here as well. The third priority, and I mentioned this a little bit around better together, ultimately users do expect this kind of experience to be consistent between the screens. And there are quite a lot of interesting opportunities to bring messages and other Google products more closely together. So you may have noticed in that video, we use Google Photos to do high-quality media sharing. That's a good example of kind of an early attempt at that, and you'll see more of that in the next year or two. The fourth area around safe, helpful, and delightful kind of experiences is really think of it as our differentiators. The first three is kind of table stakes. You need that to be successful in the messaging world. But what are your differentiators? What are the things that when a user uses our app and then buys an iPhone is like, damn, I wish I had this thing. I really miss this feature. I really miss this experience. And that's what we're building in this pillar. A lot of it is around safety, a lot of it is around helpfulness, but it's also around delightful features, just things that people really value and appreciate. And then the last one, this is where kind of it all comes together. This whole thing really only becomes viable in the long run if there's a reasonable business model behind it. And so this is where we are investing in the scaled and healthy ecosystem for business messaging. So let's use that as a transition to RBM. So when I joined Google 10 years ago, one of the first projects I worked on was this thing called online to offline. And at the time, I was a little kind of confused. Well, what are they talking about? Online should just be enough. You just go to Google, you go to some websites, you click on something, you buy something, and you're done. But the reality is that we as users and consumers often end up in this kind of mixed reality mode. You do something online, but then you kind of run into the reality of logistics and delivery and customer support, and you got the wrong thing, and you need to return it, et cetera, et cetera. So these two worlds are really pretty tightly interconnected. And it can be frustrating to navigate that journey. And obviously, conversational commerce and business messaging is a very neat example of a solution to this problem. So as you all know, the world is obviously moving on from this kind of old model towards a more personalized and more conversational one. Users do expect to have personalized interactions with businesses. They do expect to have conversations. They are often not very excited about the kind of the offline interactions. They live their lives in messaging, and they want that to continue across their interactions. So what is RBM? In case you kind of wandered into this room and got through security somehow and are wondering what this is all about. So obviously RBM is basically a replacement to SMS and enabling a much better experience for when businesses and users talk to each other. You have the old world of just like a single link in an SMS, and you have all the new experiences that are available in RBM. One thing I'll share is sometimes we have people join our team and are like, okay, great. What are the new things we're building into RBM? What are the new features? And my reply is always, we actually have all the features. This is a great feature list. It's like a toolkit. We have all the tools. Now it's just about scaling it up and building out the experiences. We don't need brand new features right now. So why is this stuff important? One, it is 2022. We all carry a supercomputer in our pockets that has a screen with millions of pixels. And SMS was built for the kind of screen that's found in a pocket calculator, right? Like the world has moved on. Obviously, 30 years has run its course. We all just deserve a much better experience. So that's kind of reason number one. Reason number two is obviously businesses, brands, do need an improved way to talk and engage and re-engage customers. It's just what users expect. They want it to be personalized. They want it to be conversational. And then three, there is this shared opportunity for innovation. And the worlds of personal communication and business communication, while users do want them separate, they are ultimately converging, because a lot of the experiences that are built for one are going to manifest themselves in the other. Okay, why is RBM better? I think many of you, perhaps all of you, know this already, but just worth kind of reiterating and repeating. I mean, one, just the notion of identity being verified, validated, not spoofed, not fraudulent. It's a simple thing, but it's obviously a very important thing in today's world where we live so much of our lives online. The second one is rich experiences. Again, this notion of being built for a smartphone and for a rich medium as opposed to just a single 160 characters. The third, and this is an important one, spam protection. This is one that we do need to do more on, and I'll talk about it a little bit later in a second. And then the last one, telemetry. This is extremely important. Ultimately, for any successful interaction at scale, brands and businesses need to have an understanding of how that interaction is going. Are people reading those messages? Are they replying to them? And you can really only get that with a richer canvas. You can't really do that at scale with SMS. So what are our priorities, and how do we think about scaling up RBM? There's a few things I'd like to highlight. One, messages adoption and usage, or all, maybe more broadly speaking, the Google RCS stack adoption is really critical here. I can tell you over the last 4 years, while we've been very successful growing this ecosystem, again, from 5 to 500, it's a great outcome, but it is pretty painful to do it in a fragmented way. And we are competing, in a world where, a lot of the kind of experiences that users expect are consistent and they work the same. And so that's what we're striving for. And so we need to work together to help drive awareness of messages and make users understand that this is an app and this is a home for a lot of their conversations, not just with their friends and family, but also with businesses. So that's number one. Number two, and this is one I'd really like to emphasize and find ways to work together with you all on, is the notion of innovation and bringing new experiences that have not been possible before. Ultimately, RBM is still in its pretty early days. It's kind of like the first inning, if you will. And it's important that we set a good kind of example and a good set of precedents at the beginning so that users can kind of mentally model what this stands for. And I'll give you a few examples of what I have in mind. I'm sure many of you have lots of other great ideas, but would love to find ways to work together to not just copy stuff over from the SMS world, but actually look for new experiences that are only now possible thanks to RBM. The third one, preventing unwanted messages, is really important. As some of you know, we recently in India had to pause our service because we realized that users were not having a great experience. Some users were getting too many messages, some users were opting out, and that wasn't really being respected. So there's a lot of interesting lessons learned, and it was a somewhat humbling experience, I think, for us. But ultimately good that we went through that in a pretty early phase. And as we scale RCS up, we can learn from those experiences and do more on user control, so that you as a user are always in control. You can always decide whether you want to get these messages or not, and if you opt out, that's going to be definitive. There's no kind of ifs and buts and maybes. Obviously, having robust policies is important, and obviously having the right business model, monetization primarily, to create the right incentives for the brands to do the right thing. All of that adds up to what we call ecosystem ROI. Ultimately, this all becomes successful if we can guarantee all three of those things. So just a few really quick examples. One around packet tracking. None of these ideas are kind of brand new. I'm sure many of you have heard of them before, but none of them have actually materialized and really happened at scale yet. And now we believe that we are at a point where they can happen. We have the number of users. We're starting to have the awareness. Let's make these things happen. So again, packet tracking, fairly obvious use case. I can tell you just traveling abroad, it's pretty painful to tell the delivery companies that I'm on vacation and they should hold my packages until next week. This should be pretty easy, and this should happen in messaging. Another example around reminders and kind of nudges. This could all be a lot better. Managing your deliveries and your pickups. This could all happen in messages. And then the kind of the venerable use case of the travel and boarding pass message. Again, it's a kind of headline feature, but there's actually a lot more behind that could be useful. Buying things either before or during the trip, learning about where you're going, the weather there, the traffic conditions, et cetera, et cetera. All of that could happen in messages, and so we'd love to find a way to work together to make that happen. There are a bunch of brands. I think some of them are actually here today that are utilizing this. So this is exciting. There's financial services, there's retail, there's e-commerce, CPG, lots of different types of businesses already using RBM. It's great to see the momentum. But again, it's pretty early days. And we're ready to work together to scale it up. We're starting to have the necessary number of users that warrant that scaling. So let's work together and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, give it up for Jan. That was amazing. Do you know, I learned so much in that quick 20 minutes than I knew about RCS. But I do think you downplayed the 500 million users. I thought that was quite an impressive number. But one thing you did remind me of, you were talking about how the Apple and the Android users are now messaging each other. And it reminded me of a time when I was in Cannes for the Cannes Lion Festival. And my bag got stolen with my passport, literally my life. But they were really generous because you know what? They left behind one of my two phones and they left behind the Apple. So they obviously wanted the Android, so there you go. That must speak volumes. So next up is someone that, really doesn't need an introduction. So just, you can rate me out of 1 to 10 when I'm finished. But he is a Scot by his father. So in my opinion, makes him a really good guy. But he is also an author, a journalist, an ambassador for mental health charities. Is there anything you don't do? And he's probably best known for his time in politics. Now, that's not what today is about, although I would love to hear your views on the current affairs at the moment, but maybe in the Q&A, which there will be a Q&A at the end. But I think the whole important point of this talk is really around the emotional connectivity with human beings through the power of communications. And it's not just a case of making people engage in different ways, it's about actually making them act. And I think it's getting under the skin of the psyche of people. So I cannot wait to hear this. It is the one, it's the only, it's Alastair Campbell.
Thank you. Right, thank you. I am probably the oldest person. Is anybody over 65 in here? Oh, one right at the back, well done. You can make the stairs. I'm almost certainly the least tech savvy. You're not going to get any stuff up there from me. When we had one of the several inquiries into the Iraq war, people couldn't quite believe that when we had to give over all emails we'd ever sent. And nobody could quite believe that there were no emails from me. They were all from somebody called Alison Blackshaw, because I was back in the day, even in year 2000, I was writing everything longhand and giving it to Alison. She was sending my emails. That is how backward I am. Tony Blair, another one. Anybody who knows Tony Blair, the guy's as modern as they come. He called, our big thing was modernization. I have kept a screenshot of the first ever text message that he sent. It was sent to me after he left Downing Street in 2007, and it went as follows. This, that was the first one, is amazing. That was the second one. You can send words and everything. 2007. So my point is, you can be modern and you can understand the speed and the importance of change, but you can't all be experts in everything. And there's going to be people in this room. I learned more in 10 minutes there than I've probably learned in the last year. There's people in this room who understand that world completely. But my world is, if you like, strategy and strategic communication. And I think that's what I want to talk to you about today, because I think that, how many football fans in here? How many Arsenal fans? One, right. How many people here don't know who Arsene Wenger is? I love your honesty. There's loads more who don't, but at least you're honest. Arsene Wenger was the manager of Arsenal. And if you're a football manager today, I would say even more than political leaders. If you're a top sports coach, your profile is as high as anybody in the world. Across the world. Premier League clubs, it goes right across the world. And he described this world of change in which he kind of developed as a manager. And he said, we've gone from a vertical world to a horizontal world. And that's what I felt in watching the previous presentation. We're in a horizontal world. What that means is we're surrounded by noise and activity all of the time. And in the vertical world that he described before, leaders could lead. Leaders were sat at the top of organizations. They made decisions, they announced things, and then they worked their way down through the system. And actually that was a lot easier than in a horizontal world where you're surrounded by the views, the opinions, the actions of other people, over whom most of them, even if you're President of America, even if you're leading China and you're leading a dictatorship, you can't control all that noise. You can try, but you can't control it. And the point he made was, Wenger, the point he made was that the pressures that creates are all to be tactical. Not in the sporting sense, but tactical. Whereas the response should be to be more strategic. And so even though we were tech not very savvy, even though we weren't experts in lots of the things that we would go out confidently and talk about, what we were trying to do was to develop a new form of communication that I define as strategic communication. And it's harder than people think because of the noise. That weekend, after I had talked to Wenger for a book I was writing about winning mindsets. And the next weekend, Arsenal, his team, lost to Swansea, which is a team that Arsenal should not be losing to. And I checked afterwards, there were 6.7 million tweets about him between the time he went to bed and the time he got up in the morning after that game. That's noise. That's noise. How do you deal with that noise? My experience, you have to be more strategic, not less. You can't spend all the time just dealing with the stuff that's being thrown at you. You have to have that strategic pitch. So strategic communication, to me, all strategic communication is the communication, it's the development, the execution, and the narration of a strategy over time. That's all it is. It's not that complicated. It's just very, very difficult to do in the modern age. And if I think about, you said you wanted to, where's you gone? You said you wanted to hear about, what I think of current politics in the United Kingdom, but I've only got half an hour, so I won't even start. But I'll tell you where I'll go back to, because this explains, I think, why we're in the mess that we're in at the moment. And we are in a real mess. We are in a real mess. It goes back to strategy, and it goes back to a failure of strategic communication. So if I look at the things that I think you need to drive forward any big project of change, any big campaign, anything you're involved in, and I would argue Google's not a bad example, actually, of how you've done this. And there's lots of the big organizations in the world and lots of the big causes in the world that benefit from this approach. And I talk about, I'm an atheist, right? I don't do God. But my holy trinity, I define as strategy, leadership, and teamship. And for the wheel to be moving forward the whole time, those three have got to be working together. And you can put them in any order. You can't have a good team without a good leader. You can't have a good leader without a good team. And you can't have a good strategy without both. And they've all got to be going together. and they've all got to be moving forward together. And whichever order you put them in, it doesn't matter. But if I look at something like David Cameron, who was Prime Minister 3, soon to be 4 Prime Ministers ago in the United Kingdom, he had leadership skills. I didn't look at him when he was described as Prime Minister and think, as I do with Johnson, for example, that is ridiculous that he's the Prime Minister. I didn't think that with Cameron. He had quite a good team. He had some good, strong people around him. He had a sense of what he wanted to do for the country. But he was really, in my view, really, really poor on strategy. So something as important as Britain's relations with the European Union, he didn't have a strategy for it. He had a tactic, and the tactic was a referendum. And that sense of confusing strategy and tactic, I think the pressures, when Wenger's horizontal, vertical change, the pressures are all to be tactical, particularly in politics. I look at the current Conservative leadership election. Honestly, if you've got a life to live, I wouldn't even bother following it. It's too awful. But they're all tactical. They're all just following what the last one said. Oh, I would do that as well. There's nobody coming up with a sense of this is what I want to try and do for the country. And it's difficult because, that they're probably working out that's the way they have to win for the electorate that they've got, which is the Conservative Party members. But when you're talking about trying to take a country forward, you've got to have a bigger message and you've got to have a bigger vision than that. So strategic communication is the identification of what the core vision, the core strategy is. It's then about how you execute that. And in the modern age, it is also about the narration. You can't have, in the modern, the same for big business brands, you can't have policy without communication, and you can't have communication without policy. And all strategic communication is, to me, it's painting a picture over time. It's like, look, if those of you who, I know some of you in the UK and Ireland follows British politics very, very closely, I have probably had, in fact, there's no probably about it, I've had more bad press than good press, okay, through my entire life, way more. I've been Goebbels, I've been Rasputin, I've been Hitler. I was Hitler once in the Daily Mail. So, you can't go much below that in terms of sort of public profile. And yet, now, I have quite a nice life traveling around the world talking about what I think. And I get parties and governments saying, come and talk to us and tell us how you won. And I think, but hold on a minute, I'm Hitler. No, you're not. Hitler was Hitler. You're, the guy who helped Tony Blair win 3 elections. And here's the thing about strategic communication. I say to my party, the Labour Party, you've got to be more strategic. And then you try and explain what that means. But if you go through the last 11 general elections in the UK, okay, from a Labour Party perspective, the results go like this. Lost, 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 lost. Blair, Blair, Blair. Lost, 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 lost. Kind of makes you think they ought to maybe listen a little bit more to the guy who won 3 out of the last 11 elections, 8 others of which were all lost. And I think if I separated out, yes, he was a very attractive guy, yes, he was a good communicator, etc. But I think the big difference was this sense of strategy. So when I think about strategy, you guys, you're all this wonderful tech stuff. I'm very kind of old-fashioned. Marilyn Monroe once wrote a poem called Think in Ink, and I think in ink. I'm still a very pen and ink person. And I imagine when you're ever trying to achieve it, you're trying to achieve something, you imagine a blank canvas. And every time you say or do something, you're landing a tiny, tiny, tiny dot. And over time, those dots will join up. And over time, they'll paint a proper picture, and people will get to see the picture. And the good strategic communication is when the picture that you want them to see more or less marries up with the picture that they're actually seeing. And that's then about how over time you do and say the things that you really believe. Over time, those things have an impact on the world and they change the world, hopefully the better. Over time, they get a sense of your values, what you're in it for, your sense of innovation, your sense of purpose, and so forth. And it can take a long, long time. At the top end of the kind of political world, it actually goes on forever. It goes on forever. Who'd have thought when the Americans were writing their constitution, who would have thought that Hamilton, thanks to a play and a musical written in the 21st century, suddenly has the whole world talking about Hamilton? Who'd have thought that some of the kind of, the great figures in history you can get written down and you can get written up. That's all part of the same thing. So you know, Google, we're in the home here of Google. Google is a massive global brand that has developed very, very, very quickly. Books and studies are going to be done about Google for the rest of the time, as they are about all the big giants of this world that we're now in. That matters. It really matters, and legacy matters as well. Change isn't just driven by the present, it's also driven by the past. Again, sorry to keep banging on about the Tory leadership contest. Margaret Thatcher, she died quite a long time ago. She won an election decades ago. She's still got a shadow over these people. They're all feeling they have to be the Thatcherite candidate. That's legacy. That means that she painted that picture, and it was strong. And you do that through strategy. And I think in your world, the pressures to be tactical are so powerful. They're so powerful that you have to kind of try and resist them. And that's not easy, because there's always the next thing you can fix. There's always the next thing you can do. There's the next immediate challenge. But you should always have people who are standing back and saying, okay, but where's that fitting into our big picture? And if I go through some of the rules of communication, the first thing is, it's got to be real. It's got to be real. If it's not real, people aren't stupid. I mean, okay, there are stupid people in the world, right? Sadly, sometimes they get elected to very high office, right? And sadly, it happened in 2 of the great countries of the world at the same time. But there we are. We're through that for the minute. But people aren't stupid. They get to the point. They get to the point if you give them the tools to get to the point. But that is about how you narrate that strategy. And that is a never-ending conversation. And that's why stuff like marketing, advertising, all that stuff, it does matter. It really, really matters. If you don't do it, you're not going to have that conversation. And for me, there's certain rules I think that are worth I put out there. The first is, for me, a strategy is not a strategy until it's written down. Back to my thinking in ink. You've got to have the words. What are the words that define the strategy? And the other thing I'd say is, for me, a strategy, the best strategies, you can define in a word, a phrase, a sentence, a paragraph, a page, a speech, and a book. Now, that's a top-down approach of looking at it. But, you know, if you say, our word was modernization. I read one of the books about Steve Jobs. I read that when he went back to Apple second time around, the word was simplification. You talk about, for some people, it's innovation. For some people, it's more related into values. But get that word, because it tells you who and what you are. And then I think when you develop out into the phrase and the page and the speech and the book, it's the simplicity that you need to drive your message through. You've got to be able to say, I mean, the old cliche about the elevator pitch, you've got to be able to do that. In the modern age, you've got to be able to communicate very, very quickly. Who are you? What are you about? What are you trying to achieve? And how? And I can't believe that I'm about to quote Margaret Thatcher favourably for the second time in less than 20 minutes. She came up with one of the best definitions of the difference between tactics and strategy, and the difference between analysis and execution. And she was being briefed by civil servants about a policy that she was trying to bring in. And she said this phrase, which is very famous around Whitehall now. She said, I know the what. I'm fed up of hearing about the what. I want the how. And my strategy rule is that strategy is the big how. It's not the bits. The bits are what follow once you've worked out the big how. And the big how is the hard bit. And too often, here's the next rule, strategy is the place to have argument, not avoid argument. Too many people, look, we all like to agree, kind of. I quite like disagreeing, to be perfectly frank, and anybody who wants a really good argument outside about Trump or Johnson, I'm with you. However, we actually, when we're on the same team, meant to be on the same team, you have to agree. You have to agree, and you have to agree the words. This is what tends to happen if you don't have that approach. We've all been in these situations. You leave a room, person A goes out of the room and goes back and reports to team A, yeah, we kind of more or less signed up to what we were proposing. And person B goes back and said, yeah, they made a few points, they were quite interesting, but actually, yeah, we're on track. And what's happened is they haven't agreed. They haven't actually agreed, they haven't made the decision, and then you just kind of muddle along through. So strategy is the place to have the argument. The next one is strategy is a team game. Some of the most important people in any organization are the people that get defined as being lower down the list. You know, who's the first person you meet when you go into a hotel? Who's the first person you meet when you come into a building like this? It's the guy or it's the woman who's sitting at the reception. They've got to have a sense of who and what you are, because they are part of your team and they are actually the front line of your team. Now, I'm not expecting them to be able to sit down at a board meeting and take you through the next 10-year plan, but they've got to have a sense of who and what you are. Because if you don't build that team, you haven't got that thing going round and round and round and round. My first rule of any election campaigns that I did, my first rule was we don't have a campaign until the bus drivers are happy. Because the bus drivers are the ones that you've got to wake up at 5 in the morning to say, you thought you were going to Newcastle, we're actually going to Edinburgh because we're going to do something up there. Really, really sorry, you've got to get to bed now, we're on the move. If they're thinking, I don't like these guys, I don't know what these guys stand for, I don't know what they're up to, then there's absolutely no chance of getting them motivated to be part of your team. So they've got to understand who and what you are. Internal communications is so, so important. And in big organizations, let's be honest, an organization like Google, where do most people get their news about Google? Not from Google, I bet you. They get the news outside because you're being followed. It's the same in government. Some of the worst moments we ever had were when the morale of the organization was sinking because of the stuff that was happening outside. So you've got to be ahead of that conversation as well. And that's just about internal communication and make sure that people feel valued, they know what their role is, and they know that their view is taken seriously. So strategy is a team game. And the other thing I'd say is this is particularly important when you get into crisis. There aren't that many crises in the world. I reckon in 10 years with Tony Blair, we had about 5 or 6 full-blown crises. But I'll tell you something that happened out of every single one of them. You throw all of your best people into the crisis, and it's a natural, inevitable thing to do. But there's a real danger in doing that when you start to emerge from the crisis, you're exhausted, everybody else is exhausted, you've used up all your best people, and there's nobody thinking about how you get back on track. And understanding that through the crisis, you still have to come out of it at the other end and try to get back onto a strategic course. That's an important part of how you operate as a strategy as well. So, strategy is my God. My holy trinity is those 3, leadership and teamship, just going forward together, and it can be slow and it can be difficult and you hit setbacks and you hit potholes, but you just kind of try and keep going forward. And you do it based upon a set of values, a set of principles, because if you don't have that, it's not only your team who don't want to get out of bed in the morning to get to work and do the stuff they've got to do, but it's you as well. So I hope some of that is kind of relevant to the stuff that you're doing. I do think the world that you're in is I'm actually writing a book at the moment about, it's probably going to be called, But What Can I Do? Because it's about the powerlessness that a lot of people feel in the way that politics is operating and whether that's kind of salvageable. But I'll tell you what, your world could be part of the problem, but it's a massive part of any solution that we're going to get. And that actually I think is quite exciting. I also think it's what should be giving you the purpose that I think all of us need. Because when we talk about changing the conversation changes so fast. The pace of change, if you just think of some of the things that are happening today that weren't happening even a few months ago. Ukraine. People are very, very blasé, I think, about China and Taiwan. I'm not a pessimist. Well, I probably am a bit of a pessimist, but I'm quite pessimistic about that. You look at what's happening in Sri Lanka at the moment, where, you know, even a few months ago, you just said, nah, it's not going to happen like that. You look at what happened in Japan the other day. I mean, there's a lot of bad stuff going on in the world. And we've somehow got to find a way of getting us back to a place where actually we can unite around agreed approaches, agreed principles, having conversations where we can kind of disagree without wanting to kind of kill and torture each other. And I speak as somebody who is quite angry on Twitter at times. So that's me for now. Thank you for listening. I hope you have a great time in one of my favourite cities on the planet. I hope it's not only the tax arrangements that bring you here. It's actually a great place, you know, Dublin. And I now look forward to taking your questions on what I said, or indeed anything else, up to including the utter shit show that is British politics. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, am I going to chuck this thing? Is that what I do? Okay. It's quite heavy, and there's no light. Is this... What? Are you sure? Who wants it? Oh, you're insured. Great, brilliant, yeah. Who wants it? Can I go anywhere? You're not even looking interested. I'm giving it to you. Oh, nearly. Yeah, go on, shout out. Shout out.
Hey, thanks, Alastair. Very, very interesting talk.
That's a hell of a name. Sham.
Sham.
You should be standing for the Tory leadership, mate.
Oh, man, I'm a Labour man through and
Good
through.
man.
You upset me there.
Sorry.
I thought it was fascinating what you're talking about strategy, and I'm just interested in your thoughts on when you have to reevaluate strategy, right? Because you're talking about strategy, and the way you talk about it is you set your strategy, and then you go for it, and you deliver, you execute, okay? You talked about Thatcher, who was very good at setting a strategy, but then perhaps a little blinkered in terms of reevaluation.
Yeah.
And it's critical in business, as I'm sure it is in politics, that you're reevaluating.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering
Yeah, no, I think that's...
thoughts on that.
I think you have to, well, you definitely have to reevaluate. I'll give you a very good example. So we went from 97 to 2001, massive majority in 97, but a lot of the first term was foreign affairs. We had Northern Ireland we were dealing with, we had Kosovo, we had all sorts of, Europe was a big thing. We were chair of G7, chair of the European Union, a lot of foreign, and we sensed the public again, hold on a minute, you were meant to be the kind of, all about Britain. So 2001, you won't remember this, the only thing anybody remembers about that election was John Prescott thumping somebody. That election, our slogan was schools and hospitals first, because we wanted to get back focused on the domestic agenda. 2001 election, then you had September the 11th, the whole thing changed. The strategy became, it inevitably was much more then focused upon foreign affairs, upon, led to the war in Afghanistan, war in Iraq, and so forth. So the strategy then was adapted. But below it, in terms of our overall domestic political strategy, it didn't change. So you're adapting around it. And there's one of my favourite interviews I did for the book about winning was with Garry Kasparov, the chess player. And he said two things which I thought were absolutely brilliant. He said, don't change your strategy unless the fundamentals have changed. I think that's right. And the other thing he said, waiting for your opponent to fail is not a strategy. And if I look at too many organisations, and certainly you see this in politics, I think the Labour Party at the moment, I think they're doing better than they were, but I still think that they just think the Tories are going to implode. It's never enough. So yes, adapt the strategy, but don't change it unless the fundamentals are changing. The fundamentals will change sometimes. And if you look at the top business organisations in the world, I saw something the other day about the FTSE 100 of, I can't remember the exact year it was, but not that long ago, a few decades as it were, virtually every single one is now gone. World of change. There was a gentleman, yeah, there, was it there? Oh, sorry. Does that thing work? I don't know how this thing works. It's very dangerous. Chuck it over here. Or shout out, just shout out. Yeah, madam, yeah. What?
Oh,
so
hi.
did you want?
My name is Mayte. Okay.
Hi.
What would you advise us to have a common strategy? Because we have Google on the top, and then many countries, all different cultures. We don't work together, so it's kind of complicated. What do you advise us to do?
Well, based on my 27 minutes in the room,
Okay.
I mean, what? Well, I'll tell you the approach I would advise.
Okay.
Is to ask that question, and to have, I don't know whether the schedule's totally fixed, but to have part of this day that answers it. Because if you're having to ask the question, that says to me that you don't have an agreed strategic approach. Is that right?
Yes.
Right, well, that's bad. That's bad. So, and I think you can only get that through actually sitting down, honestly, and having that conversation about, well, what are we trying to achieve? Can we agree on that? What are the steps and the means by which we're going to try to achieve that? I honestly wouldn't even be able to begin to guess. It's interesting, though, because the outside perspective would not be that. The outside perspective is these guys really know what they're doing. I can't necessarily define what it is, but that's a very good starting point, and it's also underlines for me the need to have that conversation. You shouldn't leave here today without having answered that question.
Okay.
Sorry if that wasn't advice, but...
Thanks, Susan. Hi, Alastair. Wonderful conversation. My name is Anurag. I'm coming from India. My question is around that we're sort of like sitting in a mecca of a digital powerhouse out here. In the last couple of years, I'd say in the last decade or so, digitalization has become at the forefront of all strategies of every company, every organization. How do you see dynamics changing across the world as a result of growing digitization? As you said that you've been more old school. Things are changing now. The conventional rules don't apply anymore. In this changing world where things are now changing every few years rather than every few decades, how do you see any organization in the future looking at strategy? You talk about agility. How does agility play a role in strategy? How does growing digitization play a role in strategy? How does Google play a role? Because Google has become a part of all our DNAs. So how does this changing democratization where everybody has access to information, that top-down leadership approach, the vertical approach isn't working, how do you see things changing as a result of that?
Blimey. Well, there are whole university departments who are looking into that. It's interesting you define it as democratization. When you were asking the question, I'll tell you where this is maybe the pessimist in me, but where I see this thing going, because of the way politics is developing as well, alongside this. In a way, I think what's happening is your world's developing, it's not divorced from politics, but certainly your world is developing faster than politics is able to keep up. I thought it was fascinating, for example, when Zuckerberg went before that committee in Congress a couple of years ago now. It was literally like watching two people speak the same language, but they needed interpreters. The politicians weren't understanding what he was saying. And that's because your world is going much faster. Politics is not catching up. And that's how this whole thing about, regulation and taxation and these questions that the public kind of want answered, but the politicians don't know how to do it because they're still trapped in this nation-state thing. When you're actually talking about the development of global issues. And where I was going, when you said you were from India, and then when you talked about where it's going, you see, I think I actually analysed Modi's campaign for this book because some of the stuff they did in that campaign, the first election campaign, was amazing. This technology that ABBA are using at the moment for this amazing concert, go to it if you're in London, by the way, it's amazing. But Modi was doing that in his first campaign. The use of technology for campaigns, and then you look at what's happening in China at the moment. I think the Americans still think that they're kind of, they're here and China's here. It's not like that anymore. And so they are using technology and the advance of technology to cement the idea that dictatorship is good and that democracy can't work. So I think where this is heading, if we're not careful, is that the next big geostrategic battle is actually between democracy and dictatorship. And I think that a lot of what's happening, I would even argue, look, I can't stand Johnson, you won't be surprised to know. But if you look at Trump, you look at Johnson, you look at Bolsonaro, you look at Erdogan, you look at Modi, you go around various parts of the world, there's a brilliant book I'd recommend to you, other than my own 16 books, all available at good bookshops. One of them is only available in Ireland, by the way. It's a long, complicated story about copyright. But there's this brilliant book by a guy called Moises Naim, Venezuelan guy, and it's called The Revenge of Power. And he talks about 3 Ps, populism, polarization, and post-truth. And that is where a lot of democracies are now heading. Now, if we have that debate developing with this continuing, it's not a divorce, but it's like parallel universe of here's politics, we can fix the big problems, and here's your world saying, well, we're advancing and advancing and advancing and advancing, and you lot are getting left behind. I worry that's where it goes. So in other words, I guess I'm saying the bad guys exploit it better than the good guys.
So we have one more question.
One more question.
In the red mic, and then that's it.
Hi. My name is Dario Betti. Thank you, Alastair. That was really inspiring this morning. One thought I had, and it kind of relates to why we're all here today. The biggest barrier to the long-term success of RCS is bringing Apple on board. Okay, and I'm sure most people will agree with that. I hope.
Hands up, anybody disagrees? 1, 2.
So, bearing that in mind, like the strategy for RCS should be all about getting Apple on board, okay? And everything else that we're doing and talking about here today is kind of like all tactical. So how would you go about getting that huge barrier to the long-term success of RCS, effectively breaking down that door, that Apple door?
I love the way you think I know things. I mean, she thinks I can write Google's...
It comes in the context of, think of it as like a two-party system.
Okay. All right. But, well, first of all, I would say that is not a strategy. That's an objective. So your objective is to get Apple. That's not a strategy. The strategy, I don't know is the honest answer, but it has to be, for me, it has to be in the place of the power of your argument that makes them, for whatever reason, feel that they can't not be involved. So it's about their indispensability. Now, whether you get that through argument or through flattery, or I don't know, because I don't know enough about them. So I would argue, objective, get Apple in. Strategy, win an argument with Apple about why they can't do without it. Tactics, whatever. Holidays, handbags for the wife. No, that was old school, not happening. Is that right? What about the people who disagreed? You disagreed. Why did you disagree?
Apple is only 10% of all smartphones, and therefore disagree with it being the main problem of the industry.
Sorry.
So Apple is only 10% of smartphones globally. I agree it's something we have to do as an industry, but I disagree with it being the #1 objective of what we have to solve here as an ecosystem. But this is great. So let's make them come on board because they can't do otherwise. Let's make it so attractive that they will just come themselves.
Yeah.
That's right.
I normally charge, well into 5 figures for that kind of advice, but, What, and what about the Chinese? Where do they fit in this? Are they just sort of seen as over there, we have nothing to do with them? Yeah, I know. But what are they, are they just out of it? Huh? Yeah, I know. But they're not part of this discussion, are they? This discussion. Huh? Right. And they're more than 10%. They're more than 10%. Taiwan, 50% of semiconductors. Is that right? Chips. Broaden the telescope. Are we done? Yeah. Susan's flapping. Susan loves to keep to time. Lovely to see you all. Thank you very much indeed. See you later.
Thank you very much. Well, did I not tell you that I wanted you to feel uncomfortable in your seat? Did it work? Whether because it's a different politics or whether because Alastair provided a different perspective, that's what we want you to feel. A bit of hot under the collar. 2 things I want to highlight there, well, many, but I did like the fact that if you're a brand out there, the message is the horizontal. You have to take control of what's happening. You take part of a conversation somehow. Or you're just a subject to a conversation. So your strategy needs to look at that. How do I actively look at that? I love that. For somebody that won 3 different campaigns as a director of communication in political communication, but there is a lot to learn that in what we need to do today in marketing as well. And the other one, it was a challenge to us, which is, are we all working together? Do we have a common strategy? You know what? Those wonderful coffee breaks out there, I expect you there talking. So yeah, I'm going to ask you more questions. But we are going in different directions on purpose because we're trying to put it together. One of them that needs to be here center stage is what do we think out there of our friends in the marketing world. And one person I did say was my sparring partner today was Lynn Lester. So let's walk Lynn Lester in.
Thank you.
Welcome again, Lynn. And now it's your chance to tell us a bit more, because you are the expert here, or you really are, but not just here, in the world of the marketeers. So conversational commerce is happening, but a conversation needs to start by listening. So let's listen to you. What's really happening out there?
What is going on?
What's going on in the world? So thank you. I'll leave you alone.
Thank you. Thank you. So for anyone that doesn't know, and you probably won't because you don't know me, when I grew up, I was born into a big family. There were 7 of us, and it was in one of the most deprived areas of Glasgow, a place called Clydebank, which I'm very proud to still come from there, doing a global role, which is lovely. And, it's funny we talk about conversational commerce. When you've got a big family, you have to shout really loud to be heard, trust me, and you never leave your seat because when you go back, it's gone. And the way we sort of amused ourselves when we were children is we would make daisy chains, we would play Kirby, we might play the Commodore 64. But when Pepsi came to town, oh my God, this was amazing. So Pepsi basically used to rock up and they had this stand. Who remembers the Pepsi challenge? Yeah, a few hands are going up. So Pepsi did this thing where they tasked you to basically work out, was it Pepsi or was it Coca-Cola? And they did this blind. But the thing is, I was a hustler at this because this was my favourite pastime as a young teenager. And they often came up round about Mother's Day. So my mum was the most stylish woman in Clydebank. She would have the Rod Stewart t-shirt, the skip caps, the mug, all the merch that nobody wanted. But I just felt great because I was a winner, Now, the reason I tell you this story is not because I'm tight and I want everything for free, because I'm Scottish, but because they went beyond the transaction. So they talked to me in a language I understood. They engaged me, they creatively spoke to me, and I absolutely love that brand. I still drink Pepsi, although Pepsi Max now, and I tell this story almost 30 years on. So, talk about brand equity. Now, this is where you have to remember experience is everything. So I'm really fortunate working for thedrum.com. We engage with so many brands. I see so much creative. But what we need to remember is the technology should never dictate the experience. It's the other way around. How do you want people to feel? How do you want them to talk about you? How do you want them to behave, to act? And you have to really sort of get in the psyche of the human being. We're dealing with humans. We're not dealing with always chatbots. Now, this is the thing. It's funny, during COVID, and I hate to say that word, I want to forget about it, but it's still there. But during that time, the marketeers were saying, it's not about B2B and it's not about B2C, it's about human to human. And I'm sort of thinking, no shit, Sherlock, it's human to human. Yeah, obviously, of course it is. But it almost took a pandemic for us to suss this out, or did it? Some brands were doing it brilliantly, and some brands were just pushing messages. And I think what Alastair touched on all around the strategy, you have to have that emotional, immersive connection, because right now we are all pretty selfish. It's what's in it for us as a consumer, and why should we listen to you and your brand? So there was a guy, I don't know if you know him, he's a guy called Nigel Vaz. He is the CEO of Publicis Sapient, so a massively brilliant and successful business. And he basically said transformations all around, not trying to make a faster caterpillar, but to reimagine the butterfly equivalent. And I think when we talk about creativity and marketing, we always have to reinvent ourselves. What is the next brand extension? It's not just wheeling out the same old, because consumers see through that, and when a brand gets a bit lazy, consumers see it too. So it's about thinking how you want people to feel. And I absolutely love this quote. I wheel it out all the time. But people will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And as a brand, we have a responsibility about how we not only engage and communicate, but how we make people feel and the value we bring. Obviously, the product has to be good. That goes without saying. So for me, when I was sort of looking at all this sort of research and things in the market, I think it sort of boils down to 5 things. when you're messaging people, when you're in a conversation, it's all about what can you learn? How are you going to inspire people? Are you going to entertain them? Are you going to give them a sense of connection? Or are you going to give this sense of belonging? What is in it for them? And I think often in marketing, any kind of comms, there's pushing messages and there's engaging on a deeper emotive level. And I think when you've got someone's handset, you're literally in their territory, you're invading their space, so you better make it worth their while, unless it's a message alert or whatever it might be. But it's thinking about that, words are powerful. And what we say, and again, it's like how you make people feel. My mother, when I was younger growing up, I would get a row and my mum would say, it's not what you said, it's how you said it. So we have to be super careful. I learned that as a young child and the slipper came off. So yeah, didn't make that mistake again. And it's really a chance to engage the multiple senses. We're humans. Like, we have feelings. We and it's, the way you look at someone, the way you tell the tale. And I think as marketers, there's just so much opportunity, and we've been privy to a lot of this brilliant insight. Now, this is a great example. So Talisker, now funny enough, being Scottish, I really don't like whiskey. I know that might make me a bit weird. I'm a bit weird, but it makes it even weirder. Now, Talisker did this thing where during lockdown, there was a problem. People couldn't go out, so that was a bit of an issue. But they wanted to bring the experience to the homes of everybody around the world. So they basically sent the whiskey, but they used Alexa to tell the story and the emotion of how they made it, how it tasted, how it felt, all the kind of stuff you would expect. So we're going to take a little look at this VT just to get an idea of what they did.
Alexa, open the Talisker Whiskey Tasting Experience.
Hi again and welcome back to the Talisker Whiskey Tasting Experience.
Firstly, pour a dram of whiskey into a glass. Let's take a moment to look at the colour. Talisker 10-year-old is matured in American oak barrels for a minimum of 10 years to achieve this brilliant golden colour. The use of peat is what gives Talisker this distinctive smokiness. To learn why Talisker tastes so unique, say taste. Or to explore how Talisker is made, say made.
So just a really simple example of how they done it. And the brand equity that they had in that was, I think it was pretty impressive. Now that sort of brings me on then to the moments of truth. So Alastair also touched on this. You get in a shop, you've got the customer service advisor who may not be able to get in that boardroom, but they should have the ethics and the morals of the business, because that is a moment of truth. It's the pre-purchase, it's when you purchase it, and it's how you behave afterwards. So if you think about it, everything from the call centre to the tone of voice and your messaging, to your advertising campaigns, to the diversity policies, whatever you might call it. Now, sometimes you can find moments of truth in places you least expect them, and you have to really sort of think outside your own kind of brand bubble. So this is a really nice example where Virgin Atlantic, basically, yes, they had the aircraft, really fancy, pretty expensive, but they decided that they couldn't really do much more than the plane. So they decided to create this sort of chauffeur B2B service where they pick people up. So you had the moment of truth on the way to the airport, and actually you would have the moment of truth when you booked it, but you have the moment of truth on the way to the airport. They also did something online where they basically were the first to sort of create these sort of in-house, in-plane entertainment. So the idea was it would give you popcorn and sweets, and it was all just about fulfilling the needs of the consumer. Another example is, this is really cool, so this is Intersport, and basically they used geolocated messaging whereby they recognised runners. So if there were people going by the store, they basically sent them a note and said, hey, if you do an S shape in the shape of our logo, we'll give you a discount. So they appealed to them, right? It was an opportune moment, it was located, etc. So what ended up happening is, I think a guy in Germany he ran 95 kilometres and he got his 95% discount. I think they didn't quite agree the 100%, but he got the 95%, so good on him. But it just shows you how the creativity can be really built in, which I thought was a really nice example. This is lovely, and I don't know if you've seen this, some of you may have. I'm going to play it first and I'll talk about it.
Hey, look at this. 8 ways to boost your productivity.
Wrong everyone. But that's a really good one coming up. You'll see that in a minute. It was a teaser. We trailed it for you. So I'll talk about it. Here you go. That was a beautiful campaign. That actually won awards at the Drum Awards last year. It actually was in for one of the main campaigns of the year. But yeah, so as you can see, they basically geotagged it. They had, location. Again, it was just really simple, really beautiful. What that did sort of derive was a lot of social attention. So it's thinking beyond your own channel. How might you exploit the other media marketing platforms? And social media is one, obviously, it can go one or two ways. And yeah, hopefully you won't be called Hitler. There you go. Next up, chatbots. Okay, I have to tell you a story. So we have this chat function on our award sites, and we thought we were super smart. We're like, okay, obviously people want attention now, real time, but we thought we'll put on this, and it's not a chatbot, it's a chat function run by people in real time. And Christine, who's amazing in our team, she basically, she would reply to people, so they would say, oh, how do I enter the awards? No problem, here you go. What's the deadline? Here you go. And then they would phone us up and say, just to check, Christine on the chatbot told us that the entry deadline was this date. And you're like, Christine's a human being. So yeah, it's known as well, I think, in this sort of platform, what kind of works. And we probably didn't make the disclaimer quite clear that Christine doesn't work 24 hours a day, so there may be a time gap sometimes. But the other thing about this one is, I remember being on the phone to my bank the other week. It was quite a complex question. And I just don't have any patience, I'm sorry. And I remember holding and I was thinking, oh my God, can you just stop messaging me back? I just want to speak to a person because it's too complicated. And actually RBS, given them their due, they knew when to stop. They could probably sense my frustration, and then they put me onto a human being. And I think it's also reacting to emotion, keywords, and again, making that user journey really seamless, because again, it's a moment of truth. Now I quite like the bank. I'm like, okay, they did me justice. Now, the thing we have to think about, we're talking about messaging and data and whatever. Now, in America, I think there was a survey done where it said it was more than 2/3 of people are really worried about how their data is used. And in the media marketing industry, we have to be all over this because data privacy is key. And I think, going back to what I said at the beginning, you're invading people's territory. It's what's in it for them. And actually, we have to be really, really tight on all this stuff. So, I mean, I'm sure you are anyway, of course, in the businesses that you run. But for marketers, particularly with the demise of the cookie, it's looking about how you track people online and what you do. And it's, it's a complicated business. Now, this is a VT that didn't run a minute ago. But the reason I want to show you this, we run an event called the Chip Shop Awards, which is a creative awards show with absolutely no limits. So you can enter if you're a student, you can enter if you're a marketer, a top creator. It doesn't really matter, you could be anybody. But the point of it is there's no rules, but it's all about your creativity and your idea. And the reason I want to play this is I think it's just really case in point when brands stick you in, okay, you've opted in, but this is what you don't want to happen. So let's just play it.
Hey, look at this. 8 ways to boost your productivity.
I wouldn't. They're just gonna blow up your inbox.
Oh, come on. Live a little. What's the worst that can happen?
My thoughts exactly. What is this? I keep getting emails from that company I downloaded that free guide from.
Just unsubscribe.
I can't. Hello? No, I'm not interested in a free demo. It's like they're one step ahead. They're everywhere. Hello? What do you want from me?
Sure, whatever. I mean, the bottom line is I need to get the expense report to you by the end of this week, so...
And yes, they did win an award as well. So it really tickled my fancy. I thought it was great. So yeah, so that's what you do not want to do. I'm sure you know that already. Now, one thing that's really important, we talk about the power of communication, the power of words. One real thing at the moment is the cancel culture. So I ran a session on this recently with, and it was outspoken people like GB News. There was a diversity influencer agency as well, and we talked about the fact some brands are absolutely terrified out their wits to do anything of purpose in case they just mess up. Now, if you think of Pepsi, the brand I loved, when they got that Black Lives Matter campaign wrong, so if you don't know the story, go and check it out, but they casted it and it was all kind of frivolous and fun, did not go down well, and apparently their value dropped by about 4%. So you have to be super careful, and if you're at the end of a device, the power's in your hands, and it's the people that you trust with all your prospects. So all I would say is it's a real genuine concern for so many marketers now. Most people do bounce back, but yeah, people are just happy to sort of move on to the next competitor. The other thing to sort of mention in that, I'll go back, is that according to, there's a Porter and Novelli study, and it was actually in the States again, that 73% of people are less likely to cancel a brand if they've got purpose. And that's where that becomes quite interesting, because you think about, as I say, brands are too frightened to move sometimes, but it's all about being authentic. And again, Alastair, God, I'm stealing your presentation now, but Alastair touched on this earlier, where it's about authenticity. Now, it's a word that we wheel out the cupboard every other day in marketing, but it's true, it has to come from the heart. And actually, also, it doesn't make sense if it's completely disconnected from your brand. So you can have purpose, but it's like, well, what's that got to do with your brand? So there has to be connection and relevancy as well, because your consumers are not stupid. They're human, and they're wise, and they have families, and they know the lay of the land. So all I would say, and it's not to sort of big this up as a scary thing, but yeah, it's happening to brands everywhere at the moment to various degrees. So yeah, that's all from me. I hope that was at some point useful, and yeah, hopefully just so you can get creative with all your campaigns. So thank you.
We got drums. Well, fantastic. So we did promise the 3 different perspectives, and we got them. We started talking with Jan on Google on what is available. We looked at the strategy of communication. We even heard of what our friends in the marketing world are looking for, which I'm really pleased to see that it fits nicely with some of the priorities we have on RCS. But does it work? Now we have a man and his numbers. Nick Lane, the Chief Insight Officer for Mobilesquared, talking about the real questions that we want to discuss today, and later on specifically, the ROI, those 3 words, the return on investment. Does RCS deliver? The conversational commerce, do they work? Now, Nick, you tell us.
Good morning, everyone. As Dario said, my name's Nick Lane. I'm the Chief Insight Analyst, although Chief Insight Officer does sound a lot better, I've got to admit. Trying to follow the speakers that we've had on this morning is very difficult. I'm not going to have stories of Tony Blair or Arsene Wenger. I'm not going to have amazing campaigns. What I'm going to have is data. It's going to be death by data for the next 20 minutes. I'm really sorry about that. But what we're actually going to be showing you is data to show why you need to be using RCS. And before we get to the power of the engagement and the look at potentially where the metrics are, I want to talk a little bit more about kind of the scale, and as we kind of talk about where we are with RCS, where we are today, and why as a brand you probably need to be using it right now, not wait. So don't wait for Apple. So again, just kind of we look at kind of engagement over scale. So we'll start with our data, and if you're not familiar with Mobilesquared, this is our clients. We're a business messaging, insight, and intelligence research agency. These are a lot of our clients, and a lot of these clients come to us actually, and they say, well, we're trying to push RCS, and a lot of our clients are kind of pushing back and saying, well, we're not quite ready for RCS. In actual fact, they should be ready for RCS, and again, I'll spend the next 20 minutes or so explaining why that's the case. We offer about 75 million data points to our clients. This is our portal, Message Map IQ, so it's basically it's all the data points that you need to develop your business messaging strategy. So it doesn't matter what channel that you need, it's going to be in there. If it's in there now, it's going to be in there in the next couple of weeks. So we're very busy in the background bringing all of that data together. A couple of things I wanted to just share with you first. If you haven't heard of us, the chances are you might have used a couple of our stats. So in 2010, we came out and we said that 98% of all messages are read. And also in the same white paper that we did at the time, we also said that 90% of all messages are read within 3 minutes. And that has become one of the most popular and used stats in mobile marketing and mobile messaging over the last 12 years, and we're very proud of that. But the world has evolved. Things have changed. The way we use our mobile phone, our smartphone has changed. It's not a case of an SMS just sitting there on our phone like it used to 12 years ago, and then everyone would read that message. We're constantly getting a kind of a changing mechanism on our smartphone homepage, in that we're getting in-app notifications, we're getting SMS, we're getting rich messaging, we're getting other messaging channels. I'm not sure if you can name them, but anyway, you know who I'm talking about. So from our research from this year, we're basically saying that around about 55% of all messages are read, but about 100% are viewed. So what do we mean by that? Is that the way that we use our phone has changed. So we can see a message if it's coming in from Specsavers. Do we need to go to Specsavers right now? Probably not, so we'll just ignore that message. But we know it's come in, and same with Domino's Pizza or whatever. But that's the point. That's kind of where we are at the moment, and in terms of SMS. So now I'm going to start to hit you with lots of data points, which I know you're absolutely waiting for. You know, Alastair Campbell's gone, he's done his bit. The drum have done their bit, and it's great, but this is the bit that you really want. So let's really look at where we are with the world right now. So as a company, we look at unique mobile users. Why do we do that? Because as a brand, you're not interested in reaching me across my 3 phones. You're interested in reaching me on my main phone. So I am one unique mobile user. So that's what we look at. So right now in the world, there's about 5.5 billion unique mobile users. The other way to look at that is there are 5.5 billion unique SMS users. If we then look at smartphones, there's about 4.6 billion smartphone users globally. There's about 3.6 billion Android users. There's just over 1 billion Apple users on their iPhones. There are other smartphone users, but they don't really kind of register anymore. In fact, I did see someone using a BlackBerry the other week, which is I found it quite exciting actually, but anyway, there we go. And then you've got about 800 million people who are on basic phones, feature phones. And that's all great, because obviously what we're starting to look at here, certainly with RCS, is we need to understand the Android and what does it mean, and what does RCS mean in relation to other channels. So again, I've already said that there's about 5.5 billion SMS users, and we've got just over 4 billion. It's almost going to be about 4.2 billion unique rich messaging users. That is massive. That is absolutely huge. So when it comes to scale, when you're starting to think, well, hang on, what role does RCS play within that? Well, at the moment, it's growing. So we expect RCS to hit about 1 billion registered users in the next month or 2. We expect there to be close to about 1.2 billion by the end of the year. So there's a difference between registered users and active users. So obviously, Jan from Google at the start talked about the 500 million active users. So when you're developing a campaign, these are the people that you're actively targeting. So as you can see from the screen, where does RCS fit within that? So it's around 1 billion, but you've then got WhatsApp, which has 2.5 billion and still growing rather steadily. You've got obviously Apple with around 1 billion users. So for Apple Messages for Business, they can potentially reach over 1 billion people as well. Facebook Messenger has about 1.5 billion. You've got Viber, that's about 1 billion. You've got Telegram, which is 700 million. And you've got WeChat, which is about 1.3, 1.4 billion, which is all good. It's all really good to know. But let me just start to focus on why you guys should start to use RCS. So first things first is that when you talk about WhatsApp, and I don't know if the trapdoor is going to open because I've mentioned WhatsApp, and it is kind of the Voldemort of messaging. You can see that if you go to an aggregator page or someone, and they say, well, you can connect with 2.2 billion people. You can't connect with one until you've got an opt-in specifically for WhatsApp. So that's why they're actually using an inbound kind of call center, kind of voice offload model, which is what they've been doing for 4 years. And that's a really interesting model. It's something that Apple have been trying to do kind of with their Apple Messages for Business. But in terms of RCS, what's RCS trying to do? It's still trying to find its identity, and that's one of the key things. Potentially, it could be the platform to drive marketing promotions, and that's really where the richness of RCS could potentially really come into its own. But again, you've got to kind of think of where we are and where we're coming from. So if you think of RCS now in relation to WhatsApp, in actual fact, if you've got a mobile database and you've got SMS numbers or mobile numbers with SMS, and obviously what you can do is use those numbers for RCS. And again, this is part of the problem, and I'll address this in a few slides' time, is that if you're a brand, and let's say you've got 1 million numbers in your mobile database, and you do a check with one of your partners, and they come back and say, well, you can only reach 10% on RCS, 90% on SMS. And then most brands will go, why would I do that? We'll show you why with engagement in a minute. But actually, already with that 10%, it's almost as powerful versus the 90% on SMS. So I'm just going to look at some UK numbers now, rather than just keep honing in on global figures for you. So there's about 60 million unique mobile users in the UK. WhatsApp's around 40 million. You've got iMessage, which is just close to 30 million. Facebook Messenger, which is about 25 million. And RCS, we've got about 17 million. Again, these are mostly these are registered, but they're also mostly active as well. So there's it's very kind of a close kind of difference there between the two. And then in terms of SMS only, people just on basic feature phones, and the only way you'll be able to reach them is via SMS. They account for, I think it's about a couple of million, so it's very small. But again, looking at, if you are running a campaign as a brand, this is potentially what you're looking at. If you're trying to reach 100% of the audience of your unique mobile users in the UK. So, for example, if you run WhatsApp, then you'll reach almost 2/3, and then you'll need SMS as a backup to reach 1/3. If you're on RCS, you'll reach about 1/3, and you'll require SMS to support that with 2/3. But again, it's not about scale. This is the key point. This is what I'm doing. So what I'm gradually doing is whittling this down, and you'll see why. So where we are. So these are our numbers that we expect for RCS in terms of registered users by the end of 2022. So you can see you've got male and you've got female, and in total you've got a big split there between breaking it out all the way from 0 to 17 up to 65 and above. So that accounts for about 20 to 21 million users by the end of this year. Now, to start addressing why brands should be using RCS today, you've got to add a bit more perspective, because a lot of brands will say, I can only reach 1/3 of all unique mobile users, I could get 2/3 with SMS. But if you look at where we're spending money on advertising right now, this is TV. So this is, I need to add a source. So this isn't our data, that's our data. So I'm just trying to give you an idea of terms of, these are RCS numbers, split out by demographic. These numbers here are the TV audience for live broadcasts, or live shows as they are broadcast to the nation in the UK. These are the biggest TV shows in the UK. This is live, so I'm not adding any kind of iPlayer or any kind of catch-up TV here. So the average audience here, it's about 2.3 billion. So if you're thinking about who are you reaching, the number of people that you're reaching, on average across these biggest shows, it's 2.3 million. On average in RCS here, across all the demographics, the average audience that you're reaching is 3 million. So that's really where the power of RCS is already coming from. Although you're potentially reaching only 1/3 of unique mobile users, your audience is already the size of one of the most popular advertising channels available. With radio, the average audience is about 1.3 million, again, across the channels, the stations that we've got up here. And again, you can then compare that to the 3 million figure. It's significantly lower. Then with print, and these are the biggest newspapers in the UK, and obviously the sales are plummeting. But again, the average figure here is about, I think it's about 400,000 in terms of readership. So it's low and it's dropping. And the last thing here, and I think Twitter's a really, really strong case to kind of put across to you, is that these are some of the top UK businesses and brands. That's what these companies are. And the average follower across these companies here is about 360,000. Now, going back to the Google presentation, in terms of mentioning these are the brands that are using RCS, all of those brands will be using Twitter. All of them. They've got their digital strategy, and that's where Twitter is. That's where it fits. But again, if you look at the average audience, it's really small in terms of the number of followers. Everyone's on it. And yet with RCS, you've got a lot more users, and yet people are a bit wary of using it. And it shouldn't be the case. It's a channel. It's a very, very, very powerful channel. Okay, so if we look at the engagement. From our research, we've identified that there are 3 users. And again, this is also from the research that we used to do several years ago looking at apps. There are 3 types of users. So you've got your normal user, your heavy user, and your super user. Now, in the world of SMS, you only have one user. It's a normal user. Because you've got engagement, which I'll come on to, regardless, because it's a very fun and functional channel. With RCS and other rich messaging channels, you're going to have these 3 distinct different types of this kind of audience segmentation. So roughly 77% of users will be normal users. They are the kind of the passive audience, the passive user that will get a couple of messages, they'll follow some brands, they'll opt in, and they'll be engaged with them every now and then, but not particularly active. That's your normal user. And then you've got your heavy users. They are very kind of pro-brands. They believe that they've got a good connection with that brand. They will start to kind of experiment. They'll explore with these new channels what they can achieve with their relationship that they're obviously trying to build and extend with brand X, for example. So they will sign up to lots of brands, and they'll be fairly active in terms of what they're going to be doing. And it also means that these guys are also significantly more likely to make a purchase and complete their kind of path to purchase and their conversion if you're a heavy user. Then you've got your super users, your 3%, your messaging alphas. These guys love brands. They've got endless brands that they connect with. They can message with them all the time. And this is kind of your key to kind of unlocking the success of a campaign, is really understand who your super users are, your alphas, because these are the guys that are going to drive interaction. They're the ones that are going to be on social. They're going to be saying to their friends and family, oh, I've done this, have you done this? You don't need to use the app anymore. You can just go to your messaging. You can use RCS. And I should say, before I forget, thank you, Jan, for his comment earlier, where he actually said that RCS is an SMS replacement. That's exactly what it is. It's an evolution on the path of messaging, but it's not an evolution of SMS. It's something completely different. And that's really one of the key points, I think, that you've got to kind of take away from this. RCS is not SMS. So there we've got our users. And what does that mean in terms of engagement? So we've got 2 campaigns here. So on your left, you've got the SMS campaign, and on your right, you've got the RCS campaign. Now, what I've tried to show here is actually the power of RCS. So, typically, with an SMS campaign, and again, when you think about what SMS actually is, it's just a functional one-way messaging channel. All you're doing is alerting the user of X. That's it. You're not really trying to drive anything. The chance that you're trying to sell something is very limited, or you're trying to push them into a URL, etc. But anyway, typically, from a campaign of 1 million SMS to your user base, your conversion is around about 1%. So about 10,000. And that's based on, obviously, you've got your messages read viewed. We've got 48% read rate here. That's based on kind of the campaign that we're using at the time. Obviously, you said earlier it's about 55%, but it's somewhere in that ballpark is what you should be looking at. Now, on RCS, what we're actually seeing from the campaigns and the data that's been shared with us by our clients, for example, is that the conversion rate is between about 5 and 6%. So again, you've got a big hike there in terms of the engagement, the interaction levels, but also in terms of the overall conversion. So what we've done really is try to do a like-for-like campaign in terms of how many messages on RCS would you need to send to your database to get a similar kind of result. So as you can see, it's basically a quarter, which would actually give you a return, a conversion of about, it's about 13,500 people. So if you do like for like, then you're looking at about 200,000 messages on RCS to get the same result as you would on SMS. So again, you're starting to see the power of the engagement, but this is just one way. This is the A to P, the application to the person. In P2A world, which is obviously going to be a massive role moving forward in terms of RCS engagement, we're already starting to get stats from clients that show us that there's between 10 and 20 messages going to and forth over RCS, for example, between a consumer and a brand. And if you start to think, you know, however many channels do you have where you're having that kind of conversation? So when we're starting to talk about conversational commerce, 10 exchanges between myself and a brand is absolutely huge. How often do you go into a shop and you maybe have 10 separate exchanges with a salesperson in the shop? It just doesn't happen. You maybe ask them one or two things. But this is where the conversational commerce really comes into its own. And this is kind of where the power of RCS, for example, can really transform a campaign. So all I've done here on this is really just to put it as a like for like. So you've got the results in RCS versus SMS in the orange and the green, but the blue is if you sent out 1 million RCS messages. And you can see that the uplift was a factor of about 5 in terms of conversion compared to SMS. So that's just SMS. What we've done is just get some stats from what we can get from the internet. And just kind of we compared. So if a brand was to spend 30,000 euros on a campaign, and it's spent 30,000 euros on a banner ad, on email, on RCS tomorrow, and SMS. So what do I mean by RCS today? So right now with RCS, as a brand, you're probably getting it for a similar price to that you'll pay with SMS. And as it evolves, the price will go up. In the same way that if you pay for additional data in a banner ad campaign and make it more targeted, there's a price to pay for that. So as the richness increases in RCS over time, you would expect the price to go up. So right now, if you've got an SMS price for RCS, use it and abuse it. Don't abuse it. Sorry, I don't mean like that, but you know what I mean. For structured, strategic campaigns. But that's kind of where you should be right now, to kind of make the most of the price that's been offered to you. Because when you start using it, again, it is an SMS. You're getting an SMS price for something that is so rich, it will potentially transform the conversation that you can have on your phone with that consumer. And again, it's the mindset thing. So as a brand, when you look at RCS, you look at the scale. You look at how many people can you connect via RCS? You know, and then do you need to use SMS as a backup on that? And that's not the way you need to look at it, because to be honest, you know, when we talk to a lot of our clients who are obviously trying to sell RCS, they then start to say, well, you know, our clients are saying there's a lot of work involved in setting up RCS in the background, and you know, we don't have the resource for that. Actually, if you've got an app, you've done all the work pretty much, because what you're trying to do is almost replicate that app experience or even the website experience that you've developed. As part of your digital team, as part of your digital strategy, all you have to do is shift that into RCS. And you've got the basis and you've got the foundation of an RCS future. And that's really what it comes down to. So then once you've then got that, it's, you know, don't just think about it as SMS in terms of sending out messages. This is where you've then got to think about how do we move things forward, you know, how do we engage? Get followers, start to get followers, start to look at the Twitter model. Everyone uses Twitter, you know. You've only got, on average, as you've seen for the UK, 350,000 or so followers. Get followers on RCS, start to build that up, and then you'll drive the engagement, and then you'll see the conversion, and then you'll have a wonderful experience in conversational commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll hold this if you want, but I can't think anymore. I can smell bacon. I don't know if you can. I can even smell coffee somewhere. We are having a break. Unfortunately, that means that those questions you were all waiting to share, well, you can do it outside out there. We have about 10 minutes. We'll come back at 15 minutes. 11:05. Do not leave now. I need to tell you something serious. I love all the sessions, but the next session is the one you cannot miss. We're going to have brands telling the real stories of their experience. So come back at 11:05 here. Thank you, everybody. Online, no bacon for you. We love you anyway. Bye-bye. Thanks. And sorry for hurrying your coffees, but as I said, this is the key session for the entire day. This is when we actually discover more about the changers, the game changers, the people that are the challengers out there, the one that are risking by doing something that nobody has done, but they're also getting the rewards on fantastic campaigns, fantastic examples of what RCS can do for you. The good thing is for the next few minutes, quite a long time, you're not going to see me for a while, but there's going to be them in an Academy Award style presenting, telling all the brands and their partners what they've done. And then, they got 15 minutes and they get booted out very unceremoniously outside if they don't respect the 15 minutes. But we try to pack as much of information. More will be available tomorrow as well. I'm not going to introduce any of them. They're all going to do everything by themselves. But please give a huge round of applause for the game changers, the ones that are changing the marketing world with RCS.
Thank you, Dario. It's a huge honor to be here. We're extremely excited. The first post-pandemic in-person conference. Our last one was where we presented the first RCS, global RCS campaigns for big brands, Disney and McDonald's. That was the last in-person conference. That was Mobile World Congress in Los Angeles. And the first one here with the MEF, with Google. And I'm extremely honored today to also have an incredible partner on my side, PhD, one of the, Wayne Bishop from PhD, the global business lead for Unilever, because the time has come that some of the biggest brands in the world, and Unilever is among the top 5 brands, are starting to embrace SMS with us, with PhD, and we've just finished 4 amazing campaigns, RCS campaigns, really literally last night. The results are fresh off the press for 4 big Unilever brands. And I believe that shows us that RCS is now here to stay and ready to capture what our ambition is, 15% of global digital advertising spend by 2028.
Yeah, I would just say that when Unilever is a big mover in the marketing space, so when they jump on the bandwagon or the back of a new technology like RCS, it's something to look at. So we'll show you a couple of campaigns in a second.
Thank you so much, Wayne. So I haven't said who I am. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Out There Media. We are the leading telco-driven mobile advertising or digital advertising player. We're working closely with the world's leading telcos, bridging the gap between telcos, MNOs, carriers, and brands and agencies with our technology, Mobux, in the middle. And the latest addition to the mix is RCS, and you all know PhD as well.
So we're part of the Omnicom group. It's the second largest advertising group in the world. And PhD does around about $10 to $12 billion in advertising every year. So humbled and privileged actually to touch so many lives with our clients' advertising, but also we're responsible for quite a lot. So it can be pretty daunting.
Okay, so let's jump right in. We only have, as we heard, now probably another 8 minutes. What you're going to see now is a teaser of what we're going to analyze in depth tomorrow in our session in the afternoon. So we're jumping right in with what came hot and fresh off the press. A massive Knorr campaign. That one is running, in fact, until last night in Nigeria for MTN Nigeria on the backbone. Of course, there's Google and .go. And here is how the experience goes. So the verified sender Knorr is reaching out to females 18 to 40, socioeconomic class A and B. So we know that because we have opted in users of who we know, their age, their gender, their location, their handset type, their operating system, and how much money they spend on their phone bill. So that's very important. That's an existing audience here with our partner MTN, biggest telco in the country. Knorr, change the world, change what's on your plate, eat for good, and then a video starts to play as part of your RCS experience. When you tap on it, And then, of course, the famous carousel experience. Here, using what is called, sorry, this one is Vodacom South Africa. Nigeria is the next one. This is the plate.
This is called, I'll give you some background to this. So the food revolution hasn't really been quiet. It's been a sort of 15, 20 years bubbling around the world. And everything from Los Angeles to Sydney to London to Paris. You can't go anywhere without seeing amazing food recipes and fusions and things like that. And that is true for pretty much everywhere that you go. Since the pandemic, though, there's been a real health slant to that. So the recipes coming out are more about what's good for your body and what you put in your body. Now, what Noor in South Africa do is they have a campaign called Plate of the Nation, and it's about getting taking ownership of the conversation around everything that you put into your body. And effectively what they're trying to do is marry three things. Culture, so you have something called 7 colors dinner. That's to make sure that you have 7 colors of foods in your dinner. That is seen to be traditionally very nutritious for you, so that's culture. Then nutrition, so getting the value of foods and the right nutrients into your body. And then sustainability. So what Noor has done is it's made a lot more of its seasonings and sauces more sustainably farmed, and so a lot of them are plant-based. And so when you combine these three things, that's a lot to tell the consumer. And it's really difficult to put an advert in front of the consumer to get all of that in, culture, nutrition, and all these things together. So what we've been trying over the last couple of years is, of course, we've been running tons and tons of advertising in front of the consumer, but we're not really moving the dial in terms of what people understand about what Noor is doing, particularly in the sustainability space. So we've started to relook the way that we run media. Instead of focusing on reach, which is the primary driver of growth in marketing, or has been, we now look at attention. And some of you in the room that work in marketing would have been exposed to Lumen and Amplified Intelligence attention-based metrics. And what they do is they work out a metric called attention-based seconds, or how many attentive seconds that you have with a piece of marketing real estate. And our job now as media practitioners is to make sure that attention is really, really high, and it really matters. So a TV advert, that is about 7.2, 7.4 seconds of attention. A Facebook advert, that's about 2.1 seconds of attention. In fact, 95% of Unilever's ads that run on digital media are missed. They are not seen. Or they may be seen, but there's no attention. So then you go all the way down to a banner advert. Those are those banner ads you might see on your phones, on your PCs. That has 0.1 seconds of attention. So it's really important that you optimize your plan for attention. And where we think RCS is so powerful is you take the Plate of the Nation creative that we're running here. We've got a lot to do. We've got to talk about culture. We've got to talk about nutrition. We've got to talk about sustainability. And we've got to make people aware and attentive to this. So what this experience does is it gives you access to the video communication, which is a lot more attention, plus then the carousel at the bottom, which actually gets you to scroll. Unilever call that thumb-stopping creative because you're always scrolling through things. So what RCS does for marketers, and for Unilever in particular, is it picks up and packages all these things that we need to achieve, from the fusion of all those elements I mentioned to the experience, and then ultimately to high attention.
Beautiful. So very important. Here today, 2 new types of metrics that are important for one of the biggest advertisers in the world. That is attention-based seconds, instead of talking about CTR and these types of things, because that's just one outcome of attention, and thumb-stopping creatives. And that is what RCS is doing here for Unilever. The brief here was increase of brand awareness, increase of, obviously, attention, but drive to e-commerce, which is extremely important for Unilever. So when you click on more, you go on a more detailed landing page here, what's for dinner, or you saw it before, the buy now takes you to the leading e-commerce site. So driving e-commerce take a lot in South Africa. And now the results, 43% engagement rate, and you heard what Wayne said just now. TV, average attention was 7 seconds, Facebook social 2.1, and average banner 0.1 seconds. Here we're looking at 19 seconds of attention-based
value. And that's the new currency. And that is what I encourage all of us to use in the world of RCS going forward.
So it's super important, because now what we're doing is we're buying data from our partners, like Kirsten and her team. We're buying this information and we're building them into the way that we construct our marketing plans. And then what that means is that I'm always going to aim for reach. I'm always going to try and reach as many people in my target audience as possible. But now I'm going to adjust that to attention. So we have a new currency that we use internally at PhD called attention adjusted reach. And it is often a lot bigger focus on effectiveness than efficiency. Problem with the media world these days is that everything's about getting that cost to deliver that reach as low as possible. The problem is your opportunity cost on that is attention. You can't have highly efficient plans without giving back something. So attention adjusted reach is now the new currency, and RCS, I think, has got huge potential to deliver on it, as you saw from the results.
And what you're going to see tomorrow in more detail are the other campaigns that we just finished. So that's Dove on Vodacom. That is Close-Up, again, a Unilever brand toothpaste, as well as Pepsodent toothpaste. How we did it there, what the attention was there, and how people engaged with those brands across South Africa and Nigeria is what we're going to talk about tomorrow. So I'm not going to give away the results yet. As well as we're going to quickly show you what we've done together with the World Health Organization. We ran the biggest COVID campaign. Many of you in the room know about it. Biggest COVID campaign in the world, biggest COVID messaging campaign in the world, but also the famous Lion King and famous Lion King and McDonald's RCS campaigns, and what we're currently doing with movies such as Doctor Strange, Dumbledore, and more. So to be continued tomorrow. And also, after lunch, we have a little RCS Refresh booth out there where you can actually order your drinks, wines and beers and soft drinks, over our RCS bot, and a real-time RCS interactive experience where the waiter's coming out 30 seconds later to bring you your drink. Thank you so much, Wayne. I think it's a breakthrough, a game changer the industry has been waiting for, that we have one of the biggest agencies in the room, media agencies, as well as one of the biggest brands, Unilever, in the room here today.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Marisol Martinez. I come from Spain, Samsung, currently in charge of telco B2B, managing operator sites, but in B2B sides, Telefonica, Vodafone, and Orange. For me, it's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank Mayte because he invited me to be here to share with you all our experience with RSC. For me, it's very important. I feel very happy to be here. It's a pity that I cannot make my presentation in my perfect Spanish, but I do my best in my English, okay? Thank you. Well, I think, Mayte, you want to introduce yourself, or everybody knows you?
No, okay. This is Mayte Martin from Orange, Spain, and we would like to present RCS Samsung Challenge. It was quite easy to take them on board, because once we speak with her and said, which is the potential, what can you do, why you have to move forward for...
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we can give you some context, okay, at least in Samsung. Maybe you all know the devices, for sure. But I want to share with you how is our experience when we launch devices, right? You know that when I talk to customers, I always say that Samsung is a very, I don't know how to say, very predictive vendor now, because we have two important launches. One is more or less at the same time at the Mobile World Congress, that is in February, Barcelona. And it corresponds to our flagship devices, the S category. This year was S22 family, right? And the second launch normally is in summer. So
I think is going to be very close to our time right now. And what we normally do is Samsung makes a very big event. This is the Unpack, and the Unpack is the way in which we show the world our new device, right? So once the device is ready for you all to know, what we do is normally we communicate to the customers. Hey guys, we have a new device, it's very special, it's unique, it's perfect for you, and we know you to show, right? Our normal communication channels have been email, SMS, but it's true that the customer, and in fact more challenging B2B customers, imagine SOHO segment or SMB segment, people with many tasks, no time to check adverts in the mobile. So if this is only 2 seconds, maybe in a salesman or whatever, in a businessman, it's only 1 second we can pay attention to the mobile, right? So for that reason, it was also our approach very special because it was very challenging. But when we start talking to Mayte about the new way we can approach all these customers, Mayte showed us something very special. At least in Spain with operators, we never did that before. So it was very amazing because we want to communicate 3 things to the customers, to our customers. First of all, we have a new device, we have a flagship for you. Second point, if you pre-order this device, you will have a gift because normally Samsung in the pre-order campaign that normally takes 2 weeks or something like that, we are able to offer all these super happy customers some gift, right? I think I remember with S22 was a gift of buds, Galaxy buds. And the third thing we want to communicate to the customer is the offer, of course. We cannot say to the customer, hey, here you have a very special device without an offer. So 3 things to communicate. How can we make it attractive? And in that point, it was where Mayte arrives.
Yeah. So I said, thank you. I said that it was quite easy to take them on board because once we present RCS, she said, okay, I want that. I don't want to be using the old channels like SMS and email. In Orange, the email, as before, it was the best channel to communicate, but now RCS replaced them all. Because what we do, I don't know why this is not running, but we place there the TV advert. So yes, when you open the message, you see the same TV advert, the same TV spot in your mobile, and you think you're special. Why is Samsung sending me this? Hey, I have the...
Yes, and also that was a challenge because normally all the materials or the videos, the pictures and everything are delivered in the last minute because till they unpack, we cannot share any information with the operators.
Yeah. So, and the clue also was to have a gift. And we said, okay, one of the the most important thing for RCS is that you have your sender verified. And the SMS, people would think, oh, this is not an SMS because I have the logo here. So this is kind of different just when you have it. You have the logo, the brand. So you click on it and you have media and you have all these interactions. You have to guide your user where to go. When you have an email, you have a photo and you have a link, and you have SMS, you have a text and you have a link. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to go for what I'm giving you, more info and more Samsung devices. So
yes, maybe Mayte will have to tell them also that we ask Orange to make a segmentation in the customer database because you know S22 family has 3 devices, S22 base, S22 plus, and S22 Ultra. And we want to send different messages depending on the final customer that receives the message, right? So that was an extra work for you.
Yes, because we make data analysts, so what to offer, the premium mobiles or mid-range. But maybe I think that you want a premium and maybe you want the medium because you want one for your child or whatever. So you don't have to be so obsessed with data. You have to give them the possibility to go from one device to another. So we create 2 different bots here, but you can jump from one to another. So RBM provides you the possibility to go. Yeah.
For sure, we want all customers to buy
the premium
the biggest one, the one with the spend and so on. But maybe it's not the target, or maybe we can offer some other things.
Yeah.
So for that reason was the possibility to navigate between all the messages and play with the messages. Also in Samsung, we are always push to make different things, not make always the same. Let's try different things to get different results.
So we made these 2 bots, but you can jump from one to another, and you can go to the web to buy any other things. And we made the same campaign in RCS, SMS, and email, and here you got the results. And these are real results, okay? So you can see that the open rate is not so bad. I said email it was so good in Orange always, okay, and so it's quite good all the open rates in all the channels. But what about interaction? This is what really matters. Okay, so in RCS, 17% of the users interacted, but then what happens to sales? Okay. We don't have info on the email. Just when you open and you click, the info is lost. Either the brand tell you what's going on when they click on your URL, or you don't know it. But in RCS, I can see all the interactions, all the users, how many clicks do they do. Not only one click. If I press on this device many times, what's going on? And what's going on is that we went out of stock. Yeah. So everyone is clicking, pre-purchase. We have 6% clicking, and it's sold out. We never imagined that it's going to be like in 1 hour, everyone is calling, oh, we ran out of mobiles. And yeah, it was a big surprise.
I would like to say that it was all my segments, B2B segment, but it's true that we were sold out, but all B2C, B2B segments for people.
So it was a great big news, but we want.
What is true is that also it's very important to link directly with the online, with the online page, because in that moment the customer can convert. And have the smartphone and the gift and everything all together. So
for the 22 series sales, we have 1% sales. But what happened? We have also many all the sales in all the other products. They sold TVs, other smartphones,
that's right.
Watches.
Because they were diverted to the page, and maybe they navigate, and well, S22 maybe is too expensive for me, but I can buy another device or a television or whatever. Yes.
So this is what we were saying before. You don't have to target your customer just what you think they have to buy. You have to give them the possibility to go to navigate through all your options, because maybe they don't want this, or you have your Samsung super nice RCS and said, oh, I'm going to see the televisions, maybe. So these are the total sales for this campaign, which is so amazing. So if you see here, we 20%, 22% less message sent, almost 300 more clicks, and 20% more sales. So this was amazing. And I asked Marisol, okay, we have to do this again. And yes?
Yes, yes, Mayte, we will repeat for sure. What we want is to include more segments, not only B2B segments, also B2C. That could be more massive, and we can achieve more people.
So I said, okay, next upcoming on RCS, new Samsung in August, and we will be so delighted to share all the info with you. And I don't know. Yeah, we're so happy. So just the clue points is, for my experience with Samsung, is have a great media here. Do not use just a photo. Yes, we have photos everywhere. You have photo on internet, you have photo everywhere. So use a nice GIF, video. Someone, they use video when you can play it, but you can have a nice GIF.
Yeah.
Guide your user to what you want them to buy, but also give them the opportunity to buy other things.
Yeah.
And
also very important to have same key visuals that the customer and people see when they are walking through the street or whatever. So that was very important. But also challenging because this information is coming very late, normally in all launchings.
Yeah.
So
what
anyway,
I thought you have to thought as you are the user and you want to buy a phone. And I said her, okay, when I want to buy a new phone, I need to know, okay, how's the camera, how's the battery, how long it lasts, or what. So we include a PDF with all the specifications. So what I also would like to know, what is new here? So we made a carousel with all the new technologies, the new pen and the new all that. So you have to have also actions with the you have to think about you are the customer.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. What would you do?
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know why it's not running the RCS here.
It's our thank you slide.
Yeah, but this have to be run, but I don't know what is not working. So
anyway.
So that's all. And
anyway, from my side, thanks Mayte again to your team, Arantxa, that I know they work a lot for our campaign and for that reason.
No, but you're amazing, and so we're happy to share.
Completely open to some other operators that I think here is also Telefonica and Vodafone Mayte.
Ah.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Pero nadie como tú, Mayte.
Okay, so we'll share the next Samsung campaign with you and all the results and all our inputs and all that. So.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Next to you. Well, good morning, everybody. How am I going to follow that? I can't get a laugh that big. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm David Creaser-Benjamin, affectionately known as DCB, and I've brought the wonderful Dan Pearce along with me to talk about what we've been doing with local government. So a little bit different than the other use cases we've seen because it isn't anything to do with marketing, really. Can you tell everybody what's the specialism of Tel Solutions?
Okay, so Tel Solutions, we're a provider of communications for customer engagement, but we specialise really just in debt recovery, enforcement and local government. So it's all to do with recovering of income and missing income.
Indeed, so we're going to talk about debt recovery and we're going to talk about, for UK customers, it's going to be council tax. So it's going to be talking to, or trying to engage with people who are probably not in the best space. And Tel Solutions are really, really successful at doing this, using SMS and using email and using some of the other channels, but we were looking for ways to simplify that. And we were looking for ways that they could build trust. Because obviously you need the person at the other end to trust you. You need them to engage with the process as soon as possible. And you need that engagement to continue. So how do you go about doing that and what do you try? So we took a look at what happens today. So this is a really successful SMS campaign you guys run for how many councils is it now?
So we do up to about 145 councils, and in the UK there's about 330, 340 councils. Yeah. So we've got quite good coverage.
Yeah, so we picked, or they volunteered, Southwark Borough Council, who are quite a forward-thinking local government engine, and they're always willing to try something new. So this is their experience today. So SMS with a web form. Go straight to a web page, all quite familiar type scenarios, even not in debt, I imagine, for most of you. You get challenged with an ID. You have to put in your postcode before you're shown any information about what's going on. And then you get the web form. Web form tells you your account reference, tells you your address. I realise that address is nowhere near Southwark, for those of you who are from London. It's my address from Wiltshire, so please don't copy that. And then they give you all of the calls to action. And they're ordered based on what the council want, on directives that have come down from government. So obviously COVID help is top of mind. But then it's automated payment, it's paying online. There are about 9 options, I think. In the
That's
form.
right, yeah, 7 to 9 options. And it's all about engagement. You've got to give, particularly with debt recovery, you've got to give the customer as many options to pay or to engage with you as possible. So you've got to think about it in a debtor's perspective. They can't then use the excuse that you didn't give them a capability or an option.
Yeah, and you hit them with this fairly quickly in that life cycle. So this is one of the first outreaches. This isn't for people that are in huge debt problems that have got rolling issues. This is probably the first outreach for a missed payment. So we thought, right, well, we can definitely do better than that. And we can do it using RCS. So the biggest thing is getting them to trust you. It's obviously that, as everybody's mentioned, RCS is verified. It's got the full ID page, it's got the branding on there, and it's got the tick, which we're all training ourselves to use. So we also changed the order of what has to happen. Because you only actually need to ID if you need the information. So if you know how much you owe, or you know your account reference, you don't actually need to ID. You can go straight into making a payment, or you can reach straight out to the council for help. You can go and actually engage immediately. So we moved it.
Yeah.
And it's gone down behind all the options. So obviously this is a proof of concept. So we took every single option that's available on the web form and we used them in a carousel. Obviously some fairly simplistic imagery, but all done in the council's branding. It all sits in their language. So we've married up the things that people will have seen elsewhere. And obviously you can't fit all the options that we used on the screen. So like everybody else, let's see if Sam's managed to delete my video. You have, haven't you? Well, yeah, come on, skip forward. Here we go. Okay. So once again, it looks like you're only going to get a screenshot of my house instead of a video of the entire event, which is not brilliant, but never mind. So what we did, we sent this campaign out. We took all of the messages, I think, from Southwark Council for the first month, and we ran an RCS check against them. So we were doing it in real time. The council didn't have to change a thing about their process. Because they've already got this information, they've already got the telephone number, they've already got all the account details, which go straight out in that SMS form. So they didn't have to change anything at all. All they've done up until this point is to sign stuff off. So we took their options, put them in that carousel, we took the language and put it in front of them, and they've just gone, okay, yeah, that works. And then I will say they went through the UK Mobile Network's verification process, as was. If they're in the room, I think they're up there. It was really took quite a long time. Took about 6-7 weeks to do that bit. I am assured that they've changed it, so it will now be just a couple of weeks when the next one goes live. But once that's done, they've tried it on their phone and they've seen it, they're ready to put it in front of real customers. So what actually happened? So I've obviously spoiled the first statistic. That's the big one. Well, that's what I thought the big one was going to be. That's actually the average. We've done this a few times now, so that hides quite a range. On some campaigns, it was 40% higher. On one campaign, it was 70% higher. And there's literally no change in the process.
No, none at all.
The only thing that we've put in front of the customer is obviously an experience that they trust. Put it in front of them in a brand that they know, so obviously the council. And we've removed that element of ID to start off with. Some of those people just went, okay, click, carousel 1, yeah, forgot about that, done, made a payment. Others went through the whole journey and used their postcode, got identified. So I thought that was the big number. And then Dan invited me to his conference. And we sat up in front of, I don't know, about 40, 50 councils, and we showed them this. And then I went to another statistic. That one. And that's the one that got almost a cheer in the room. Because it is almost impossible to get someone in debt to engage. It's that.
Yeah, so generally if someone's in arrears, depends how, what they call distressed they are, getting them to engage is quite difficult because people will hide behind a screen. But if you can present something that's easy, that they can navigate, and it's visual in front of them, they tend to engage. But what David mentioned about the trust, traditional sort of text messages that are used by local government or letters, you get no feedback, no reporting. You don't actually understand the customer at all. So with RCS, we found that we could not only measure those that are willing to engage with us, but we could just see the immediate uplift and we could do something about it. And because the customer is still hidden behind a screen, they feel that because there is embarrassment with debt, I know it's a general conference, but because there is embarrassment with debt, they can hide behind the screen, but they can engage. So that's why we saw such a big uplift.
And this is the one that's got more councils interested.
Yeah.
Because once you've got somebody in a conversation, once you've let them know about the support that's available, and there is a lot of support at the moment, you know, we're all suffering to different degrees. So this is incredibly important. And again, I will say that's an average. So it hides, I think the highest was a 90% uplift versus SMS. And it's just getting that first engagement, that first conversation. It was uplifted into chat, uplifted into a call, or uplifted onto their online places where they already had these conversations. So I think for me, the next thing to really try is obviously to put the chat immediately there. So it's into the conversation. But as a proof of concept, it proves that that initial engagement can be gotten. So we wanted to double check, make sure that we were right, the reasons we were thinking. So we actually went and talked to people, or sent out surveys to talk to people about why they chose to engage with this, or why they liked it, or what they thought about the RCS experience. And so the first one was that. We all say we're training ourselves to look at those ticks. We all say that verification is brilliant. And we all say the reason for it is because people know it's you that they're talking to and they don't have to worry about being spammed. 90% of them agreed. That's exactly the verbatims that we got. I knew it was the council because it was that picture.
Yeah.
I knew it was the council because it had a tick on it. I was very happy. Happy was probably the wrong word. They were happy. They knew that they were talking to the right people. And they knew if they chose to make a payment, it was going to the right place. Last one on the board. 90% of them felt it was better than SMS.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us think that that's pretty much a given, because a huge amount of people in this room work with RCS all the time. We know it's rich. We know it's got carousels. We know the features are brilliant. But until you put it in front of the public and then test that theory, and for me, testing that theory in front of people that are probably not in the best place. You know, they're being hit with what is a bill and they don't need to pay it. And they still say it's a better experience. And they still felt reassured. So even when you're targeting people that are not in the best place, by giving them an incredibly simple way of interacting, by giving them an incredibly simple way of actually facing up to an issue and then engaging with it.
Can I just add, local authorities and all government, doesn't matter where you live, they can't choose their customers. So there is a requirement. They've got to understand the obligation they've got to pay. And that trust issue in the last 2 years, certainly in the United Kingdom, councils, for a lot of them, stopped recovery action during the COVID period. So they were just starting again now. And they didn't understand what was going to change or hit their customers. They wanted to be more cautious. Local authority members or councillors wanted that to be assured that the best help was given out to the residents who are receiving these messages. So the survey was very important to understand whether they felt more trust. And of course, as we've all seen, the amount of fake, scam messages have meant that the public's perception is they don't particularly want to click on links that are asking them to pay something. So it's proved even harder for authorities. So RCS has certainly helped that authority, and it's opened the door for, well, we've now got 6 projects coming on board in the next few weeks with other different authorities.
Yeah. And I think this is something that it can have a really, really positive impact. So when we look back to what Nick was saying this morning, there are lots of reasons to do RCS and to do it now. And this is just another set. So because Sam deleted the video, we have actually finished a couple of minutes early. So I'm going to annoy Susan and say, does anybody have any questions? Go for it. Oh. So I told you I was going to annoy her in more than ways than one. Can I run over? And you had to run up the stairs. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Have you managed to replicate those great results in any other mobile channel?
No.
Okay.
I think the web form, am I allowed to say sort of the success of the web form? So in terms of the actual engagement, about 30% of the people that get the SMS actually go through the ID process successfully. So unique customers, about 31%. But the uplifts that you get in RCS are all compared to the then SMS equivalent. So the people that have gone onto ID, have used the web form, chosen to make a payment.
That's right.
All of those numbers are over and above, and there isn't another channel that performs like that. Cool. Anybody else? No? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Thank you, Murray. I recognise the tones. Is that bad?
I was just going to ask the vulgar question of
on,
how quickly do you think you can sort of capitalise on the success of that trial and roll this out in a more mainstream way?
Within local government's never going to be quick. They don't adopt things. They're just not happening. It just so happened that I put in a call to a well-known, London Borough of Southwark are very forward-thinking and proactive. But on the basis of that, we presented at the beginning of June at a local authority conference that we organised for debt recovery and for revenues officers. Yep. So it's not as colourful as this one, it's for the grey people. But
I loved it, I had a great time.
But saying that, we've picked up 5 or 6, I'm just waiting for the sign off of 6 other local authorities, because they've all got to look at it, because if the alternative to this is going back to sending out letters or manual telephone calls based with staff at home, or text messaging or email. And bearing in mind, as I said before, they don't choose their customers and they don't hold your data. So unlike sort of a mobile company, they don't automatically have your telephone number or email address. They often have to go and obtain that from credit rating agencies or unless you've called in. So the adoption rates seem to be picking up very quickly as authorities want something that is proving to get that engagement, get the trust back with the public.
I will say the absolute strength of working with Tel Solutions is they're already partnered with a huge number of councils, and they offer the SMS and web form service to all of them. So actually the bare bones of creating the RCS, of actually creating that carousel, creating that engagement, the links, that all exists. So actually it's going to be the council's processing time for privacy and things like that that will make it take a little bit longer. In terms of building the RCS and actually developing it, certainly with WebEx's software, we will just be duplicating to a point, changing branding, changing colours, getting the approvals, and they'll be ready to go because the councils already use and do pass the mobile numbers over. So it's worth stating the councils have got to do zero technical change to get this live. Zero technical change to get that benefit. Cool. One other question. All right, one more. Definitely one more, 10 seconds.
Hi there. Very quickly, if you're looking at the banking sector, I know that credit management is a very sensitive issue for banks, especially around mortgages, mortgage arrears and so forth. Do you see this as a very transferable solution to banking arrears management?
So certainly, yes, it is. We've in the background, we've got another proof of concept with an enforcement company, and they handle banking debt. I can't discuss the portfolios that they're looking at, but some of that will incorporate mortgage debt, mortgage arrears. And again, it'll all be about trust. People aren't necessarily trusting in a text message because for many customers, this is the first time they've gone into debt as they hit the economic crisis. So they're not used to receiving something.
No. And I will say in the wider banking community, yes, absolutely. It is that verification that is absolutely key.
Yeah.
You know, people are suspicious of overdraft messages. People are suspicious of notifications. People are suspicious when you tell them that fraud has taken place on their account. Yeah. Because we're teaching people that SMS isn't safe, or SMS with a link certainly isn't safe. So this is absolutely transferable to that. In which case, thank you very much indeed.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nick Martin. I'm a co-founder at Direqt, and we bring rich content into the default messaging app using RCS. And we do this through a network of content chatbots where we power RCS experiences for the world's leading media brands, from Cosmopolitan to The Sun, The Independent, Men's Health, and so many more. And today, I'm going to introduce you to one of our favorite content partners, the amazing Hollywood.com. But before I do that, let me just quickly set the stage as to why we think content is critical for RCS. And it all begins with the end consumer. As humans, content has always been how we stay up to date and informed with what's going on in the world through news. It's also how we find entertainment, relieve stress, alleviate boredom. But now, increasingly, content has become fundamental to the way that we communicate with one another. In fact, 78% of Gen Z consumers say that they leave the messaging conversations that they're having some or all of the time, specifically to go find a piece of content and bring that back into that same messaging conversation. Millennials say the same thing. 82% of millennials report the exact same behavior. And this is not just a trend that is for the digital natives or younger generations. Across all demographics, the average consumer is now spending north of 8 hours a day with digital content. And so hopefully everybody in this room gets about 8 hours of sleep. And then we all go to work for probably about 8 hours. And that means that every other waking second of our day is filled with content. And so given this, it's not surprising that some of the smartest companies in the world, the social media platforms, spend millions to billions of dollars incentivizing the creators of content to distribute that content on their platform. Let me give you one quick example. Facebook pays the New York Times, a single news publisher, $20 million a year just for the New York Times to post their articles on Facebook. And at Direqt, we bring this same incredible content into consumers' favorite app, Messages by Google. And today we're working with 150 different content titles, and these are the who's who of media. Collectively, the publishers Direqt works with generate north of 8 billion visits across their properties online today. And so these are companies that know how to create compelling content that consumers want to spend time with. And with Direqt, our publishers today are giving us over 30,000 unique stories that we can distribute in any given month through the RCS channel. And they're global. They produce content in 25 languages covering 150 plus countries. And so for the international attendees in the room today, at Direqt, we probably have something that your consumers would love. And so with all that being said, I'm going to step aside and let you guys meet Heather Attah, the Chief Marketing Officer at Hollywood.com, to get her perspective on why Hollywood is using RCS to build an audience in the default messaging app. Heather?
Thanks, Nick. So how many of you in the audience have heard of Hollywood.com? Okay, so I have a job to do here today and a job to do when I get home. So our goal at Hollywood.com is to be the official global website of Hollywood. And you know what? We're off to a pretty good start. So back to the early days of online digital publishing nearly 2 decades ago, Hollywood.com was paving the way for online entertainment content. And today we have over 300,000 articles on our site about everything from movie news to award shows, red carpet coverage, a pretty cool content segment on the intersection between Broadway and Hollywood. Someone talked about Hamilton earlier, so that was a good plug. And ultimately, we are a team of disruptors. We're led by 2 co-CEOs, Mitch Rubinstein and Laurie Silvers, who have been disrupting the entertainment space for decades. They're the co-founders of the Sci-Fi Channel, Broadway.com, MovieTickets.com, and an esports company called Misfits Gaming Group. And ultimately, why it really comes down to 5 core reasons why we're using RCS. So the first thing we know about our customers, the visitors who come to Hollywood.com to read our content, and Google Analytics and other data platforms tell us this, is they're coming on a mobile device. And so RCS gives us the opportunity to be right there in a different way on that device that consumers are already choosing to use to read our content. So the second reason that we're using RCS isn't just about expanding our mobile presence with our pre-existing audience, because as marketers, it's all about creating new audiences as well. And so through the Direqt partnership and product Direqt galleries, we can reach a whole new audience we don't already have on Hollywood.com. And then ultimately, probably one of the most exciting of these 5 reasons is your ability to create a one-to-one relationship with our readers. It's virtually something we can do in no other channel, and really not even another digital channel. And as our history has told you, we're a team of early adopters. We like to be breakthrough. We like to disrupt the space, right? We disrupted Hollywood in the early 90s when we were the first website in America to post movie showtimes online. We came back in 2021 and shocked Hollywood again when we started a ban paparazzi campaign. Hollywood.com has vowed to never post another paparazzi photo on our site that was taken without celebrity consent. And so how do we disrupt Hollywood even more? Well, 60 days ago, we announced the launch of our new ticketing app that's available on the Android and the iOS devices. Whole new way to buy tickets online, starting with movie tickets in the US market. So RCS fits in. It's who we are. Disrupt the space, lead the way. And so that success as an early adopter, we're pretty sure is true with RCS. But ultimately, this is Hollywood. This is huge. This is big. This is global. We had to ask Nick and Mike and John, is it going to be able to scale? Because we're after big things. We're after being the global website of Hollywood. And so the built-in scale and the global reach is really attractive to us at Hollywood.com. But ultimately, it's 25 years of creating content, right? I said we started back in the 90s with creating articles, paving the way for award show and celebrity content. And so how do we take that content and make it something new? Well, how do we make it a conversation? And that answer is RCS. Users can come to us through the Direqt platform. They can request content that they are interested in. No more marketing meetings about what goes on the homepage and what goes in the top right-hand corner and what gets that placement. Direqt and RCS are able to let a user request exactly what they want and deliver that, and specifically that, to them. And then these users can engage with that content in a whole different format of storytelling. Isn't that what Hollywood is? The world's best storyteller? But ultimately, I'd be lying if I said this is the reason we're using RCS. You know, it really comes down to the performance. It's taking a reader and turning them into a daily subscriber, and ultimately into a subscriber of Hollywood's content, into a user of our ticketing apps, and into a lifelong customer. So it all comes down to the numbers. The data presentation earlier, I had the benefit of sitting way in the back for, and I could see how many people were taking out their phones and just consuming that data because it was so impressive. And that's really what we're seeing at Hollywood.com. We're early in this adoption of RCS, but the metrics are pretty impressive. We're seeing 1 in 3 initial chatters become daily subscribers of our content. That's not a conversion rate we're really seeing in any other channel. We're seeing 9.5 messages be sent back and forth between us and the consumer. Someone had a great example earlier of how many times you go in the store and kind of ask the clerk 9 and I don't know how you would ask a half question, but how do you ask 9 questions? These are average numbers. And ultimately, the conversation's lasting just over a minute. This is impressive for us, and we're really excited about the prospects of RCS in getting more people to know about Hollywood.com and making RCS and Direqt a place where Hollywood happens. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I promise we're not going to sing, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So, hello, everybody. So my name's Nick, and I'm joined here with Saba today. So I look after the team in Europe at Kaleyra, and Saba, a much more well-known brand, Oxfam, is here today as well. So I will just say a big, huge thanks to Saba for making it this week, by the way. Saba had her first child only about 5 months ago. So thank you for joining us. And when my colleague earlier mentioned about 8 hours sleep, I heard Saba kind of giggle next to me, because obviously that's only something you can dream of. So just very quickly, we're only probably going to keep you five or 10 minutes, yet whenever I say that, it tends to go a bit longer. But let me just talk quickly about who we are. As I say, you no doubt have heard of Oxfam, but you may never have heard of Kaleyra. So we've been in the industry for a long time. We sell lots of messages to brands across the globe. And we're listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and basically we're a CPaaS provider. I think in the room today, we've got a split of kind of 3 different areas. We've got brands here, we've got partners, and we've got the likes of Kaleyra, who are CPaaS providers. So I won't dwell on that any longer, but just to tell you our story with Oxfam, which hopefully you'll find interesting and useful. What we decided to do was do something a bit different, a bit new, a bit innovative with the use of RCS. So what we actually did was combine 2 services. We combined RCS, which is obviously the visual channel, like you would have through an online YouTube type channel or TV or something else. We saw RCS being that. That's really the marketing medium. And what we did was we tried to close the loop, which we have a solution in-house called mobile payments. So this could be payments to your mobile device, which in this example it is, or it could be Google Pay or something else. But this is what we've done with Oxfam. We've combined these 2 technologies together, which hopefully Saba can kind of talk you through next.
Yeah, so to understand the flow, a bit of background. At Oxfam, we use text to donate mainly for SMS. So whenever we have an emergency, we send out a text message saying, would you like to donate? And then people send in a text, and then that's how we get their donations. So we haven't really done any acquisition pieces with SMS. So when we were given this opportunity to do RCS, we thought, well, let's use it to say thank you to our supporters. We can't, because of GDPR, go out to everybody who we have on our database, so only our warm audiences. So we started, or sort of followed through a conversation saying thank you to those people who have donated, and then asking if they would like to set up a regular gift. So this wasn't a single gift, this was a subscription, and in the carousel we had £3, £5 and £10 that we would collect every month from them. It worked really well, mainly because you can report on RCS, which you can't do on SMS, so we had a 58% read rate that was really good. And I think going in the future, what we're hoping to do with RCS is probably to do more acquisition pieces, so to do single giving. So as you can see, that's what we did. So I think going forward, single gifts, and I think what really worked well as well, because of text to donate, you have to use a short code. You can't use Oxfam GB. So as we were talking about before with trust and accountability, with RCS, you have the verified tick. You can see that it's Oxfam. We do get hit with a lot of scammers. We do get calls whether, the text message they have received from us is legitimate. So I think that's one of the big pulling forces that we can use with RCS. Another point is the fact that at the moment with text messages and text to donate, there's about a 24% failed donation rate, which we can't really get around. But with RCS, we can incorporate Google Pay, we can incorporate linking to the website, which you can't really do on a flow with an SMS in 180 characters. So hopefully we could capture the 24% failed donation rate and convert them. So yeah.
Great. So yeah, as I said, I think it's a quick presentation. Tomorrow we'll talk through some other use cases from Kaleyra. And look, this hasn't been easy. It looks quite straightforward, quite simple, but some of the integrations that we've done, wasn't straightforward. But it kind of leads us on to other things, and that's kind of what we're seeing now. is that kind of, using the power of the brand of Oxfam, doing something that, is good for the world as well, we believe, kind of has this snowball effect. And not just for us, it's, we're here to really try and give this part of the industry a shot in the arm to kind of really get RCS and rich messaging going. So, as I say, it's not all been plain sailing. We would like to have got more donations. And I think, some of the lessons that we've learned are that we could have probably crafted the messages and the images, added more video in, those types of things, maybe made the call to action a little bit more straightforward, which we're doing in kind of subsequent campaigns. But we'll talk as well tomorrow about some of the challenges that we have around RCS. From my perspective, I kind of sit a large part of my time with clients, with partners, really trying to get these things going. And as I say, I think we still have a lot of challenges there, which we'll talk through tomorrow. So I think we've finished sort of well ahead of time. Shall we finish there? Or does anybody have any questions for myself or Saba? We clearly did a good job, I think.
I just wanted to mention as well that there's a lot of red tape in regards to text to donate. As you can see in the flow, that we needed a PIN because we need to have a double opt-in when you're asking for somebody to start a monthly subscription. So it is quite difficult sitting from an Oxfam's perspective to actually use this medium. But also with RCS, it's really good the fact that we can show our benefactors' faces. That's a big thing that we learn in Oxfam, is that whenever you put a face to the campaign, you'll get a higher conversion rate. So, yeah. I think that's it.
Good morning, everyone. We are here to present success story with Bank Opel. Bank Opel focused its market on people who are usually excluded from financial system in Mexico. This means people who cannot provide fully proof of income. So that's why it's very relevant what they are doing. They operate more than 1,100 branches all over the country. And these figures are getting higher. The fact is that they are working with more than 35 million clients, and they are the second debit card issuer in Mexico, and the third one when it comes to credit cards. The context: remittances are a huge part of the gross domestic product in Mexico. They are the 4% of the income for our country, especially family remittances. And the fact is that for Mexico, this is really relevant. We are the third largest recipient, or the third largest payer when it comes to remittances, only behind China and India. So most of them come from the US. It's the 95%. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, this figure went higher. This is currently the 97% of those remittances come from the US to Mexico. And Bank Opel is the second remittances payer in Mexico. So they got a huge market share. When we launched these campaigns, they had more than 80% of the market, 18% of the market share, and now they got more than 27%. So they have been growing up a lot on that segment. And what we did actually with them was, when we launched the first campaigns, we were using SMS, and we were doing good, actually. The figures were high, but we used to attach a link from a shortener. So we realized that many of the clicks came from second-hand sources and were not part of the click messages that we were delivering to the final users. So when we started using RCS, what we realized is that people were calling their families from the US to agree the way they were going to receive that money, and they were going to agree the way that they were supposed to pay that remittance to the family in Mexico. And that's how we cross data and media with roaming figures and roaming profiles from telcos in Mexico, and we realized that the decision was made on Thursdays especially, and before the weekend. So we started running these different campaigns, and the conversion rate come from the 30% that we were having from the very beginning to more than 71%. Credit card benefits. This was a A/B testing campaign. We were providing the user different options to realize what was very relevant for them, and which was the higher open rate. We got 8 times the open rate after running these campaigns, and the redemption rate was 22% higher than it was for the previous campaigns that we were running with credit cards. We also have something very similar to Black Friday in Mexico, which is El Buen Fin. And during the Buen Fin, we used to run exactly the same A/B testing experiment with the whole base of users. And the results were very relevant as well. The ROI was higher than 22%. And, well, the results were even more relevant for us because we were not working with users who were constantly using the service. We were using the RCS channel to approach to those users which were not active anymore and were not using the products constantly. That's why it was very impressive what we arranged and the results that we were getting after these campaigns. Then we started using carousels, and this was a security code management campaign. What happened with this campaign? Even when Bancoppel is considered a bank for people because they work with the base of pyramid, they are working with a huge base of users in Mexico. They are very responsible, and they are acquiring technology constantly in order to fulfill security requirements. This was a campaign for the use of a digital token in order to provide the user a special code for online payments. And what they actually discovered is that there were some users who used to have already the code and were using it effectively. And they had newcomers acquiring this technology, and they had people who didn't have the mobile app already downloaded, so they have to work on app acquisition, app installation, code acquisition as well at the same time. So the carousel usually is used to reveal preferences from the users, but in this case, they were interactive with different pathways and different customer journeys and different stages of that customer journey. So it was a very different approach to use this tool. And we got excellent results with that. The app installation went 3 times higher, and the upcoming calls to solve any doubt went 22% higher after running this campaign, and almost twice the dynamic security code use. So this was a very creative way to use the carousel option of the RCS. What is important? We learned a lot working with Bankoppel. Actually, we have been working with them for 10 years now. It has been an amazing experience. It has been an amazing journey as well for us as company, and a partner of them. And what we actually learned was that context was relevant, but even more, we, as the aggregator who was working with this channel, we have some other data that we can cross, and we had other media that we can use in order to enrich the user or the final user experience. This was a clear example. We had the roaming profiles. We also had the telcos data, which is available in Mexico as another product for 2 telcos. In Mexico, they are actually using this data for other purposes, and it is available for the brands to incorporate it as well. And it was possible to bring them together and to create new experiences for the final customer. And this was very meaningful, because otherwise we were not able to reach this very high conversion rate. The other part is that we were not working with constant or with heavy users. We were working with people who has not used this service for 6 months or for the previous 6 months. So we were not sure that this conversion could actually work. And finally, Bankoppel has been doing great in creating this top-of-mind strategy for people who are in the US trying to pay family remittances. And it was just like creating momentum for them to realize that it was the best option.
Yes. Well, I want to talk more about Bankoppel and how we feel about RCS channel. We feel like pioneers in this using this tool. So we didn't know exactly how to use it and how to make this to take this message to the clients, right? So we thought, okay, we have the moment, we have the context, which was COVID time. So we want the people to know that they could send money to their families in Mexico with the bank account. So you didn't have to leave the house or go to the bank or anything. You just was in your home and received the money. So we think that the media, or well, the channel, RCS channel, was the better way for us to give the client the information that they need in that exactly moment. And in, I don't know, in this layout is so different, and the people understood very well, so we were so happy about it. So you can see the results. And also, I can say that since we have these results, we have been using RCS for different campaigns, for all our different products nowadays, from debit card, credit card,
digital loan,
digital loans, and all different loans that we have. And it's nowadays it's a BOW channel. It's like a business as usual, and we have that let us personalize our campaigns. That is nowadays a big trend, no, of communication of our campaigns.
Well, the other lessons that we learned throughout this process was that we were discovering the final customer behavior. So we actually improved the open rate and take advantage of those campaigns that were already there, but the user was not discovering them after all. So the channel was a great approach to do that. And after that, this carousel for customer journey was a very creative way to use this channel. It was even a surprise for us as a partner that the user were very clear about the customer journey that we were trying to reinforce with this kind of campaign. It was very successful campaign, and even because of the acquisition was great. And especially we were kind of unsure when we launched it, actually, because we thought that we were going to confuse, or it was going to be quite confusing, but it was not. It was actually very intuitive for the user what they had to do after this. So the results were very high, and it was very precise to solve doubts. So thank you so much. We are always grateful, and we're always thankful of working with you guys.
And we're improving the communication too, so don't worry.
Yes. So we are waiting, and we are expecting for the upcoming campaigns with you. Thank you.
Around the world in like an hour and a half. So yeah, I feel like I want to go on holiday now. I don't know about you, but that was fantastic. Really brilliant to see the pioneers showing us how it's done. So now get in for a treat. We have got a 20-year veteran of conversation design. He joined Google over 5 years ago. Check this, to design the persona of Google Assistant, which I think is pretty good. If you never have a good job again, I think that's the job title you want to share with everyone. Now he has just been promoted, congratulations. He has a new title of Senior AI Conversation Design Strategist. But before I bring him on, one thing I'm really impressed about is probably he has the most impressive biog of anyone today of our speakers. And the thing I particularly loved was the fact he used to talk and try and train his little robot toys to talk back. And apparently as a child, they never really did, so his toys didn't talk back. I've been doing this for 20 years with my son, and I'll tell you what, he has talking back far too much. So let's bring him on. It is the one, it's the only Wally Brill.
Wow. Good afternoon, sensation seekers. Thank you for being here, and thank you for hanging out. I know it's a rush to lunch, but we'll get there. How many of you guys are Dublin natives? Yeah, a few. So another Dublin native, George Bernard Shaw, interestingly enough, he presaged a lot of what goes on now, because when the transatlantic cable was first laid, a journalist said to him, Mr. Shaw, what do you think about the new transatlantic cable? And he said, very good, but what will they say on it? So that's what we're going to talk about, what we say on things. I'm going to move quickly because we have a lot to talk about. William Burroughs said, Language is a virus from outer space. And if you think about language for a second, it is a bit like a virus. It mutates, it changes all the time, it spreads, it goes everywhere. And I like this quote from Danielle Creddick from our empathy lab at Google, who says, relationship is basically a series of points over time that build into this colored and textured topography of experience. Every time we interact with any kind of digital media, the thing is that experience has to be smooth. It has to be perfect, because any bump is going to cause distrust. It's going to cause concern. It may just cause people to drop out of the experience. So we need those experiences to be solid, and we need them to be useful and easy to use. This is me. My name is Wally Brill, as you may know. I've been doing this for 20 years, talking to robots and teaching them to talk back. But I'm going to just tell you about some jobs I've had really quickly. I was a cab driver in New York. I was a dishwasher for a while. That was exciting. I was a record producer for about 20 years. I was also a DJ on Radio Caroline North Sea. I don't know if any of you have ever heard Radio Caroline. It's before your time a little bit, maybe. That was me when I was in the music business. Then I became, here's the thing. I really wanted to create an interactive piece of music, something where you could possibly change plot lines in an opera or something, right? So like a choose-your-own-adventure story. So I became what's called a voice user interface designer. This is going back to 1999. And that discipline has carried on to this day. And we just call ourselves conversation designers now. But it's the same thing. And now I talk to AI, which is even more fun. But let's talk about conversation design. What is conversation design? Well, here's an example of a way to think about it.
Conversation design incorporates natural, real-world conversational behaviors into the interactions between users and machines.
Natural, real-world conversational behaviors. That's exactly what we're talking about here today. We're talking about natural conversation. We're talking about conversations that everybody in the world can engage in because they're so natural and people understand how to deal with them. So let's talk about language for a second. We think that language is magical, right? You can describe anything from the hotel we're staying in to this beautiful conference room, all kinds of things. You can describe anything with language, right? It's amazing. But it's also very powerful because the very structure of how language is used carries a lot of meaning. So what's conversation? It's interactive communication between two or more people, right? Or people and robots. I'm going to move quickly because we have a lot to cover. But the thing about language and the thing about conversation is that people really don't have a sense of what's right or wrong. There is no real wrong in language. There's no wrong in conversation. It's just the way you use things. It's just the way you talk about things, right? And do you remember how many of you guys, when you were in school, got taught prescriptive rules of grammar, right? My favorite was, you cannot end a sentence with a preposition. Can't do it, not allowed. Well, where did that come from? I could say to you, excuse me, what room are we in? And that's a perfectly valid thing to say in the English language. So where did this come from? Well, I'm glad you asked. Henry VIII had this idea that the English language should be put down as rules and codified. So he got a load of grammarians and he said, do it. And basically what they did was they cast around to look for what was the most wonderful language in the world. And they decided that was Latin. And so they lifted and shifted a bunch of the rules of Latin and dropped them on the English language. One of them is you can't end a sentence with a preposition. Why? Because in Latin, you can't end a sentence with a preposition. It can't be done. So don't believe everything they tell you. So what's the difference between written and spoken language? So written language is more formal. It's persistent. It stays on the page. If I want to know what came before, I can look down. If I want to know what's coming, if I want to know what came before, I can look up. If I want to know what's coming soon, I look down the page, right? It's there. It's going to stay there. So we're much more careful when we put things down in written form. On the other end of the spectrum is informal or spoken language, right? Spoken language is very casual. It's a signal. It goes through your head. If you don't catch it when it's passing, you're going to miss it. It's ephemeral, right? It just comes and goes. And where does messaging fall in this? Well, it's closer to spoken language than it is to written language. As said by Dr. Carolyn Tagg, language of text is closer to spoken, right? Now, where did conversation come from? So scientists believe that we had been conversing for about 150,000 years, which is quite a long time, right? But what happened was an ancestor of both Neanderthal and Homo sapiens was discovered. And that ancestor had in their throat what's called the hyoid bone. Now, this was really interesting to me because I have more Neanderthal DNA than most of the population, which explains my lantern jaw. But that's the hyoid bone. That's what we were talking about. That holds the tongue in place and allows us to form sounds and shape words. So now the belief is we may have been speaking and communicating as long as 350,000 years. And in that time, we've developed conventions of conversation. They're hardwired. They're right, built right into us. We learn them before we can walk. We learn them before we can even talk. Now, one of these things is prosody. Now, I was thinking about how to explain prosody. Prosody is the music of speech, the way, at the end of a question, I may raise, my pitch. I may go, "What room are we in?" Right? That's a question. Or, "We're in the conference room." That's a statement. It falls at the end, right? So that's prosody. Now, there are 4 ways that I can think of that I can say the words, "I should go." And they mean completely different things. They're totally ambiguous. Look, I should go, me. Not you, me. I should go. I should go, but I don't really want to. It's going to mean traveling. It's going to mean hanging out at the airport for hours, waiting on lines. Do I really want to do that? But I should go. I should go. It's time. I got to go. I should go. And the last one is, I should go. Should I? Should I go? Don't say yes. So check out this. This is a couple of kids who demonstrate prosody before they even have language. These kids don't have words, but they can communicate very clearly because they have prosody. Do you want to roll that? I was going to the store and then you got in my way, right? It's just, it's there. It's in the music. It's in the rhythm. It's in everything that these kids say. They have a sense of language without having words. So another thing is the cooperative principle. Now, the cooperative principle was discovered by a man named Paul Grice, who is a philosopher of language. And basically what he said was, when you and I have a conversation of any kind, we both want the other to succeed. We want the conversation to move forward. So what do? We're truthful, informative, relevant, and clear. Truthful, informative, relevant, and clear. And how we do that is what he decided were the maxims, right? Grice's maxims. And Grice's maxims are maxim of quality. In other words, tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. Just tell me the truth. That'll keep the conversation on track. Maxim of quantity. Don't tell me more stuff than I need to know. Relevance. Be on topic, right? And finally, manner. Don't be ambiguous. Don't use language that I don't understand. And all of this relates to the way we message, and it all relates to business messaging, right? The same rules apply. Now, we have these things so built and ingrained into us that we do what's called flouting. And flouting the maxims means turning them on their heads. So at Google, we all participate in interviewing candidates who want to work at Google. And it's an important process. But here's a situation where Alex says to Dion, so how was the candidate in the interview yesterday? And Dion goes, well, he had beautiful Italian shoes. What's Dion saying here? She's saying, there is nothing I can say that would recommend this candidate. This candidate just had good shoes, but not really a good candidate for us. Right? That's flouting the maxim. That's using sarcasm. And check this out.
I could use a drink.
Do you know the eagle?
Now, Mary has no interest in ornithology. She does not care about birds. But what's she saying here? He says, I could use a drink. She says, do you know the Eagle? What she's really saying is, there's a bar nearby. It's called the Eagle. They serve drinks, and we could go there after work if you want to. That's 4 completely different things in one statement. Do you know the Eagle? Right? Computers have a really hard time with this. Another thing is grounding. When you and I have a conversation, we want to get on the same page together. So here's one. Do you know who the president is? And you say, of France? And I go, no, the US. And you go, oh, you mean Joe Biden? I go, yep. Right? We've grounded the conversation. Now we know what we're talking about. We're both in agreement. Let's talk about brevity and warmth for a second. This is really important because we tend to be very succinct when we create messaging, right? But here's the thing. What would you say was a better response to something like how are you doing? Now, I just want to preface this by saying, did any of you see the movie Amadeus? Anybody see it a while ago? Right. So in Amadeus, the king says to Amadeus, too many notes, there are too many notes. As conversation designers, very often people will say to us, too many words, make it shorter, right? It should be much more succinct. Well, we did a load of research, and we looked at the responses to how are you doing? And we looked at how people felt about them. Well,
I'm doing.
Oh, that didn't play.
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. What can I help you with?
Versus.
Great. What can I help you with?
The one on the right is shorter, but people greatly appreciated the one on the left more because it was warmer. It felt better. It reached out to them a little more. It seems like a silly small thing, but it's not. It's important. So what we're trying to say here is we want to teach the robot to text and speak human. We do not want to teach people how to text and speak robot, right? The more natural the conversation is, the more successful it will be because people know what to do because they have all this stuff built into them that we just talked about how to have a conversation. It's all there. So how do we do this? Let's get down to some brass tacks. When we create conversations of any kind, as designers, what we do is we have the conversation or we write the conversation. We call these sample dialogues. And basically, we will go end to end through any interaction. And very often, 2 designers will sit down together, and one of them will play a system, and one of them will be a user. And they'll just sit down and have the conversation over and over and over until it's beautiful. And then what they'll do is they'll write it down, and that will be what we use, right? But they do it for every major path through the interaction. And why do we do that? Well, if you think about how specification documents look, the first prompt or the first thing that the bot says may be on page 5. The next thing, due to conditions, might be all the way over there on page 127. How do you know that those things are going to match up and feel like a natural progression? Well, you can't. It may feel broken unless you've created it as a sample dialogue first. So it's a great trick. It really helps. It really makes things much better. Here's a typical sample dialogue. Hey, G, how tall is Barack Obama? Barack Obama's 6'2". Anyway, you can see it looks like this. Now, let's get down to the meat of this. Let's talk about persona. How many of you brought a persona with you today? Well, it's a trick question because you all did, but I'll explain. So there is no such thing as no persona. The question that comes up is, what does AI text like? What does it speak like? What does it sound like? Does anybody know? Well, imagine that scary space aliens came to Earth and they had halitosis and they were really horrible and slimy, and they knew that if people saw them, they would freak out and run away. So they'd have to take on a way of looking and a way of speaking that would be more in line with what people expected, right? So the same thing is true of AI. We have to create a persona. And brands all have a persona, whether they design them or not. And you must design the persona for your brand, because otherwise, if you leave it to chance, well, I'll tell you later what happens. It's a bad thing. So what is a persona? Dictionary defines it as the face you show to the world. It's the who of who you are. It's what people take away when they meet you. For a brand, it's the impression they have of the brand, right? Everybody's got a persona. You all brought them with you. Thank you. It's what makes us individuals and separates us one from another, right? But it's not just words anymore. It's visual content. It's interaction design. You know, how verbose are the prompts? How short are they? What do the messages look like? It's also typography, because Comic Sans says something completely different from Times New Roman, right? So all of these details are very important. And when you start talking about voice, which is, you know, where I live a lot, Cliff Nass and Scott Brave did a little research at Stanford and discovered this, that when people hear any voice, they automatically and unconsciously assign a personality to it. It happens within 2 seconds, right? When you hear somebody on the phone or when you get a text message, you have a sense of who is communicating with you, right? Because of the language they use, because of how they sound if it's audio, or how they write if it's text. In voice, we get things like age, gender, education level, register, which is the social status of the entity in relation to me, and also a sense of locale if they have an accent. In the text world, you don't get all of this, but you certainly get a sense. You get a sense of age, you get a sense of gender, you get a lot of information. But we also infer intelligence, trustworthiness, and likability, all in that first 2 seconds of hearing or reading something. And as James Jangola, who was the godfather of conversational interactions, said, if you don't design it, the user will design it for you because it's in their imagination. Here's a cautionary tale for anybody working with a brand with text. Major department store, big chain across the United States. I won't name them. No, I really won't name them. But basically, their demographics were mostly female, 40s and up. You know, it was pretty clear. They needed a bot as a help agent, but people who were using this bot could be stressed because they needed help with things, right? But what they did was they brought in a copywriter who had probably never worked on this technology before and went, yeah, I can do something that's interactive. This is going to be fun. So the first prompt for this application that was for women 40-something and up said, Hi, I'm your virtual agent. Before we get started, let me show you how I roll. It's completely inappropriate language. And language matters, right? So to show you how much persona actually impacts things, we created two airlines that don't exist. On the left is Important Airlines. They're like a national flag carrier. You know, there's one in Great Britain that you could think of that wears a lot of blue. And on the right is Millennial Airlines, who say, it's an awesome day to fly, right? So how do we design a persona for these things? Well, you got to do the steps. First, you understand the brand, you interview the stakeholders, you review the advertising materials, all this stuff, all the good stuff. Experience the product, get on an airplane, take a trip, right? Visit the contact center. I love contact centers. The world turns on the contact center. We want to check out social media, blah, 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 and visit retail if there's a retail component. So now we understand the brand. The Important Airlines brand, conservative, solid, confident, expert, reliable, straightforward, and safe, right? No surprises. You know what you're going to get. Millennial, on the other hand, bold, hip, fun, friendly, exciting, delightful, completely different kind of brand. Next, we need to understand who's going to use this thing, right? So we want to review the context and the user journey, user demographics, all that good stuff. We want to learn about the user. Now, the Important Airlines customer is like a business traveler. A friend of mine who's a steward on one of those national flag carriers in the United Kingdom told me the other day that there's only going to be about 4 rows of economy on those airplanes in the future. Everything else is going to be business class because that's where the money's made. So these are business travelers. They're high value, frequent flyers, road warriors, that kind of thing. Millennial Airlines customers are very different. They're younger. They may be taking the kids to Orlando or something. They might be taking a surfboard to Thailand for a quick surfing holiday. Infrequent users, much lower price point, right? What's the task? The task is flight information, or FLIFO. Is my flight delayed? Is it on time? Has it been canceled? Right? So back to that Important Airlines brand, conservative, solid, confident, expert, reliable, straightforward, and safe. I should have memorized these by now. So we created a persona for Important Airlines by modeling an old school, upstairs, downstairs, traditional English butler. And we called him Terence Butler. We don't use the name externally. I just used it, internally for the team. Terence is 56. He is a butler. He's 5'11". He's a little bit heavy because that affects the sound of his voice. In this case, we were using voice as well. And he went to the Ivor Spencer International School for Butler Administrators, which actually exists in North London. I'm going there after this, I think. So here's a sample interaction that would be a text exchange, for example. Good morning, you're through to Important Airlines. Are you Wally Brill? That's right. Thank you, and do you require information regarding your flight to London today, right? Look at those two spots. You're through to, do you require information regarding? This is very old school language. This is really, really traditional language. Now, what would happen with Millennial, who have such a totally different brand? What kind of persona would we build for them? Well, we created a 26-year-old gate agent from San Francisco International Airport called Helen Highwater. Helen Highwater. These are the only jokes you're going to get today. Enjoy them. Anyway, Helen, she's 26 years old. She's a gate agent. She lives in a 3-bedroom flat in the Mission District in San Francisco, which is kind of the hipster neighborhood. She shares it with a software developer, as one does, and with a woman in med school. She's going out with Gary, who's the drummer in a band called the Ironic 3. Why are they ironic, you ask? Because there are 4 members. Only jokes you're going to get. Anyway, So what does Helen text like? She uses the brand statement, Millennial Airlines, it's an awesome day to fly. Is this Wally? I go, yep. She goes, great, do you want info about your flight to London? Same 2 spots, right? This is the same stuff that we saw Terence talking about, but he talked about it completely differently. Do you require information regarding your flight to London today? Right? Very different. And what if they were voice interactions? What would that sound like? So here's important airlines, Terence.
Okay.
What?
Okay, Google. Talk to important airlines.
Getting important airlines.
Good morning. You're through to Important Airlines. Am I speaking with Wally?
That's right.
Thank you. And do you require information regarding your flight to London today?
Yes.
Kind of comes to life with voice. And what about millennial? Be totally different.
Oh.
What?
Okay, Google. Talk to Millennial Airlines.
Getting Millennial Airlines.
Millennial Airlines. It's an awesome day to fly. Is this Wally?
Yep.
Great. Do you want info about your flight to London today?
That's right.
Do you want info? As opposed to, do you require information regarding? Right? Very, very different. Totally different brands, totally different language. And forget about the voice part. Just in terms of text, it carries a lot of information. So I just want to leave you with the thought that when you're creating any sort of interactive communication, you want to keep it natural. In fact, we've got some takeaways. We already said customers want to be cooperative. They want the conversation to move forward. The more natural the interaction, the more successful it's going to be because people know how to interact with something that speaks their language or texts their language. Every bot has a persona with no exceptions, right? Even the simplest phrase, the simplest thing that comes across as text carries information. And finally, design the persona to enhance the brand. Use it, leverage it, enjoy it, make it work for you. So I'll leave you with this. The scary aliens, what were they going to do when they created a persona? Well, I think they might have used something like this. And with that, I shall stop.
I'm pretty confident we'll have some questions. Anyone want to ask a question? Oh. Well, while you're all shy, I've got a question for you while everybody's shy. So, with the Scottish accent, I'm really surprised that voice can pick up most of what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But how do they learn that? Do they go into the region to learn the dialect?
We train them. We train them to learn dialect. They basically, speech recognition should be able to understand accents from basically everybody now. There are a couple of languages we don't cover, but they're very, very few and far between. We cover pretty much everything. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we do have a question up there.
Oh, one up there.
So there's outside.
Thank you, Wally, for that brilliant and very interesting presentation. I have a very simple question. Can one brand have multiple personas depending on who they are talking to?
I believe that's a really good idea because you may have completely different bands of demographics. So I would say the language may change. It may be very similar, but the language will change a little bit.
Anyways, yeah.
Hi, Annabelle.
You presented both textual messaging as well as voice messaging. Could you maybe stress on one or two big differences between a conversation design for textual versus voice?
Sure. Conversation design for voice in some ways carries more emotion. because there is that sound in it, right? And we respond to the sound of a voice. But a lot of that affect can be put into the text, as we saw with Terence versus Helen, right? You can carry a lot of that in the text, but you know, I turned it into a voice interaction as well, just because I love doing voice interactions. But there is a bit of a difference, and I would just say to you, I think a lot of opportunities are missed in messaging, because we can engage the user even more. We can wrap our arms around them by using the language they expect, and we can make them feel comfortable and confident. It doesn't have to have voice attached to it. Does that help? Cool. Anything else? Oh, there's one at the back. Of course, it's all the way over on the other side.
There's one here.
Oh, there's one here too.
David?
Okay, I'll be into it. Thank you very much for that. What are the most common mistakes that you come across when you're talking to brands, mistakes that they make in designing their conversations?
Well, the department store one was an obvious one. Not understanding your audience, not doing the work to really get what kind of information, what kind of messaging is going to work for them. What else do I see? I see a lot of abruptness. I see people being a little too abrupt. It's okay to have a few more words. You know, it makes, like we saw in the example, it makes people feel a little better, feel more engaged, rather than being very clipped. So that's probably the key thing, I would say.
Quick question, Wally. Do you think there are any... Do you think there are any restrictions in terms of use cases or industries or verticals in terms of the application of messaging and conversations as an engagement?
Wow, that's a great question. I've never thought about that. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we do with Google Assistant, for example, on the personality team, where we will take care of sensitive queries in a sensitive way, right? So there's things you don't want to talk about, you don't want to get into. If somebody says, I'm tired of living, you got to be careful with that. So you might say something like, here's a hotline, something. You don't want to get into a conversation about that. So there are areas that you don't want to go into. Commercially, though, I don't think there's anything I can think of offhand that would cause the problems. I don't know. Have you got a thought about that?
Well, I think just even listening to the cross-section of use cases today, looking at Oxfam, Unilever, looking at Banco Copa and Remittance, honestly, there's probably no restriction with respect to applicability across industries or verticals. It's just a question of the technology and the maturity of that conversation catching up with the typical use cases today that tend to be physical or non-digital,
Yeah. I thought the examples today were really good. And I think, it bodes well for this as a really powerful medium, because people are taking the branding and persona piece seriously and are trying to craft language that actually meets that need. So, yeah. Anything else? Anyone else? Oh, one over here. This gentleman right here.
Okay. This will have to be the last question.
Oh,
so as
sorry.
you've had one in the past, would you mind? Thank you. And then you can flatten lunch. Thanks.
Yeah. Sorry.
Over here.
Oh, hello there.
Just a question about, especially saying that you have a musician and producer background. Do you think there's that the dynamic of the voice and the rhythm of speaking have a positive or negative impact in terms of conversation's outcome?
I think it has a very positive impact. Interesting you mentioned that, though. Very, very many of the conversation designers that I run across over the last 20 years have been musicians or something to do with music or theater. A lot of theater people go into this because they know about dialogue. It's really interesting. Yeah, I don't think there's anything much more to say. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Did we have? And thank you, Dario.
Thanks, Wally.
Thank you.
Well, great. How are you all doing? You're good? Yeah, you're still there? Did you feel challenged for the day? Do you feel, we will take you to different places. I felt super energized by the brands. Thanks again. They're talking about the importance of the objectives sometimes as well. It's working. So many good stories from so many of you. Thanks. But at the same time, with Wally, we're realizing that this conversational thing is just the beginning. There's so much more to learn. There's so much more to discover. So the potential is out there. And there's so much more for you to discover about today. Starting with, I'll introduce you to Sally. Hi, Sally. Hi, what are you doing? Well, Sally has actually been very busy writing here. You'll see some of her summary products, some of her visuals outside as we're trying to capture so much of the information that was happening today. But we got more. There's going to be lunch coming next. We've got an hour to enjoy. But before, have any of you got plans for tonight? Yeah? Oh my God, that doesn't work. Wally, what's wrong with my conversation? Well, anyway, if it's not for me, our friends from Direqt are inviting you all, as well as Matt, for a meetup for drinks, food, and entertainment. We'll hear more about that. So don't make plans. From 5:30. You'll be escorted, guarded to Charlotte Key. Just 2 minutes away, no harm done. It was great. You're going to have fun. But let's start more of what we were discussing this morning as well. Just getting together, strategizing, thinking. We have lunch for an hour. We'll see you in an hour, and that much more coming next. So don't miss it. Thank you, everybody. Good lunch. It's great to be engaging with so many of you, and finally we're going to have a lot of people and colorful chairs here as well. But it's a very serious topic now. Let's make it bigger. So let's talk RCS bigger. It's with pleasure that I welcome here Alex Nourouzi from DotGo. Alex, great to have you here. I'll leave you in your hands. You got your lovely speakers, but let me say how great it is to have somebody who's working at MEF as well for a while.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Dario. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I work at DotGo, and we provide solutions to aggregators and to telcos, basically RCS, RBM solutions. We were taken over by a company called Gupshup about 9 months ago. That's a CPaaS player, and also one of the biggest WhatsApp providers in the world, very active in India and LATAM. So I think we have kind of an interesting insights into what's going on around rich messaging from our customers' point of view. So our subject today is around how we can take RCS to that next level, for the masses. Essentially, as the title suggests, I think that we've seen some really interesting experiments and pilots. We saw some earlier today, but how can we move to that very next level? How can we get those larger brands, many of whom were in the session here today, really engaging on a regular basis for massive campaigns? Okay. So fortunately, it's not something I'm going to be doing alone. I have an esteemed list panelists with me, starting with Thomas. Do you want to introduce yourself? Sit yourself down.
Hi, I'm Thomas Welzel. I'm with DT, not with Bouygues Telecom, as previously announced. And I'm doing messaging for almost 30 years now. So quite a long time.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, Violaine?
Hi, I'm Violaine Di Meglio. I'm a shorter version of Thomas, really working with Bouygues Telecom.
Fantastic. And Nick, please.
Hello again, Nick Lane from Mobilesquared, Chief Insight Analyst.
Nobody knows you. And Catherine?
Hi there, Catherine Maguire, RCS and Future Messaging Product Manager at BTE.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I think that essentially, I don't know, do we all sit down? Should we sit down? We've got chairs. I think I've got enough chairs for everybody here. So, yeah. So I think that, well, first of all, I think it's great to have so many of the operators here. We've got the three of the major European markets represented here in France, Germany, and the UK. So maybe we'll start with the first question, which is around the reach of RCS. I know that certainly, Nick, you talked to us a little bit about that. I think Jen as well from Google gave us some numbers as well. Maybe you can just kind of tell us a little bit around how the numbers are looking. Just remind us very quickly around the reach of RCS
Sure.
And how that might progress.
So, as kind of said earlier, we believe there'll be about 1 billion registered RCS users around the world in the next month or two. So again, that's quite a landmark figure. But obviously that's registered, and obviously that's not active. And obviously, as Google showed, there's about 500 million active RCS users. But there's a good split. And I think the key thing really is that where RCS is becoming quite prominent, and obviously we have 3 markets here, it's got reach of around about 1/3 of users. As we've shown with the engagement, you don't need to have 100% penetration to have a really effective campaign. So I would say that it's not really about the scale anymore, it's how you use it, and I think there are some sufficient numbers there for brands to really get excited about this.
Perfect. So Catherine, 1/3 is what Nick said. Can you vouch for that in the UK market? What's the status in the UK market?
Well, it's not quite, I'd say probably by the end of this calendar year, we should be around 1/3. It's about 25% now, which, just to give a spectre of how much it's grown in the last 2-3 years, I think it was about 8% just before the pandemic. So the numbers really are going up, and I'm getting aggregate numbers from the consumer side in EE every month, and we're also, as part of the collaborative group of UK operators, getting an aggregate picture of the users. So it's very, very accurate, coming straight from the operators. And it's 25% now, and about 17 million eyeballs in the UK that can be reached tomorrow in any RCS campaign. So I think that's pretty powerful for the market.
Perfect. And that's across all operators, yeah?
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. And how about in France, Violaine? What's the situation there?
Oh, the penetration is quite good because now more than 50% of the Android devices are available for RCS, which is for us a big issue. And we have more than 20 million devices. And for the campaign, it means that about 30% of a base could be addressed for RCS, which means for the brand that they could easily make a campaign on the masses, and that is very important.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much. And how about in Germany, Thomas?
Yeah, DT is serving 10 countries in Europe with RCS and RBM services before the end of this year, and as we speak, we are ramping up markets in the DT footprint. Germany is quite ahead, I think, not only in size of the market in absolute figures, but in penetration rates as well. So we don't know exactly the figures of the other operators, but it must be something well ahead, 25 million devices which are RCS enabled. In DT, we know that 2/3 of the Androids are RCS enabled, which is a great figure, and makes it shortly above 8 million. And another 2/3 of these 8 million are RBM enabled, so they can be addressed with the full scope of the RBM specification.
That's pretty good. So Nick, I think you were pretty much spot on, or around a third, I think, from my quick maths calculation.
Just to clarify, it's a third in the UK. We did say 17 million earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. So on average, there are a third, which is phenomenal, which is over nearly 70 million customers today.
But it also shows there's strong growth in the UK.
Absolutely. We'll continue to accelerate. Okay. Well, thanks for that. Maybe what about some of the kind of the reasons why brands should be engaging with RCS RBM today? Maybe, I don't know, Catherine, do you have some kind of examples of what's going on in the UK and some?
Yeah, I think just coming to the first point of the question, reasons, is that, I mean, I'm even guilty of it myself, describing myself as like future messaging product manager, because we are looking at, analyst trends, what's happening through, but really, I think one of the great things is for brands that we can do this tomorrow, that they can piggyback off the opt-in for SMS and reach their customers in this rich fashion. That is not something that our competitors can provide in terms of marketing campaigns. I think that's really exciting for them. I thought Nick did a great job in his comparisons to other digital marketing paradigms earlier in terms of how we compare, and that's something I've done a lot of analysis in my own role in terms of how that spend can shift from things like banner ads, where there's a lot of wastage, to something like an RBM campaign. And there's also the things like customer, the investment that a big brand's willing to put into an app is going to be a lot less for an RCS campaign or an RBM campaign. And also just the ability to reach a new audience with those rich features is something that I think the brands in the UK are really waking up to. I did a talk a few weeks ago at one of the CPaaS provider events, and there were some really big brands in the room that were really excited by what we could provide and the fact that it was immediate and there for them at this point. So I think there'll be a lot of strong campaigns coming out of the UK market in the coming months, both within the telcos themselves and within household name brands.
Fantastic. We're looking forward to those. I think we've got lots of more MEF events, so hopefully we'll hear from those in the future. How about in France? Have you got any kind of campaigns or certain kind of examples of campaigns that would work particularly well?
In fact, I think that most of the RCS campaign work well if we compare those campaigns to the SMS classic campaign. And I think that's the main point that we have to enhance is that today, when the brand used RCS, it's always better. And it's also a good point to see that whatever we try on RCS, we have the results are really greater than any other channel. So I think that we just need to make the brand aware of this point and provide them with a strong KPI, which is in France what they are asking for.
Sure. Okay, fantastic. And how about Thomas, your experiences
For me, it's a very simple calculation. So we've got many aggregators and brands today paying us to terminate messages, SMS messages to their customers, and they pay for that. Yeah. If you set the success of SMS to 100%, and if you take, conservatively speaking, to 30% of those, where you can double your success rate, you will end up with 130% of success compared to a pure SMS campaign. Tell me, is there any other single measure that you can use to increase your success rate by 30% just with a snip? It's a very, very simple, straightforward, and figure-based, evidence-based story that we tell.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's quite similar. I think Nick, you presented a similar sort of concept in your ROI slide, which kind of echoed exactly that.
And we heard this morning from the Samsung and Spain example. They had the 29%. Probably it is 29 and not 30, but it's the same. It's the same area.
Yeah, I think the Orange Spain Samsung campaign was a great. I think it was 8 times better the actual sales performance of RCS compared with the SMS channel. Fantastic. And a lot of these campaigns we've seen over the course of today was really around direct marketing and kind of push messages. Are there any other kind of use cases that we feel? I think the Oxfam one is a good example of kind of a conversational commerce payment one. Are there any other? Are you starting to see some other types of campaigns or other kind of uses, maybe some P2A, or is it too early at this point?
Well, I think there's a big opportunity just in terms of moving some of that existing SMS traffic using basic message features. Yes. So I think Google this morning spoke a bit about the benefits of read receipts and verified sender on messages and how powerful that is for both consumers and brands. And we have the ability now to charge it, I mean, just speaking from BT, to charge it the same price as SMS to move that traffic over and provide those features at the moment. And that's something we hope will move a lot of that traffic into sort of like a gateway to moving on to those more conversational features. And I think that's a really quick win in terms of features. Absolutely. But I mean, I think when you look at the features that RCS can provide, the opportunities are limited are limitless, for verticals to meet their needs. I spoke at an event called MadFest last week, which was sort of aimed at the marketing and advertising world, and it's interesting to think that only 3% of businesses now actually use messaging because they see it as SMS without those exciting features. And I think once we tap into that market and educate is a big thing, that we can grow out lots more campaigns off the back of things like that that can meet their needs in ways that they didn't expect from messaging as a channel.
Okay. In fact, at DotGo, we're striving to develop kind of new strategies and new tools that help new operators kickstart the kind of the RBM market. And in fact, the idea you just talked about is something that we have here called Rich SMS, which is essentially transforming those SMS messages into RCS. We have 1/3% of the customer base now using that, and we can do that through the same SMS API. So I think we're totally on board with that. Maybe in terms of, Nick, maybe you can give us some insights in terms of market research, in terms of how customers would like to be engaged by brands with using richer channels and not just SMS and email.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've done quite a lot of consumer research looking at the omni-channel and looking at CPaaS. And in terms of how consumers want to be engaged with the brand, I think of the top 5 channels, 3 are messaging. You know, and given that, for example, when we do the research, we have to explain what RCS is. It still features really highly among consumers. And if you think about the logic behind that, it kind of makes sense, because if you look at where we are with SMS today, that's almost a clear channel in terms of P2P traffic, because that's obviously shifted onto OTTs. So as a channel, that's now primed for business communications. So that's kind of the first level of education. But, you know, I guess we're presenting RCS almost as a channel more for, you know, kind of maybe a way to engage with a brand rather than a peer-to-peer communication. Or maybe that's how it should position, Tom, just saying that. But, you know, in terms of, if you look at something like Facebook, for example, and Facebook Messenger, you know, even though they've got masses, you know, millions and millions of users, or billions, or, you know, millions, for example, in the UK, it's less than 10% of consumers actually want to engage with a brand on that channel. Now, even on WhatsApp, it's not that high. But on SMS, so this is where it gets quite interesting, where you need to kind of educate the consumer. Because on SMS, if you actually explicitly ask them as in consumers, what they want to do and how they want to engage, it's about 40% that say, yes, I want to engage with the brand on SMS or rich messaging or RCS. But when you ask a different question and you start, veering down a slightly different track, and you actually say to them, what sectors do you engage with on SMS? It actually shows that, and this is probably true for the majority of developed markets, about 90% of users actually engage with a brand and business using SMS. But again, it's how you phrase it. So a lot of people wouldn't have thought that a message from DHL or someone about their delivery from an Amazon package would be a business message communication, but obviously it is, and we know that. Consumers don't know that. So of the top 5 channels, 3 are messaging.
Okay. So how about you then? In terms of strategies to really take RCS to that next level, what do you have some ideas? For Bouygues Telecom or the French operators generally on it, they work very closely together.
Yeah, of course we are with the other operator, and what I need to strengthen is that also we are really working with the other operator in France, SFR and Orange, mostly. But we are currently trying to develop new scenario, new bot. And what is very important for us is to find, the key solution for the brand to use RCS on a regular basis. And that is very important. So we are trying to find a way to use QR code. We are discussing it often. And it's for us one of the main way to make the people interact. And using RCS as a current mean of communication. It's very important for us. And also we have seen this morning the several examples of the payment solution that the people are trying to implement. I think it's also a way that we are currently looking. But what is very important in France is we have the association, the AF2M. And through this association, we are able to collaborate with the other operator to have a solution which could be implemented on all the carrier in France, and that is very interesting for us.
No, I think that's really important, the collaboration. I know certainly Catherine mentioned it earlier, I think, about the collaboration she's doing with the other operators, certainly the MEF. We're around regular round tables with the German operators and the Spanish operators. I totally understand and agree the collaboration is absolutely critical. How about you, Thomas, in terms of the strategies, or it could be tactics or whatever, just to use the right language? Is it? Okay, sorry. Today, I don't want to get told off by Alastair Campbell.
So let's put it this way. We have a clear aim in DT in Germany, and it fits very much to the headline of the slide that is currently on. Turn your own SMSs into rich media. So we're all operators, or many of us in this room are operators. We're all using SMS hundreds of millions times every year. And what we do is use SMS and not RCS. How can we expect any other brand from the external side use RCS if we don't do it ourselves? And we don't have dog food to sell. We have got champagne to drink, right? So let's start doing it. And we have a clear ambition by the end of next year. Any of the use cases that we today use operationally will use RBM if possible, if supported by the receiving device. And we've got a number of ideas what to do with those devices which are not supporting RCS, and it's not necessarily just then 160 characters of text and an ugly link that everyone has told you not to click on.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, in fact, talking of which, we have this idea around just to extend RCS beyond kind of the RCS. I mean, today 1/3 is good, but what happens today with those 2/3? And today, typically, a brand will send an SMS to those. So we have a solution here called Universal RCS, where we'll send a link. And this is particularly for the iPhone, but also for Android non-RCS devices. And you're right, there's an SMS with a link, and in some instances it might be badly seen, but I think there's some strategies maybe we could to kind of mitigate people's misunderstanding of what that might be. I think we've got some examples there around collaboration on the naming of that particular service. So all operators push in the same direction and call that message coming, that particular SMS, whatever the name of the service is, or maybe using the web view from iPhone to give that kind of the RCS experience, the landing page experience that we're used to on RCS. So yeah, I don't know what are your views in terms of extending that promise onto Universal RCS. I don't know, Nick, what are your views on that?
If it extends the reach, then yeah, that's good. But I don't think it's the be all and end all, to be honest. I mean, if you look at devices, then you've got 4.6 billion unique smartphone users. You've got 3.6 billion unique Android users.
Sure.
And yet, we're still worried about what's happening with Apple. And I don't think we should. I know there are in certain markets where Apple is the dominant, but that's what, 10, 20 markets. So it's not that many markets. But even then, Android's reach is still pretty significant in those markets. So I don't think we should be too concerned by that. And in terms of where the market is in 2030, we believe there'll be 6 billion unique smartphones, and there'll be over 4.5 unique Android users. So 75% of the majority of users will be on Android in 8 years' time. So what Apple do is up to Apple.
Yeah. Okay. I think the UK, you're 50% iPhone.
Yeah, so
it's a big market.
Obviously, if that's the only market you're covering, it is something that I definitely don't think it's the be-all and end-all, as Nick says. I think if you compare us to a lot of other channels, we still have a great shot at reaching a lot of customers. But I think this is a really good solution for for when, I think particularly when a customer has an impetus to click on the link for things like deliveries and customer comms. But I have to admit, I have some skepticism on how it would work for marketing comms because of the drop-off. But I think there's definitely use cases that we can see bringing into BTE that could work on this solution in the interim. But I think, and we'll definitely try and roll out some pilots. I think there's a few solutions that are very similar in the industry, so we'll look at them and see how they perform.
Yeah. Okay.
But sorry.
Go ahead, Nick, please. Yeah, please.
I think this is where you need that separation from what SMS is and can achieve, because obviously that's got the 100% ubiquity. And that's what SMS can do. That's its value. But we're talking about something different. So we're talking about reaching people with a smartphone in a rich way. So, we've got to kind of put, I think, a barrier down between what is happening with SMS and what can be achieved with RCS. So again, whether it's Android, whether it's iPhone, it doesn't really matter as long as a brand can really kind of communicate in the way that they want and in a way that kind of fits in with what the consumer wants. That's ultimately what we need to remember.
Well, I think that leads on nicely to this. And again, I think what Lynn talked about before about the QR code. I think, so here we have a QR code that represents a bot that we have developed for the MEF that works on RCS and works on Universal RCS for those devices that don't have an RCS connection. So please, have a look. Please scan away, click away. We have a booth in the Forge. Come complain about if it's working or not working. We'd love to have your feedback. So I'm not sure if this is the first, but we have a single QR code for RCS and non-RCS users. So I think we should, I'll stick it up there for a few minutes. Okay, so this bot we've managed to get onto, in a week, onto nearly 60 operators in 45 markets. And that's really through, the final thing is through our hub. So we have an RBM hub that we've got a session tomorrow in the farmers market at 11 o'clock. We'll be speaking with Orange Spain and Google, and we've got a press release, and that's accessible to over 70 operators on a single portal to simplify the whole onboarding, verification, and traffic and reporting process and through one entry point. Okay. Any other closing remarks?
I would have one remark that I would love to get rid. today we are talking about how to get Apple on RCS and RBM. Probably we should be a bit more confident. If we make RCS and RBM really good, then Android customers will have an advantage because they can use all the nice applications that are available. Shopping. Today we saw a very interesting use case with governmental, local tax payments, application and so on. If this works by far nicer on an Android device than it possibly can work on an Apple device, then we probably can go to Apple and say, under these and that conditions, we would allow you to use RCS and RBM as well. so let's turn it around by just being successful.
Absolutely.
So I'm doing RCS for almost 12 years right now. So, and this is a very long time, and this was a discussion we had from day one. And success will tell us which route to go.
I think history suggests that as well with HD voice. I think Orange was pioneers on HD voice, and Apple initially refused to do that. But when the momentum was there and operators had it and customers loved it, they eventually came on board. And I think exactly.
Let's create demand.
Absolutely, and I think that's exactly what Alastair Campbell said. He didn't know the product, but he said, look, convince them, come up with a convincing argument, and there's no better way than saying that customers love it. Yeah, totally agree. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'd just like to thank our esteemed panel for their insights into the market and some thoughts about the future. So maybe open it up to the audience.
1 minute if you have questions. Does anyone have a question? Okay.
We're in the heart of rugby land. I was going to... You want it? Yeah? Okay.
That's a forward pass.
Hi. Tina from Link Mobility. I actually have 2 questions. One is for Thomas. RCS in T-Mobile Germany has been live for quite some time. And now since you migrated from Mavenir to Google, I wanted to ask if there are more T-Mobile operators coming on board than Germany.
Any other operators in the European DT footprint have been on Google from day one onwards. We are currently migrating all the countries which are not on the Google Carrier Cloud, but on Guest Cloud. We are migrating them to Carrier Cloud, and this will be done throughout this year. And Germany was the only country in the DT footprint in Europe that was on an own solution, IMS-based, fully integrated into the network, and we migrate, as we speak today, we migrate customers onto the Google Carrier Cloud solution. So the answer is the whole European footprint will be very soon be on Google Carrier Cloud.
Excellent.
One more question, can I? Yes, for Catherine, for UK. So we send RCS traffic both in Germany, France, and UK, and we have customer. So I can see that the business models between the operators in Germany and France, for example, are much more aligned, where in UK we feel there is a little challenge between the business models and how different it is operator per operator. So I wanted to ask if there are any ongoing discussions or collaboration between operators to work towards one unified business model.
Yes, we've actually recently publicised. We now have the same commercial models across. This is some of the work that came out of the collaborative group of the UK operators. We now have the same session length and message definition across all operators. There's a few slight variations on some things, but in essence, it's 99% the same across all 4 operators now, which I think is the same as the other European markets, and that's something we took as feedback from the CPaaS community as a really important thing for understanding the pricing for campaigns and getting them out to market for brands and understanding long-term strategy for them. So I think that's been communicated to the UK team within Link as one of our partners. So we can provide that update to the wider team if necessary. But it's been publicised already.
Excellent news.
Okay, so that's about, we're out of time, Alex.
Okay.
That's okay.
13 seconds. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
brilliant session. It's so nice, isn't it, to get a panel and get sort of all-rounded views. We're going to be doing a session at the end, and actually maybe one of my questions potentially, but what are we doing to educate brands so we understand the issues and how it's being used? But yeah, so anyway, if you're in the last panel, then that may be a question. So for now, we are moving on to a really important subject all around consumer trust. So Dario, I'm about to introduce him on stage. Now, Dario, what are you going to do with all these seats? Are you going to take a few minutes and move about, or what's your plan?
I was thinking of just laying over, so a couple of them in a very...
He'll have guests soon, so over to you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll probably be using the seat shortly. As you can see from my iPad, this is the serious part of the conversations. No, see, it is serious. But we want, again, to bring some of the topics that are not the comfortable one. We want to talk about consumer trust. And we're going to be doing that. I think we're going to have a few slides before I introduce somebody else. That is me. They told me that I have about 3 minutes to deliver one of the most important topics. So what should I do? Talk about something else. So I'd like to talk about the aviation industry for all of you. Yes, that one. Why? Because if you were working in the aviation industry in the 1970s, you might have noticed that little graph that shows how many people were dying out of fatalities. It is a very sober discussion, but the industry was simply accepting it. Death was not very good in terms of customer acceptance. It's very hard to sell, but people were still flying. We're flying. And, overall, number-wise, was 0.0001%. That's 2,400 deaths in 1970. Well, turns out that probably somebody was starting thinking, that's not our best marketing approach. Should we do something different? So they thought about the zero fatalities approach. So the entire industry, look at the commonalities, look back and say, what if we don't accept that? Yes, it is true. A lot of very smart people were saying, you know what? Gravity. Planes are going to fall. There is a very good reason why things like that cannot be achieved. Things can go wrong. But the industry did not accept it, and that's what happened. A 97% reduction in fatalities to 2017. Unfortunately, after 2017, Boeing MAX came, changed the situation slightly. But 97%, it's a fantastic achievement. Only beaten by this. 15 times increase in traffic, in passengers numbers, well, pre-COVID. And that is the real number. So imagine it's 97% with the 15 times greater traffic. Other things might have played in there. Regulation, globalization, but definitely the entire industry looks at safety as a big achievement. So what does it mean for us? Well, we at MEF like to test our users, ask them every year. This paper just came out. It's a survey, global survey, 10 different countries, of what our smartphone users think. And they love mobile. And we have lots of data to do that, and we can confirm that. 71% think the mobile apps and services are convenient and easy to use. Isn't it great? But 61% think that they would rather avoid sharing personal information online, which is a base of everything we do. They are concerned about the amount of data that mobile apps and services are collecting, another 61%, and 54% really don't have a positive view on improvement. They think things are just going to get worse with technology as well. Now, if you were thinking about the other industry, the aviation industry, that's very similar. We are trying to run with our brakes on. How many people are trying not to use our services? How many of these could turn into a very positive customer experience, much higher engagement? And that's why we also would like to point at you at this even more sober. So, nobody dies here, but look at the impact of harm and data harm. 45% of global users have experienced some form of messaging spam. 43% have experienced the same on telephony, fraudulent emails, that's phishing for you. 37%. Even messaging is not particularly free from that, 36%. And it goes up. I mean, that's some positive sign, by the way. And go back and download the report. It's free. Members get more, but it's free. You actually can see there are positive signs malware is doing better. But the real thing is, look at the bottom. 18% of our users, only 18% of our users, are not suffering from some data harm of some sort. That's what we need to change. And the reason for us is to talk about these sober things is RCS can help us in doing that. If we don't do it, and not just RCS, you could do it in SMS and in many others, but collectively we need to do something, and that's our time to change it. This is already having an impact on the trust level, on confidence in data usage, on some of our companies out there, which can include yours. Look, in the last few years, wind has changed in terms of social media companies are really suffering after the latest scandals. But you could also say with mobile apps and services, only 38% of our users are confident in sharing data with them. Now, thanks to the great technologies that we do have, I would now love to not just show you these, but have somebody that knows all of these and even more. Stephanie Borthwick, the Senior Policy Advisor for which is the Consumer Association in UK. So thanks to the great telecom services. Stephanie, can you hear us? Wow, yes, fantastic.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks for being here, Stephanie. We couldn't have you on in face-to-face, but at least look at this. You're on a huge screen, maybe very briefly. But can you introduce us, first of all, to which the Consumer Association? What do we do?
Yes, of course. And firstly, thank you very much for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in Dublin, but it's great to be here. So which is UK's consumer champion. We were founded in 1957. We're not-for-profit, completely independent, and we're here to make life simpler, fairer, and safer for everyone. We provide impartial advice for consumers. We conduct investigations. We try and hold businesses to account. We also work with policymakers to make change happen across a real range of consumer issues. That's funded through member subscriptions for the most part. And yes, as you said, I'm a senior policy advisor working at which within our advocacy function. I focus on the issue of scams and fraud and how to protect consumers. So just very quickly on fraud specifically, which has been a really strong voice campaigning for banks to reimburse victims of fraud. And we've had over 450,000 people signed to support our Stamp Out Scams campaign. And more recently, we've been focusing a bit more on online platforms and calling for them to take more responsibility around scams and fraud that end up as content on their sites. And we also look at a range of enablers of fraud across the whole chain of events in scams, which of course include things like online platforms and banking systems, remote access software, and of course telecoms networks as well, which is probably what you're most interested in.
Absolutely. May I ask you, how would you define the status of fraud right now? Are things improving, getting worse? What's your view?
Good question. So we definitely saw an increase in smishing throughout the pandemic, in the UK at least. Scammers definitely were using the coronavirus pandemic and then subsequent kind of government support programs and vaccination programs as hooks to run various smishing campaigns. And actually we did some work with Proofpoint last year. So Proofpoint have data that found reports of smishing in the UK grew nearly 700% in the first 6 months of 2021 compared to the second half of 2020. So it was right in the middle of the pandemic. That's a massive increase. And I think part of the challenge for consumers around smishing and SMS-based fraud is really that it's very difficult to spot the difference between these fraudulent messages and then the legitimate ones that come from businesses. So it's really important that businesses follow best practice and how they use SMS to reach their customers. And actually last year we produced a guide for businesses on this, which I'm very happy to share. And thank you again, MEF, for the support you gave us on that project. I also just want to add that we've seen some really positive steps by the mobile industry in the UK. Of course, that includes MEF's SMS Sender ID Protection Registry, also the development of the Telecoms Fraud Sector Charter, which the Home Office led, that was published by the Joint Fraud Task Force. sort of late last year, and that involved a lot of industry collaboration, and that has led to the introduction of SMS spam filters across all major mobile networks in the UK. So there's some really positive stuff happening, but I also want to flag that this may be encouraging a shift towards some other messaging channels, like WhatsApp, for example. So that's definitely something we want to keep an eye on.
Well, fantastic. You, in your role as an advisor, now I would like to extend it a bit more to some of the brand and telco here. Could I ask you, how would you suggest to go about managing and thinking about fraud in telecom, in messaging?
Well, I guess there's a few concerning things, I guess, to flag first of all about fraud, and I think that there's a lot of different channels being used. I mentioned that smishing's being used, throughout the pandemic, and industries responded with some really positive steps. But it is quite concerning how quickly scammers can adapt their methods. Briefly mentioned WhatsApp. We're starting to see that being used more as a route for scamming. And it really emphasizes the challenge to keep up with scam tactics, and also highlights the need to address enablers across kind of all enablers of fraud with preventative measures. And focusing on just a few enablers can leave really big gaps for scammers to exploit. I guess I also just want to touch on the emotional impact of fraud on consumers. People often focus on the financial harm of being a fraud victim, but the emotional impact is also really significant. And actually, Which did some well-being research where we looked at the impact on individuals' well-being from being a fraud victim, and that's linked to lower happiness, higher anxiety, and also lower life satisfaction after controlling for a wide range of other factors. So it is really important to focus on prevention as well as helping victims recover. And actually, I really like that your question sort of focuses on what brands and businesses can do to tackle fraud. I think that's really positive. We do often hear comments about consumer education efforts and what consumers can do to protect themselves as being a big focal point. But businesses are really in a much stronger position to tackle fraud, we think. I do have a couple of slides now, if that's all right, just to highlight this and an approach that we think businesses might be able to apply to their fight against fraud. So if it's possible to bring those up, that would be brilliant. Amazing. So yes, as I was saying, it's really vital that brands take steps to protect their customers, who are consumers, from fraud. And research has shown that it's perhaps not really reasonable to expect consumers to always be able to spot fraud and therefore protect themselves. And this graphic here is taken from a research report we published looking at social media fraud in particular. So acknowledge that it is separate to sort of the issue of messaging fraud, but I think there's still some interesting insights there. So we found that confidence in spotting scams online really didn't align with ability. And this obviously highlights some limitations in using consumer education and sort of awareness campaigns as a way of tackling fraud. I mentioned, we've seen challenges for consumers in the form of SMS. Many consumers have actually reported suspected smishing texts to us, but then we end up finding a number of them are legitimate messages or legitimate communications from businesses. Again, highlighting that challenge to actually spot the messages and spot the difference between the legitimate and fraudulent ones. And so I guess that the challenge for consumers to protect themselves from fraud is also exacerbated by the speed with which fraudsters change their scam tactics. Consumer education and empowerment of consumers, of course, is still really important. But I guess in our view, it's not something that can be relied upon as a way to truly tackle fraud. And therefore, there's kind of a bigger role for policymakers and industry to play in tackling the problem. So just jump ahead to the next slide, at which we are starting to look at how to tackle fraud through a framework of prevention, reporting, and redress. So this graphic here sort of demonstrates how we actually see that as quite a cyclical thing. I know sort of preventing the scam, but when it does happen, then having good reporting systems, and then obviously when it has happened, offering some form of redress or support after the scam. It can seem quite linear, but we're actually looking at it in a cyclical way. We consider, in the prevention space, starting there, that a really important part of this is due diligence. In the same way the finance sector uses KYC, know your customer checks at the moment, we're looking at, should we be asking all businesses to know their supply chain? What role does digital identity have in this? Why are regulators not asking for greater prevention efforts? These are all things we're considering, and we think there probably is space for industry efforts to go further. However, I do want to acknowledge, as I've already said, there's some really positive activity already happening, specifically in the telecoms industry in the UK. SMS spam filters I mentioned, SMS sender ID protection registry to prevent spoofing. These are all really positive efforts, but there is kind of a need to broaden that and make sure those efforts are happening across the entire sector and not just focusing on specific providers, which can obviously leave gaps that can be exploited. We want all consumers to be getting that same protection. And actually, in some circumstances, international cooperation is probably needed as well. And actually, just to make it sort of more topical to today, I definitely don't claim to be an RCS expert. I'm very new to it, but if any verification, sort of sender verification, could be built into RCS for business messaging, that could play a really important role in prevention. Anyway, that then leads on to reporting in the cycle. So we think reporting of not just fraud incidents, so when fraud actually occurs, but also fraud indicators is really important. And there needs to be greater data sharing within sectors and also between sectors. There should also be really easy routes for consumers to report. And I think much like prevention, there are already some positive things happening in the reporting and data sharing space. 7726, the number you can forward smishing texts to in the UK, I think is really positive. It gives mobile operators access to a lot of data about SMS-based scams. There's also some really good data sharing examples between telcos and banks. That's increasing, but it's not sector-wide yet. So again, we want to see a bit more of that sector-wide coverage to protect consumers. And a strong focus on reporting and data sharing will then support redress for consumers, but also feed back into those preventative efforts, again, kind of highlighting the cyclical approach. And just finally on redress. So ultimately, when fraud occurs, because we know we can't stop every instance of fraud, this is still going to happen to some unfortunate consumers. But when it does happen, we want to help consumers get their money back and also get the support they need when they've been scammed. In the UK, banks play a really important role in reimbursing victims of fraud. But we're also, I guess we want to look at redress a bit more broadly, not just about financial reimbursement. And we also want to consider how telecoms companies can play a role in post-fraud support. And we would really welcome discussions with industry players on this. Hopefully, maybe my email address can be circulated afterwards. So if anyone would like to discuss, please reach out. Anyway, so following this kind of cyclical approach of prevention, reporting and redress, we think can help industry and policymakers who we think are in the best position to take action, to have a full understanding of the challenge, to inform preventative efforts, and also to help consumers recover when they fall victim. So we think that's really good for consumers. It will ultimately help protect them, but it should also help businesses build trust in their brands. So we definitely see that as a win-win. So yeah, wanted to put that out there today as just another approach, I guess, for considering fraud.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stephanie. I was going to say, we will definitely take you on board on that, involving you with the entire industry here, because as you were saying, this is a win-win situation. Again, and thank you, and next time we hope to see you face-to-face here.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Stephanie. The discussions continues just as where Stephanie was leaving, because we now have 3 panelists joining us on our event here. Maybe I should call them one by one, and I probably will soon have a slide with their name on, I think. There they are. So please welcome Tim Atkinson, Catherine Maguire, and Anurag Agarwal. And as they are coming, thank you. We probably need to say a hello to Stuart Mitchell from Cinch. Stuart is at home with COVID, so I hope you end up writing your comments there on the YouTube channel as well. But Tim Atkinson, Business Development Manager for Communication Products and Services EMEA at Google.
Right.
Catherine, we see you twice. We like your presence so much, we had to ask twice, so you know.
Sure, he's really sick looking at me by that.
No, not so good. Absolutely not. Product manager at BT for RCS. Anurag Agarwal from Tanla Platforms, the vice president of partnerships and alliances. So 3 of you, and I've been pushing the fact that I wanted to make you feel uncomfortable today, but why don't we make them feel a bit uncomfortable? So please, let's try that, because we need to tackle those problems. And it was great to start with the Consumer Association and other views. Not everything is perfect, and we want to build the perfect, the zero tolerance word in here. Well, we heard it this morning from Jan, I think. So Tim, I'm going to start with you. Spam. In India, Google had to stop its RBM service given of the problems of spam. So tell us a bit more. What are you doing? What can we do to stop unwanted messages?
Yeah, we did. So first of all, there was some talk of success. India's been very successful for RCS so far. We've got a lot of users, Android users, using the platform, which is really good. There was some talk sort of about bad players being attracted to the channel. I wouldn't say that was the case so much. I think it's fair to say that RCS and RBM are a new channel. It takes some water to steady the ship, if you like. Very specifically on India, we were aware that some businesses weren't operating within our anti-spam policies. So we're working with those stakeholders and the wider industry to sort of resolve that and make sure that we can provide a really stable and safe and secure experience for businesses and for users, and we've got some work underway with that now. Jan obviously mentioned it this morning. Jan and his colleague Elif are here in Dublin with us. If anyone wants to talk specifically about that, we're happy to do so. It's a long, complicated situation with spam, as you know, but I'm pleased to say that generally in the RBM world, we see very little of it, especially more in Europe, where we're working with our carrier partners very tightly, and we don't see much evidence of it at all, which is great.
Great. So let me actually double check that with Catherine. So Catherine, what can you say about spam from a UK perspective, but also generally from you?
Well, I think definitely from a UK perspective, it's not an issue that we've had anything. As Tim said, we actually had a really strong discussion on it. We're partnered with Google on our platform on how we can keep the channel as clean as possible last week. But at the minute, we have got a really strict brand verification process for any new agents that are going to be launched. And as the product scales and grows, we will continue to protect that and ensure that we keep it a clean channel, because I think it's definitely one of the main drivers towards for brands to come to work with RBM is that they will have that verified center and ensure that, and customers will be sure that they're getting comms from the brands that they expect rather than any sort of spam. So there's definitely lessons that came out of what happened in India, but I think that probably happens with all new products. There's bumps in the road at the beginning that we can all learn from in different markets. So we will implement any learnings that we think are necessary coming out of what Google suggests and what we look at internally within BT. But from a wider perspective, I think, and from what I know from my time at GSMA, is that all of the European markets seem to have very, very stringent brand verification processes that would prevent such an incident from occurring in our markets as they are.
And it was almost going back in time as well. The success of SMS was also linked at one point to massive spam, unfortunately, but that brought it in itself. Let's talk with Anurag about India as well, because that's a market we've seen lots of things happening, not just on RCS. You are part of one of the solutions out there, managing and trying to turn what was one of the problematic countries in terms of affections of spam, etc., to one of the good kids of the neighborhood. Tell us more about what's happening in India.
Right, so thanks, Dario. Firstly, I'd like to say that from an RCS India perspective, I feel the entire RBM journey so far has been really successful. Whatever I've seen in the last couple of months and how the market reaction has been, I would term it as a pure success, because this has helped everyone in the ecosystem to test waters in India, get a sense of the response. I mean, it was phenomenal. Over 1 billion RBM messages a month on a very limited number of RCS-enabled handsets in India. That was quite a success story. And being one of the partners who works closely with Google, we are all very keen. The enterprises are very keen to see Google restart RBM, maybe in a slightly new avatar where the carriers are also playing a bigger role of spam filtration. So I think it's really going to be very successful in India once it's relaunched in a slightly more anti-spam, anti-fraud manner. Going a little bit back to the fundamental roots about SMS, it's actually it's an aspect of pride for India, because back in 2018, the regulators in India, they launched a blockchain-based anti-spam and anti-fraud regulation, whereby they said that every operator needs to deploy a blockchain solution, which is called DLT, Distributed Ledger Technology, which focuses on the exact same thing. So I was talking outside to Jan also. So I was saying that like you have a verified by Google or a verified by carrier, a checkbox or a tick mark which comes about in the richer forms of messaging, every SMS in India today is verified by a carrier. So every carrier today is, by regulation, expected to deploy a blockchain platform. I come from Tanla, which was a pioneer in bringing the solution into the market in India. And through this platform, every single message is checked for the entity, for the header, the template. There are new modules coming out about consent. User consent is being captured on blockchain. The entire flow of traffic from end to end is being monitored on blockchain, and that's an immutable trail which no one in the entire ecosystem can mess around with. So from that perspective, I feel that there are some learnings from that. If you move back into the RBM space, I definitely feel that there are some learnings. There is some technology out there which might be of interest to the RBM ecosystem as well, whether it's Google, whether it's the carriers, whether it's the intermediary players who are aggregating the RBM traffic. But we do expect that these new technologies, especially that have proven to be successful in India for plain vanilla SMS, will now be a good yardstick to be considered for the likes of RBM in India and worldwide.
Well, thanks. Are we doing well? Am I giving them a hard time enough? Well, you'll have questions if you do, let us know. But from spam, which I see actively, we are doing something. Probably still the yardstick should be the 0 level, still out there. More work needed, but definitely active. But let me ask something else. We've seen a 61%, which worries me, of people that don't want to share the data. They think that the personal data, once it's out there, it's gone and lost. Catherine, well, what happens to the data on RCS? Should the user be concerned? Are you using it for other things? Is it going away?
Categorically, no. Our data's protected. We've got that secure relationship with our customers, and I think some of the other messaging platforms can't guarantee that. I mean, I, for one, even as a customer, have noticed if I talk about something on my messaging channel for P2P that it pops up into ads quite quickly, and that's something that customers are very aware of now. And I personally, I can't speak for, I think there's probably research to back it up, but I don't think it's something that consumers like. I think Google said on the stage this morning that it's a major concern for a lot of customers, and it's something that I think that's one of the reasons that BT have invested in this channel, because we know that our customers want to have a spam-free channel for their comms, that their personal data isn't going to be used for anything other than what they have asked for, rather than being channeled back into different companies to funnel out targeted marketing, etc. So, and I think we know that there's a lot of spam within SMS, and RCS can really come in and protect that and take away that grey route, which is that grey route traffic that has really tarnished the reputation of the messaging industry in some ways, and clean up the channel again. So, but to answer the first question, BT wouldn't be using personal data for anything other than for any third-party means whatsoever.
So BT and the telco wouldn't use it, and some regulations are also there to prevent you from doing that in some countries. What about Google, Tim? Are you using this data for something else? Is that part of my personal profile for advertising?
No, it's not. So first of all, P2P RCS. So when you and I talk to each other over RCS, it's end-to-end encrypted. We don't look at any content. We don't use it for anything. We just don't even have access to it. On the RBM perspective as well, we have encryption in various legs, not completely end-to-end. I think there's no rich messaging provider that does that. That's just because the way the service works with brands developing their content and pushing it through a system and transported. But it is very safe. But to go back to the original question, we don't look at any content, we don't use it for any advertising. It's kind of a departure, I think, for some folks with Google, where obviously we are in advertising, online advertising is a massive part of our business, but for this it's not. Google are really invested in RCM primarily for the experience on Android. We want Android users to have a safe, secure, and dare I say it, fun experience with messaging. We want that to be rich and modern. And so that's what we focus on, not on the monetary side, the revenue side, or anything to do with advertising.
So Dario, you don't need to worry. Nobody knows what mischief you've been up to.
Oh, that's good. Well, until this evening, I'm sure. But Anurag, on a serious note, you are the other part of the industry, let's say, so you represent widely what part is. So I'm also going to ask you, personal data within the CPaaS word, within the solution words, is there something, is there any leakage there? How do we make sure that everybody is behaving correctly?
Right, so I think that's something which is really difficult to ensure because the ecosystem is so open out there, right? And typically, if you take the SMS equivalents, an SMS goes through so many multi-hops. You know, a domestically originated message in India might just touch the US servers and come back. That's definitely a challenge. So while it's very good to see that as far as RCS goes, there is an end-to-end encryption which helps ensure that nobody else in the system is being able to read the message. I think the challenge in SMS, on the contrary, today still resides in the fact that it's a plain text message. It's easy for any intermediary to actually intercept it. And that's, again, an area, incidentally, where Tanla also is working on offering an end-to-end encrypted platform, which helps ensure that even SMSs can be encrypted without any possibility of interception. I think if I speak from an industry perspective, if I wear my MEF hat for a moment, I think MEF is doing some good work out there. We have what is called the Code of Conduct. We expect every ecosystem member is that even valid for non-MEF members? I don't think so. It is valid. Okay. So basically, I mean, it's a handbook of the right practices which anyone in the ecosystem is expected to follow, whether an MEF member or not. And that code of conduct actually outlines all the various do's and don'ts for various members in the ecosystem, whether it's an enterprise, it's an aggregator, an operator, even the end user. You know, it carries out a number of aspects around that. I would urge everyone out here, we are all members of the same ecosystem. You can all become signatories of that ecosystem. My organization is a signatory. We have many other organizations who are signatories of this code of conduct. That does contain many practices, such as not having the ability to dip into the text, or even if having the ability to ensure that you're not using that text for any form of creating a persona or being able to record that traffic. So yeah, I mean, short answer, there is no one way. I think a lot has to be done through self-regulation. And I think that's the only way that, unless technologically the likes of an RCS helps ensure that there is no way for anyone to do something, till then I think the likes of self-regulation and codes of conduct, they can help ensure that the right practices are being followed.
Well, let's talk about the third of the topic we've heard today, the second biggest impact in data harms, phishing, whether it's email or SMS. How is that different in RCS? And I'm going to ask that question to Tim. It's very direct. We've heard it today. I think that's an easy goal. How can you prevent some of the impersonifications by fraudsters in RCS?
So we have brand verification. So if as a brand or as the developer of a brand you want to send messages across the RBM or the RCS channel, you have to be verified. You'll either be verified by Google if we're managing the service, or by the carrier that you're looking to terminate on. So you can't actually impersonate somebody else. There's a verification process that you'll go through as a brand to be able to send a message. And on top of that, we also approve agents as well. So before the agent is initially launched, it goes through an approval process, and whoever is doing that approval, again, may be Google, it may be the carrier themselves, they will approve that brand and it meets certain guidelines that they have to make sure that it is delivering the content that it's expected of it. So it's very, very hard, dare I say almost impossible, for somebody to be able to impersonate a brand and send a message in a sort of phishing, fraudulent way.
So, Catherine, can you give us some examples within BT, EE, what's the verifications? You have verifications, and what does a brand out here might have to come and tell you to do that?
Well, I think it's sort of, I don't basically what Tim described, because we do it with Google, and not to take up time, but effectively, again, this is something we've done with the other operators. We've got a universal brand verification process now, which was more feedback that we got from the CPaaS community, that they were a bit fed up with all of the admin there was to unload an RCS campaign, so we've streamlined it down. But the brand will have to send written verification to us that they have agreed to launch the agent via one of our partners. And I mean, it's as simple and as secure as that. It'd be very, very difficult to you'd need a company email address from said brand, so you'd have to have received an email from BT being given that. So the chances of spam on that channel are absolutely minimal, if not completely negligent, really, considering the stringent processes we have in place. And at the minute, that's easy to do because we're not having so many, but as we see hundreds of campaigns, we may hope to, I think some markets have done it, outsource that brand verification process, so it's done by a company that perhaps looks after that channel. I'm thinking of maybe in a few years' time, so that we continue to keep it a fraud-free channel.
That zero tolerance, that zero. I mean, it's coming. Maybe we will see. But well done. So let's face it. Trust in messaging, trust in telecommunications was, as we've seen, not probably the highest moment in the history. Can we revive it? Can these be better? Can that, fantastic zero target really be achieved and people are loving us again? What's your prediction? Who would like to go first? Anurag.
Well, as I mentioned, that if you look at messaging from the point of the plain vanilla SMS, I think the only reason why it still thrives over any other channel is because of the ubiquity and the ease of use of that channel. That's why today, even again, if I take an India perspective, the banking regulator in India, they've made it compulsory for every online transaction. And I mean, mind you, during the entire lockdown phase, that the entire volume of transactions increased manifold. Every transaction is expected to follow with an SMS going to the end user. Now, is that the most safe and secure mechanism today? No, for sure, as I mentioned, that it's very easily susceptible to interception, to fraud, to even phishing, what we call smishing. I think the likes of an RCS, which is not only good from a rich media point of view, which we've talked about, that how to make messaging fun, which earlier Jan was also talking about and Tim mentioned. I think beyond that, the verification aspect of it is a very strong one. And that helps ensure that the end user has that comfort and that peace of mind that the interaction is directly with the right body. I mean, if I can just draw a parallel, like there is an app called Truecaller, very popular in India. It's a Swedish app. That also has started a similar service where they're going out to enterprises and registering certain numbers which are specific to that enterprise. Now, these are all efforts to try and make sure that the end user receives some sort of a notification that, yes, this is a verified, genuine, actual enterprise, the owner of that number series or the owner of that short code or the owner of that alpha sender ID. So these are efforts, and I feel definitely when you talk Google and you talk about these efforts being available natively in the handset, I think that makes it all the more powerful. So I feel that maybe in a year or two, as more and more handsets, I understand, if my understanding is correct, I believe Google has worked out with most of the handset manufacturers now in Android that every Android handset now by default has to have a messages app. So okay, so that my information is right there. So with that happening, I think that will help ensure that there is one unified messaging channel available through the Android ecosystem that would be now universally and very soon be ubiquitous across all handset users. And once that happens, and then in parallel we have the RCS RBM bandwagon, which is gearing up its speed. I feel the two together, I think there'll be a cusp somewhere around a year or year and a half where it would really hit that critical point where it will start become the mandatory form of communication for trusted communication and critical communication. So I see RCS as a good mechanism to bring about that necessary trust in messaging again.
Catherine, do you see that? Do you see the RCS building forward? Do we need more?
Yeah, I think just anecdotally, I'm sure a lot of people in the room, I was just having a think there as we were hearing from Anurag. It was, you know, the majority of the customers that a carrier has, not all of them, obviously we've got some on pay-as-you-go, are based on secure billing and ID-based relationship with the carrier where they have to verify their identity, set up a contract. That means that brands can be sure that they're reaching who they actually think they are. And I think there's been quite a lot of hesitation with like the financial services to use other less secure channels in that regard for messaging comms. Not all of them, but I think we'll see more and more of that as this ecosystem develops, that RBM as a development of the SMS platform will be seen as the secure choice for reaching the customers where they want to be reached in terms of their business comms that are based on definitely their identity. So it's not just consumers getting spammed, brands being sure that they're actually reaching the customers that they need to and protecting themselves as well. So I think it'll be interesting to see how this develops in the next couple of years as we move into a more omni-channel environment.
Back to a win-win situation that Stephanie was talking about. It's good for the business, it's good for the consumer. And Tim?
I think you just said it. It's good for the business, it's good for the consumer. We've got the foundations there. We have RCS available around the world to all Android users. You know, from a Google perspective, we've heavily invested in the channel. As Anurag said, we've got the OEMs now shipping the Android Google Messages client as a standard client on the device, which is means that out of the box now, pretty much every Android device has the same experience for RCS RBM perspective. The verification and approval process we have in place are all there to be used. As Thomas from DT said earlier, you know, the carriers should get on and start using it themselves as well. Many of them are, which is great, and I know there's a lot of opportunity for more and more carriers to do the same. And just to be clear about that, that's a carrier using the RCS channel to communicate with their own subscribers. I think Thomas put it very succinctly, you know, we shouldn't be selling our own dog food, we should be sipping our champagne. And I think that's very true in this respect. We're seeing a lot of growth. Jan and both Nick earlier today talked about the growth that we're seeing. We're getting many active Android RCS users. I was speaking to some of the UK carriers last week and this week about their growth. It's all looking very positive. It's there for the taking. It's there to be used. There's some great deals around from a pricing perspective, I understand. So from aggregators and brands, I don't think there's anything really to stop them getting on with it and proving to the ecosystem and the users and the businesses that this is a safe and secure market and can help to, I'm not going to say revive, but actually move conversational commerce into the future.
Fantastic. Guys, have I been too nice to my grilling? Just show me something. I can't see your faces. I could try and hit some of you to see if you're asleep, but that would generate more claims, and I'm not sure if Google, but if you don't have questions, I know we're running a bit late, they are around. We should go and grill them later as well. Oh, nicely buy them some drinks as well. It's free tonight as well. Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the team, Catherine and Anurag, and a big round of applause. Well, we haven't finished talking about security, and we're now going to be looking at one of the questions: can we do all of these at scale, and can we do it fast and securely? It is a great pleasure to look at more details at the question of the sender ID verification and the bot verifications. And I'm asking here to come two of the veterans of the industry. We're looking at each other. Yes, it's both of you. It's Stefan Heller and John Brunner from the campaign registry and Aegis Mobile. Thanks for being here.
I got a clicker, yes. Oh, there we are. We're the same height in these pictures, John. That's better. Thanks, everybody. So, talking about RCS bot verification at scale, fast, painless, and cost-effective. snappy title. I think, did you think of that? I'm not sure if
It wasn't me.
Okay. So really what I want to introduce today is the Verification Hub. The Verification Hub comes from the Campaign Registry, which is a product that's running in the US and has been for a number of years now, but really at scale in the last year. And we partnered with Aegis Mobile in the US for that product, and we're very pleased to announce that on the Verification Hub. We're also partnering with Aegis again to really launch RCS bot verification at scale.
That's good.
So really, with TCR, the Campaign Registry, and Aegis, the Verification Hub is a product of the Campaign Registry. And we already have over 700 global CPaaS companies that use it already, over 1 million registered brands. And we're doing SMS, MMS, and RCS. Now, what does this actually mean? I mean, John, you said that the other day we were getting how many verifications in a particular period of time? You said that was...
Oh, yeah. In one day, we processed well over 16,000 verifications.
So 16,000 in a day, and that's not even with us pushing it, really. I mean,
we haven't gotten more than that. So.
Right. But what you can see is that this is not something that we're thinking about. This is not something that's being tested out there. This is not something that is an idea. This is actually in market in the US right now, working across all of the key carriers in the US market, and is doing these verification, these brand identity checks at scale. So with that, we realized that having all of those brands, the 1 million+ brands that we have right now in the registry, is a very obvious subject for RCS to be able to upsell or to RCSify all of these particular companies' brands and messaging campaigns. And to do that, I mean, obviously, John, we've got the initial checks and the brand verifications, the identity checks that Aegis provide, and then there is a small number of steps to then RCSify these particular campaigns. And those can also be done, those are also operating at a scale.
Yes. Yeah, so the first step is the identity, so that we've got a legally registered company in good standing in the country that it's from. But then if you really want to do RCS, you want to do some sort of a background check on that brand to make sure that they're not associated with any kind of consumer fraud because of the dynamic nature and wonderful nature of the RCS platform. You want to do a little deeper dive on the brand, but then also you're going to check the chatbot use case, and you're going to check logos for rights to use. We also will would want to capture the attestations and the number of players that are involved in delivering that chatbot to the consumer. So the multi-hop.
The multi-hop. And this is over 170 countries at the moment, is that right, John?
Yeah, we've done 170 countries plus so far successfully through a completely automated process. We just haven't received requests from the other countries yet, so we're not sure how many countries we can do at this point, but we know we've got 170.
Right. So the key point about the Verification Hub is that we're not trusting anything or anybody. We're verifying everything. And so we're leveraging those zero trust principles. We have built everything to scale without sacrificing security, and this partnership with Aegis that we've already implemented is a testament to that. And verification and maintenance of the brand identity for registered brands. And it's an omni-channel registration. So the whole point here is that you're going to be verified and registered and verified once. And then on the back of that, you have an output that could go to multiple properties. And when I say multiple properties, RCS is one property that you could output this digital verification to. And you could output to any of the meta properties or any other kinds of properties that are to be pushed out there where people would want to get any kind of messaging communication into. So for a brand represented by a CPaaS or represented by any kind of aggregator, they would be able to look at this as your kind of one-stop shop to be able to do effective digital verification and then outputting that information in whatever format's required by whatever output is required by the individual places like the meta properties or RCS or for SMS and MMS, which is what we're doing right now.
If I can add to that, the other thing that we're implementing within this partnership is the ability to configure the risk analysis for different carriers have different requirements, different countries have different requirements, and so the ability to create those credentials for those different markets and those different customers is a critical requirement for high volume success.
And the key thing here is that it wasn't easy to do. When we started off, we had a lot of precedents of how we were going to be tackling this. And we had a lot of requirements from a lot of different carriers that were asking for many different scenarios to be covered off. And we realized that we had to change. We had to pivot in certain respects to ensure that we were capturing the right things that we could capture at scale and really give an attestation, a proof of that identity and a proof of the background checks on those brands to the satisfaction of every single carrier that we work with, because there are different requirements and we've had to work with all of those to build a single scalable product, which is where we're arrived at now. It took about a year, I think, to actually make sure it was all working properly.
Dynamic changes and
yes.
Absolutely. But that's the point. You've got to be flexible and agile to get there. And you'll learn things new. The market will evolve. The bad players evolve. So you've got to be agile to be successful.
Right. So the key points about the verification hub is that it is a centralized hub for a one-time registration and omni-channel verification. Brands that are existing within the SMS campaigns will have a fast track to RCS bot verification, kind of as we've spoken about. So this means that somebody could RCSify their campaign and they can see the benefits of running RCS bots as a brand far faster than perhaps if they were starting from scratch. Also, we're looking at, from the fiscal perspective, from the financial point of view, this is going to be much more on a monthly subscription basis that could be paid yearly. But we're not looking at this being a massive cost to people, because especially if they come in, they've already registered for registration in the US, then it would be very easy for them to upgrade to RCS at a nominal cost.
And in the US market, the original cost of verification prior to our partnership was at least 3 times higher than what we were able to reduce it to.
Yes.
So the idea is, low cost, high volume, low resistance, if you will. How do you make it efficient and easy for the brands, to come through?
Correct. And John, you're being, when you say that prior to you came into the market, the cost was higher, it was because Aegis came into the market and because of their automated systems that the price was able to come down. And that was for the benefit of all of the people involved in that market, and were able to sort of see value in terms of getting their brand verified. And now that brand verification can be taken a step further into being able to have that verification available for RCS, available for any other kind of format or output that they'd wanted in. If they need something in the digital verified container, then that can be output that way as well. So also with the fact that it's in the registry and with the campaign registry, we have the automatic issuing of SMS or SMS failbacks. So for RCS bots, when you need that failover, it's already there within your SMS campaign that you've been developing into. If you come into the registry and you're just starting off and you want to just do RCS, then because the product is built around the SMS product, then the ability for you to put in either a toll-free number, a short code, or an SMS number, a standard 10-digit number, is easy to accommodate. So this provides bot signatures by Aegis, who are already doing the bot signatures in the US market, and they are a GSMA-approved verification authority. And you're already doing this for Verizon primarily, is that right?
Yes, the RCS launched with Verizon, IMI, Cisco, WebEx, and Synchronos.
Right. And so the bot identity is going to be maintained on the basis of credentials using wallet technology. So the idea is we're not just sort of standing still. We're not looking at trying to make sure that people have to fill in paper forms. We're looking at using wallet technologies, digital verifications, containerization, PKI, to be able to ensure that the encryption is strong around the identity of the brand. Because at the end of the day, this is a passport that the brands can use in multiple locations, multiple countries, and really feel that once they've been verified, they're going to have the opportunity to utilize that digital verification, that digital identity that's been verified in a secure manner. And with Aegis, we feel that this has really given the opportunity for so many brands to be able to get this verification done at this scalability factor. The other thing that should really go into is the verification that is being done, that we do today, is continually being developed. So there's no, this is what it is, and it's going to stop right there. The GSMA had a set of criteria. We believe that's a starting point, and that in fact, what you should be doing is building on that to really ensure security and identity that is secure. And I know that from Aegis' point of view, you've seen certain scenarios where you've had people trying to pass themselves off as various other brands or other specific brands, and you're able to trap these things, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there are a couple of different things that occur. Sometimes you have businesses that create multiple businesses so that they can stay below the radar. We call that whack-a-mole, right? You shut one, or actually we call that hydra. You shut one down, you still got the other 7 heads of the snake out there. The whack-a-mole is you shut somebody down, they go get their brother, sister's, cousin's, mother to start up a company, they come back and register 2 days later, and we're doing link analysis to figure out, wait a minute, this really is the same company that we just shut down. So,
So in a nutshell, the verification at scale comes from being able to build this from scratch, effectively, putting it out in the market, actually working with the brands, working with the aggregators, working with all of these, working with the carriers, and being able to fine-tune it where now it is operating at a very effective scale, 16 to, I think we're going to be pushing probably 18,000 soon. But there will be 16,000 verifications in a day that all went through. These are not 16,000 that just stopped and only 2% went through. 16,000 positive verifications that approved the identity of these brands. So when you're doing that at a scale, then you have to ensure that you're continually developing and continue ensuring that you're looking at what the bad actors are trying to do to ensure that you're cutting that off wherever you can. So I think that's where the end of really what I had to say. It was a very quick presentation. I didn't want to bore too many of you. I know it's like in that afternoon part where it's like, it's either time for a bit of a nap or it's time for 17 coffees. So I appreciate your attention. If you've got any questions, I know we had a little bit of time left over, but if you've got any questions, please shout them out. Otherwise, John and I are around and we'll be at all the various parties.
Oh, this works.
Thank you. Whoa, this is loud. I had a question because you've been talking about automation when it comes to verifying the bots and the use cases, but I'm a little bit concerned about automation of verification of the content. Because in some of those channels, if you are really doing an omni-channel approach, you're going to have restrictions on the kind of products that the brand can advertise. Let's say tobacco or sexual services, things
like that. Or U.S. marijuana.
For example, and the thing is, in the U.S., in some states it'll be legal, in some other it won't. So there is also, in terms of conducting fraud, that you can get the bot approved with certain content, and then because it's all dynamic content, throughout the following weeks, the content of the bot starts to change. How do you handle that?
So that's a very good point. The registration of anything is it is a registration at that point in time. We are also working with, and with Aegis as well, we're also working with all of the spam organizations out there, such as Adaptive Mobile, Proofpoint, organizations such as this, where we're working closely with them so that it's not just the front end we're looking at, but also the complete journey. To your point, somebody could launch something that looks totally kosher today, and they could change it tomorrow. They could change where the links go. They could change the images in an RCS. They could change things around so that what the expectation is from the consumer stops becoming that expectation. So working with them, we can sort of set up, this is what was stated at this time, on this day, in this year. The company said they were going to be sending these kinds of messages, and here's a sample of what they were going to be sending. Utilizing AI, they can then monitor the in-market response in that message. Does it create any red flags or not? And there are a lot of sophisticated AI systems now that any kind of the effective spam operating companies will run that can trap these things. Working with us, we give them the front-end information, which helps them reduce their false positives, and also gives them the ability to really start to target where things are changing. But it is an ongoing task.
So I'd also add, so Aegis has been doing compliance for 16 years, and one of the other services that we're offering into the market is that we actually do live intercept all over Microsoft Play Store, all over Google, the Google apps and games, but in many other markets, we are live intercepting programs to make sure that they have not varied from what was actually approved to go into market. And so the concept of verification of a business is one thing. Verifying the use case and onboarding the use case is critical, but then making sure that it's not changing to something non-compliant in market has to happen on a continuous basis, and then also looking at the transaction data itself. But all that now can feed back to the brand and the use case from a performance perspective. And some of the other things we've argued is, good behavior, maybe that should be rewarded in the future. Bad behavior gets shut down. So you can kind of incentivize people to drive the good behavior in the market.
Yes.
But the fact is, you've got the ability to tie it all back to a brand.
Yeah.
And I do have I do have a follow-up question there, because you mentioned the verification of the false positives. Mm-hmm. And this just triggered on me a memory of one of my friends that actually has a musical production company. Mm-hmm. And today they do most of their business on Facebook and other channels. Mm-hmm. And when he posted a new song with like a little picture and stuff, the algorithm in Facebook flagged it as something offensive. It didn't tell him what it was, but it flagged him as offensive, and the only option he had is to bring down the post and recreate it again with different words. Mm-hmm. Are you providing those tools to kind of contest those false positives, or do you rely on some other party to take care of those things? Like if I'm a creator and I face this problem, how can I resolve it fast? Because obviously all the time that passes, it's preventing me from generating the revenue.
Right. And the thing with algorithms is that the algorithms will try and trap things because there's not enough data at the front end. So what they try and do is to try and say, in general, this looks bad. This smells bad, it looks bad, it could be bad. Now, depending on the platform, they will either shut it down because they don't take the risk and the risk of liability that it could be, or some will flag it. In some cases for carriers, they'll flag it to the carriers' networks, who then review it and then decide whether or not they're going to take action, whether they think it really is something bad or whether it actually is not offensive and it actually is allowed on their network. But a lot of it is down to the registration process as well. What are you going to register up front? If you're transparent in what you're doing, you shouldn't have anything to hide. So the whole point about a registration process is you say who you are and what you're doing. And if that is true, that is who you are, which is what we check, and it is what you're doing, which is then seen in market, no one's going to have a problem. And part of it is when we talk to various organizations about what verification means, they suddenly start to realize that they can, in some cases, use that information to not relax the algorithm, but to inform the algorithm better, so there's less of those false positives. It is a little bit of a quid pro quo scenario. So I hope that answers partly. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. I'll take it anyway. Thank you. Thank you. You handed me the clicker. I was like, I'm Scottish, I'll take anything. So yeah, that was really good. Thank you so much to Stefan and John. Weren't they great? And you know, it was funny when they were talking about verification, it took me to the place, and I'm sure you've all been there, where it pops up on a website, verify you're a human. And it's the first time in my life where I look and I think, I'm not sure if that's a bus. It's like choose 3 buses, and I'm like, is that a bridge or is that a bus? Anyway, it really challenges me at times, I have to say. So we are going to be back here at 4 o'clock. I do believe, I've been informed that there are a surprise or 2 to be had. I have no idea what that is, so I'm sure we're going to find out. But yeah, enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here at 4 sharp. Thank you. Are you still with us and still awake? Yeah, well, you'll be glad to hear our next session. They're stacked up in their coffee. So, but unlike whiskey, I don't like coffee either, so I really, really wish I did. But the guys are going to be energetic, they're going to entertain you, because we're going to cover marketing clouds, messaging, automation, and of course, AI. So I'm going to hand you over in the very safe hands of Carlos Aragon, who is the AVP of Marketing at Mavenir. Bring it on, Carlos.
Thank you. All right. As Dario said before, I brought my iPad. That shows you it's going to be a serious thing. Now, I just want to make sure I don't forget any of the things here. And also because I didn't want to bore you with slides. So I just got a couple of points in here to introduce the session before I introduce my speakers here. So the session is all about how we can leverage automation in marketing and kind of the key points. Some of them I've collected during the different MEF events as well as the presentations this morning. The first one you saw in the presentation from Nick today about how messaging is basically growing heavily everywhere in multiple channels, particularly in RCS too. And one thing we've learned during the pandemic is that now everybody knows how to use a QR code. Basically, the way that we're discovering businesses is no longer just a plain website search or a plain kind of advertisement on a billboard. There's multiple ways that consumers are discovering businesses right now. Which is going to lead, if you look at these two trends, that businesses more and more are going to have to rely on those conversations with the customers. The problem is that for large businesses, it's already a problem. Their contact centers are growing. For smaller businesses, this is a nightmare because they don't have people to be, helping people on conversations all the time. They actually have a work that they need to do. So there is a way that we can help in this place. And just to give you an example of how difficult this is going to be, because people prefer to ask questions rather than look for information, an example here we have of a contact center already, and this is just for voice, but a contact center of a pizza company in Canada. They mentioned to us that 3/4 of the calls they get on holidays and weekends are basically people just asking if they're open and they're delivering that day. This shows you an example of things that can be heavily automated, but the trick here is how you can provide, now that the technology for messaging is mature enough, how you can make it simple enough for businesses of all sizes to be able to leverage automation. And that's what we're trying to address in this panel here. So let me introduce the co-panelists here. Let's start with Doug Makishima. He's the Chief Sales and Marketing Officer at Summitech. Then we have Kieran McGovern. He's the Head of Messaging and Product at Synchronos. And lastly, my friend Chris Wright. He's the Vice President of Portfolio Market Development at Cineverse. All right, let's take a seat. Okay, so I have a few questions here for you guys. Some of them I'll want to get your take from all of you, and some of them I'm just going to throw out, and whoever wants to answer, you can just go ahead and take it. So let's start with the first one. Before we dig into the automation, focusing on messaging and the marketing value of messaging, why do you think messaging is a good vehicle for the marketing initiatives, let's say, or for companies to do marketing? So let's start from here.
Well, I think, people are tired of, sorry, we're at Google, searching, right? They want to have conversations, they want to chat. So, messaging as a channel is great because you have that interactivity, you have the engagement. If you power it with AI, then you can really increase the engagement rate and automate the marketing channel and messages.
Right, Kieran?
I'd maybe throw out a few stats just to show that it's already the reality. I mean, I think there's already 4 billion plus messaging app users, 5 billion SMS users. I mean, there's already over 70 million sort of businesses onboarded on messaging systems. And when you think about that, and 3 of the top 5 sort of engagement channels are messaging, combined with another stat, which is interesting, that nearly 60% of all sort of customer services engagements will be delivered via digital or self-service channels. I think the reality is that messaging as a platform, as a channel for marketing communications is it's the reality.
Yeah, and I think one of the major drivers, at least for SMS and RCS, it's native. It's already on the device. I don't need to install an application to make it work. It runs naturally native with the device, so I think that's the big benefit.
And I think also, just to add, it's micro-targeted, hyper-personalized, right? I mean, it's also very timely, so you can send that campaign, that message out exactly at the right time, an hour before lunch because you know that's when people are making that decision of where to eat. It's also asynchronous, so you don't have to have 100% attention. You know, you can start with a message chat, leave it, and then come back to it at a later time.
And I think maybe just one other point, which is interesting, just to pick up on Doug's note there is, I mean, what's interesting about talking about AI and automation as we spend the next 20, 30 minutes up on stage is that it does provide the ability to be personal at scale. I mean, that's a really interesting concept as we see the evolution of this industry and messaging, and particularly rich messaging.
So it's interesting that you're talking about personalization here, but I was having a quick chat with Chris before, and he was mentioning that still a big amount of the messaging that businesses are exchanging are related to 2FA, two-factor authentication, one-time passwords. That leads me to think, is like the entire market ready for messaging, or are there specific verticals that benefit more for messaging, in this case in particularly for marketing, not for 2FA? Are there any verticals you have identified through your regular engagements that are better positioned right now to benefit from marketing over messaging? And then which other verticals kind of like we need to nurture to adopt the messaging channel? So I'm going to start with you, since I named you before.
I think a lot of stuff that we need to look at is how do we drive this stuff forward? And anything that you need validation that's got to the actual handset, that's given with the messaging services, such as medical fields, such as call center type services. Those are all natural channels for SMS and RCS capable devices. If we can go through and leverage those channels or channels like that, where you also need the authentication capabilities, it's ideal for what we're trying to drive forward. So the delivery services, healthcare, medical, those type of services I think are key.
Any other verticals?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think, and we've heard this theme sort of repeated all through the morning and afternoon sessions, the kind of security and trust. And when we think about that and about some of the things that, in the messaging and in RCS in particular, we've tried to instill in terms of keeping it clean and keeping it healthy, there are segments or verticals that lend themselves to that. And, as Chris mentioned, I think obviously financial industries, we've seen that in Japan in terms of our experience with, the number of sort of financial and banking institutions that have come on board. I think we also see it with public services and with utilities, because again, they lend themselves to that particular sort of security and trust paradigm, feeling confident working with the operators, about making sure that that it's going to be, they can talk to who they're expected to talk to, and that they can be trusted as part of that conversation. So in addition to healthcare, I would call those out as well.
I think the whole authentication capabilities that we're building into RCS is critical and the targets that we're trying to nail down for this.
Anything you want to add, Doug, or?
Oh, well, just continuing on the trust theme, it's not only about trust, which is, of course, very important, but also consistency. So with AI, especially in the early stages of the conversation, with an AI, you can ensure your brand's consistency of message and quality. Of course, you can then later escalate to a live person if required, but I think trust and consistency are also important aspects of messaging as a channel.
So before we dig into the AI, because we actually have a question specifically for AI in a little bit, I think the question we need to ask before is, we've seen in many of the use cases we've seen in here presented today, they're not truly AI, they're mostly kind of workflow-based use cases, which is not wrong, it's actually quite good, because automation has to start somewhere. And the example that I gave before about this pizza chain in Canada, that basically a lot of their calls were based on whether they were open or something you can easily automate with an IVR, but for whatever reason they're not doing it. What do you think are tasks today or interactions that can be done through messaging that are very, very easy or kind of true candidates for automation today, whether it's with workflows or AI, if you can throw any examples?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I could start. I mean, I think that, we think about it logically, sort of automating or enabling self-service at that first point of contact, I think is critical in terms of driving down costs, but also improving customer experience. And when you think of those things, typically in terms of first point of contact, obviously it changes depending on the business. But for restaurants, it's going to be opening hours, doing deliveries at weekends. It's going to be menu. It's going to be a location, right? For dealing with a service that you get, it's going to be about availability of the service. It's going to be about a query, about a bill. It's going to be about things like that. So I think, or frequently asked questions related to other businesses. I think all of those things are very easily automated inside, you know, a chatbot that to some extent can also be prescriptive because the information is known, the queries are known. And I think, you know, again, using Japan as an example, they've done a lot of those use cases where first point of contact is self-service enabled. And they've begun with themselves as a brand, enabling all of their touch points, because it was very important to try and, as we say, drink your own champagne or eat your own dog food. But they've done that and very successfully as a result. So those are certainly tasks to sort of think about in terms of right out of the gate.
By the way, we need to make it very clear, don't drink your own shampoo, that's not
No.
good, okay?
Now, with hair like mine, shampoo is a big part of everyday life.
Not a good idea. Who wants to go next? Doug or Chris, anything to add?
No, I'm pretty much on track.
Just make a comment about timeliness, right? I mentioned timing in the beginning, why messaging is a good channel, but for self-help, it's really critical to have that immediate response. And so it's really the only channel where you can self-help, chat, and you can expect an immediate response if there's a chatbot behind it. So you take out that latency, the delay, and improve customer service, customer satisfaction greatly.
That's kind of critical, because if there's something we've learned about the younger generations is they don't like to wait for anything. So, which is funny, because as long as you provide the first immediate response and they know they've been heard, they tend to be more let's say, acceptant of or getting a response a little bit delayed. They're used to messaging and to have to wait for the messages, but if you don't get that first response, you may be able to lose the customer initially.
And that's what I meant by the channel being asynchronous. So you get that first message.
Yeah.
You know, we're collecting the information, we're processing a request, and then I can go about doing some other activity while I'm waiting for that.
So that kind of ties well with automation and the next question, which is related to AI, because if you're going to be responding to messages manually, that immediacy you may not be able to do. If you look at smaller businesses, like for example, the plumber that's under a sink fixing a pipe, and they get a text message today, you know, just peer-to-peer text message, they're definitely not going to be able to answer that. That means that if the customer just found their phone number somewhere, whether it's Google Maps or search or whatever, they're just going to jump to the next available plumber and they're going to miss that business. That's something that automations and AI can do. So what is the role that artificial intelligence can play in this automation? How can it make it better?
Well, I think you just answered most of the question, but you know, continuing on with that theme, you know, if you have AI for not only immediate response, but you can have intelligent responses that are, again, consistent with your message, so that's that consistency. I think sentiment analysis, so, you know, when the customer is chatting back and forth with the chatbot, AI can be used to understand sentiment. So is the customer in a bad mood and you need to escalate this, or are they about to make a buying decision, so you know which direction to take the chat? And so automation and AI can play a big role there.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot with sentiment analysis on language, and it's been critical for some of the stuff that we're trying to do. It doesn't necessarily tie exactly to this, but when we have to scan for certain types of traffic going internationally, you can't have certain sentiments in the traffic going out. So everything that we put in there, I think, would definitely apply back to the AI when you have a chatbot enabled, where you want to understand the sentiment of the individual to help determine how you're going to respond.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is we still have a ways to go in terms of the technology, right? Because ultimately, as Wally said this morning, you know, language matters, and conversation can be difficult in order to pick up the sentiment or the, you know, the placidity of what that is about. I think that what's interesting is AI and automation, as long as it makes sure that it's kind of personal and relevant, timely, informative, and overall sort of valuable. If that is what AI can provide a better insight to ultimately for the marketeer, the holy grail is a one-to-one relationship, a one-to-one engagement. That's where we're trying to get to as an industry over time. And I think that, you know, I'm hopeful we're taking baby steps in the right direction, but I think we have to respect that data privacy, data sovereignty, and all those things, particularly when operators play a role and the regulators are involved, it takes time to work through that process, but certainly encouraged by some of the early use cases and forays in this area.
But even simple chatbots can be very useful for scale, right? So you send out a campaign to 1 million subscribers, and, you know, hopefully you have 10,000 or 50,000 responses. But if they come in at the same time, it will swamp your call center, right? So having a chatbot, a basic chatbot, even can help with that. With AI, the conversation can go lead all the way to just beyond just the basic engagement all the way to a transaction or to a solution. So I think from a scalability standpoint, AI is extremely important.
So and you can also target it so it knows when to dump it to a real human too. So you could have the natural conversation, and like we talked about earlier today, when you find out the person starts getting irritated, just dump you over to a real person to help mitigate those issues.
That's kind of critical, be able to decide when you need to drop the ball and just send it to a person, because that's all you can do. But kind of summarizing what you guys said, so sentiment analysis is one of the key advantages in there, kind of having the AI self-learn like a set of FAQs or a set of kind of like business information to be able to provide the answers quickly to the customer. What about kind of analyzing customer trends? Because one of the, for example, the demands, again, going back to the pizza story, because I have a close relationship with these guys, one of the things that they do a lot of the time is when you call, they immediately know what you ordered before. And the first thing they say is, hey, do you want the same thing? And if you say yes, you get the same thing with the same extras delivered at the same address and charged with the same credit card. That's kind of a time-saving factor. So how do you see the sophistication there? Is the technology ready for a business to not have to do a full development and be able to just leverage certain tools to activate these kind of things?
We've certainly made a lot of progress. I mean, I think that data infrastructure and the modernization of that over the last number of years, and some of that because of the acceleration to the cloud, we have less silos than what we used to have, and therefore understanding what people's sort of preferences are and behavior, as well as what the operator has traditionally in terms of financial information, preferences, choices, location, helps. But I think what we call, I'm trying to think, maybe an adaptive marketing engagement, right? Let's call it that, right? I mean, ultimately, what you're trying to achieve is building an understanding and a relationship between you, the brand, and your customer. And if you store data, but you use it sensibly and you're not sharing it in order to improve the service, the customer experience, then I think, and we've seen cases of that, then it's the right thing to do, because ultimately it's more valuable to the end user. So remembering their last order, or even remembering their name and the names of maybe the last time they visited of the family. All of those things are very useful in order to personalize the conversation. I think all of the tools are available to do that today to a large extent, and maybe maturity has to improve. But I also think providing, let's call them templated chatbots, things that already exist, so it's easy for a business to get up and running and be able to provide a customer journey that's going to be relevant to their audience is also an important part of that.
I think the templates is an important thing. We'll discuss it later when we talk about the barriers of entry. Anybody else wants to add anything?
No, you hit it.
Okay, then we'll jump to the next question, which is specifically that one. Are there any barriers of entry? Is this limited to businesses of a certain size or with a certain budget, or are there ways that we can lower that barrier of entry to allow businesses of any size, even the small business?
I think the mom and pop shops are always going to have some barrier to entry, at least when it comes to AI integration. The cost is just too high for them to actually handle sometimes. I think what they're more looking for, the small moms and pops, is how can I get my message out to the consumers quickly, easiest way possible with minimal cost or overhead. And if that's what they're focusing on, then it's very straightforward. To integrate the AI in there, I think you have to work with at the aggregator level or at the sub-aggregator level that's actually going to have the infrastructure in play to do templated development opportunities for those smaller entities that want to get out. If you could rinse and repeat, it's going to make it much easier, much more cost affordable for the smaller guys to actually utilize this service.
Yeah, I see that as the biggest barrier, smaller company, smaller business. Forget about AI, they can't even create a chatbot, right? So to your point, if you have templates, if you have a self-service portal where you can easily just drag and drop, no coding to create a basic chatbot, and if you do have AI capability that you can throw in there in the mix as well and offer it as a service, cloud service, portal service, then that will be very helpful and allow small businesses, small mom and pops, like the pizza example, bring a chatbot online and even add in AI.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, you're changing the engagement paradigm for small businesses, because traditionally they're not set up for a conversational engagement. So when you're moving to a rich messaging channel, you don't want to place all that burden on education, awareness, familiarity with the tools and technology, different pricing models, and even access, in terms of being able to provide something that is self-service to them and intuitive to set up so that they can get up and running quickly. So we've started to make progress in a number of those areas, but I think we have a lot more. We have a lot more to do. But I think that making it accessible where they are via self-service on something that is drag and drop without any understanding of the technology is hugely important in terms of getting them on board.
So we're going to have to draw a line in there. So anything that's a certain small size down, it's going to have to be relying heavily on self-service, kind of cookie cutter, templated solutions that probably are going to be tailored to their specific segment or vertical. Like there could be segments, let's say, the health and wellness, not like healthcare, but like wellness things like hairdresser, nail salon, massage parlor. Those kind of things may have the same needs, which may have, besides the business hours and stuff, they're going to have to book appointments with people. They're going to have to take payments from people. They're going to have some common things that are going to be different, for example, from like a landscaper that normally is going to have to visit you and they're going to have to kind of advertise different things. And I think it's going to be part of the ecosystem to figure out how to simplify that model. But we're going to leave that for the final question, because on all of this AI and automation, there is definitely a value chain. You actually already hinted it a little bit. There's going to be aggregators, there's going to be application developers, there's going to be CPaaS vendors, there's going to be, obviously, sub-aggregators and carriers. Who do you think is best positioned in this entire chain? And maybe it's not just a single answer, maybe it depends on the use case. But who do you think is best positioned to provide this automation and AI capabilities? And what would be particularly, because it's like the elephant in the room, the role of an MNO, the role of a carrier in this space?
I think you're seeing a lot of change in the industry today. A lot of the tier one operators and the group operators are changing their approach, or they're starting to change their approach on what they want to offer to the consumer or to that level enterprise. They're actually taking over a lot of the aggregator function, where they could have a white label CPaaS front end. They're able to go out and develop the custom tool sets that the enterprise needs, and they can actually provide a lot of the services. But if you look at the rest of the industry, I think it's going to be more at the aggregator, the sub-aggregator level that's actually going to be driving it. The big guys, the big enterprises, they can build their own, they can handle their own. But when it comes down to the smaller or the medium size, it's going to be relying on aggregators or operators that are developing that same functionality.
Would you like to add something?
I mean, I don't think there's a one single answer, to be perfectly honest. It does to some extent depending on the audience and the use case. Each of the key sort of stakeholders in the value chain has an amount of data, right, about the user to some extent. So I think, and we saw that when we were talking about data security and sharing with third parties when we had the other panel up on stage. Before the break. I certainly think operators have a significant role, because ultimately, in terms of the network identity, in terms of the financial information, in many cases, because of the contract you have to establish with the operator, you've got the physical address as well. In the right use cases, in the right hands, with the right opt-in from the user, that can simplify and remove so much friction from so many use cases in terms of automating them. So imagine if I order some goods and I give my consent to automatically share my delivery address, which is already known with that business. It removes all of the headache. I mean, how many of us cringe every time we get thrown up with a form to put in all of our personal details again? And then we go to the next stage of the process and they ask for them again, or they say tick if it's the same address. It's really frustrating, right? And you lose an awful lot of people during that customer journey. So I think operators definitely have a significant role to play. But I think over time, as the ecosystem develops, many people in the value chain will have a piece of information. I think the key is to try and only use it to the benefit of the customer experience for the end user.
Actually, before I pass it to you, one thing I wanna catch from your response, because I think that might be a session for another MEF event, is how we can, if you look at the success that Amazon has had selling goods, is because they enable this one-click purchase. Like you click on order and everything is there, your credit card, your address and everything. Is how we can simplify RCS conversational commerce to the point that you can enable that one-click purchase across multiple businesses.
Well, I think the question was what can be done or what can we do to enable and to simplify. So we're all vendors here.
Yep.
We talked about the value chain and operators, but someone has to actually build the product, right?
Well, actually, that was the next question. The question we were going to wrap up to make sure is what can we do as an industry to help here? So there you go.
Well, so again, since we're all vendors here, we talked about the one-click, we talked about templates, chatbot builders, something that's a drag and drop, very easy to use through a portal, through a CPaaS or a cloud platform, right? So, you know, my company offers such a chatbot builder platform to make it very easy for small businesses to build their first chatbot, to add AI to it. So I think what we can do is enable the solutions and how they get delivered to the market, whether it's through an aggregator or an operator portal for self-help and onboarding, and then building those chatbots and utilizing the templates. You know, that's more of the value chain question. But you know, the solutions need to exist, and the good thing is I think we're all working hard to simplify it, make it easy, especially for small enterprises, small businesses.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment. I mean, I think all of us here on stage have products in that area, and I think ultimately, you know, trying to ensure that self-service is ubiquitous in any of the use cases that people want to engage with messaging and RCS in particular is vital for the growth of the ecosystem.
Yeah, and that's definitely the path that we're going down. We're working with a lot of the operators to do the white labeled services, and part of the bundle is offering an easy access for an enterprise, a small tier 1 or smaller enterprise to actually go in and do it themselves. It helps mitigate a lot of the friction, and you get a template right in front of them, and it's easy for them to spin up a new service and start generating traffic.
Well, that's all in a good line. I mean, the only thing I could add from Maviner's point of view in this case is that our main kind of role here is to enable the MNOs. Like you also participate in that front. We still find the barrier of entry for the smaller segment of the SMBs. Everybody that talks about SMBs, they tend to think like 20 employees, things like that. There is a gap below 10 employees in the lower space, or in some cases, the businesses that SMBs are not even called SMBs, they're more called prosumers because they're like 1 or 2 people. And for those ones, for example, just building a chatbot builder is not going to help them, not because it's complex or not complex, it's because they don't have time.
Right.
So what you said about self-service, figuring out the use cases, figuring out those kind of specific scenarios where they can just go to a website, put some information, and the platform automatically builds everything for them and gets them ready with the logos, with the getting the approvals with Google and with Facebook and with whatever other channels you're going to be enabling. That's going to be critical. I think we need to work a little bit more on those fronts. Simply because the MNOs, they have the access to the last mile. And for those small segments, those are the ones who can address it. The aggregators are not even have that visibility.
It's not generating enough revenue for them. And I think the nice thing about with the MNOs, they already have the brick and mortar stores. You could get the mom and pops to walk in the brick and mortar, and they could actually have it done right there. Where else do you go? You trust your voice communication with them. The only thing they don't do is they don't go to the brick and mortars for messaging. Why not? They don't have the services. But if we could offer these types of services, it's going to open up a lot more doors for the smaller enterprises.
Okay.
So here's a product idea. Let's build a chatbot to build chatbots.
Hey.
So for the prosumer and the mom and pop stores, right? And there's no coding, no UI, just... You know.
I'm seeing a startup brewing in here. Anybody wants to invest? All right, we have 3 minutes left, so I would like to open the room for you guys to be able to ask our experts here. So does anybody have any questions? Or are you already sleeping with your lunch digesting in your bellies? It's hard to see with the lights.
You can't see anything.
Nobody has any questions? So either we did a great job. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just testing the mic. But no, anyway, now I need to ask some question, obviously. I'm on the spotlight. So basically, we are talking everybody about RCS here. And you mentioned all the good things that RCS brings, and I completely agree with you. But how do you feel about expanding this RCS? Do you think that there needs to be something else in addition to RCS to actually basically conquer the market, to offer to the brands? So how do you see the whole ecosystem working?
So, because you're looking at me, I'm going to take the question.
Okay, sure.
But then I'm going to let my colleagues respond here. From my point of view and from what we're trying to do at Maviner, for example, it's not just RCS. We're approaching everything. We call it customer engagement in general. And we approach it from an omni-channel point of view. So in the case of our solutions we're building together, we're trying to make sure that when you create those experiences, they're available in different channels. And it's impossible to support all of the channels because it depends on some regions and it depends on what the customers are expecting. But yes, when you create these kind of experiences, you need to make sure that you can reach the customers wherever they are. And if not, just like, for example, the guys at Gupshup, DotGo are doing, figure out a workaround, a fallback mechanism that still will work. Sometimes it's just send a link to a web chat perhaps, but make sure that you don't limit people on the SMS channel. That's going to be something we need to do to be able to lower that into the smaller businesses. Today, we support those technologies for larger enterprises, but still requires a little bit of tinkering with the APIs and with the chatbot builder and kind of creating the different adaptations between what, for example, RCS offers you in terms of rich cards and carousel to, for example, if you're using Apple Messages for Business, you have to adapt to the list pickers and time pickers and other kind of elements they provide. But yeah, that's a very, very good question. The world is, yeah, RCS is big out there, but there is also WhatsApp, there is Facebook, and in some countries it's even KakaoTalk or something else, or Viber. And that's where your customers are. That's where you want to go as a business.
Yeah, we also have the good old fallbacks, SMS and MMS. So if you can't get with RCS, you can always hit them with MMS and SMS.
Yeah, but if I could just add one thing, I mean, obviously reaching your customers where they are, I mean, that's what a business needs to do. And that isn't any individual channel, it can change. But I also would suggest that it isn't an either or. The market is big enough, as we saw from some of the stats from Nick this morning in terms of potential engagement, even with a segment of the market that we don't always have to be thinking about how do we make it the only channel, the dominant channel. We just have to make it the right customer experience for the end user in order to delight them, and ultimately that will drive satisfaction and usage.
End user is the one to choose, basically.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're running out of time. We're good for another question. This is your last chance, guys. Going once? Going twice?
She was asking for a glass of wine, I think.
And gone. I think people are getting ready for the happy hour. All right, well, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you. Thanks, Carl.
Thanks, Niels.
Thank you to Carlos and his esteemed panel. Give them a cheer, aren't they good? Oh, maybe not. Okay. So you have now reached the penultimate session. So actually, we're going to do that again. If you're still engaged in any way, i.e. awake, give me a cheer. Okay, that's not bad. It's not what I came from Scotland for, but it's okay, I'll do. Do you know actually cheering releases endorphins? It releases the feel-good endorphin, which you crave and you want more of. So I'll just give you that. So next up, we have a really interesting session because carriers, as we know, are brands in their own right. And it's actually been a bit alien for me to hear us talk about some of these businesses as carriers, because for me, we call them brands in the marketing world. So in this session, we have two experts here, and they're going to talk about how Infobip can really help these carriers and brands to launch RBM successfully. And again, probably the most acronyms that I've heard too, RBM, RCS, oh my goodness, I'm gonna have nightmares now, but it's all interesting stuff. So I want to welcome to the stage two fabulous people. We have Matija Razem, VP Business Development at Infobip, and John Shirley, Partnerships Development at Google. Also two very good clients of the drum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we sit or?
Are you taking the?
Yeah. Thanks.
Take the blue. I was positioning myself so I can practice throwing it in the audience.
Goodies.
No, it's a microphone.
Oh, that's mic, really?
Yeah, you throw it to people.
No,
Want to catch?
okay.
You want to try catch it?
Yeah, I'll try it later. So when you have the questions.
Breaking news announcement. So just sorry, guys.
Sorry.
We're going to go house lights down. Thank you.
What's happening, Susan?
Just if you take a seat, you'll find out.
I'm looking forward to this.
Okay, what's happening?
Wow.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Why don't you tell everyone what we're looking at?
All right, I will. So if you're as big a geek as I am, then you'll know all about James Webb Space Telescope. And I've been so excited all day that 12th of July is the most auspicious day because it's the first pictures being published from the James Webb Space Telescope. And these are ones that literally, how long ago, Susan, were these published?
like 5 seconds ago. Absolutely amazing. And I'll probably, one of the things about the James Webb Space Telescope is it's able to look further back in time than anything that's ever been created by humans before. And so during our conversation today, I'll talk a little bit about some of the past to give a little bit of context towards what we're doing with RCS and RBM today. But I want a big thank you to Susan and the MEF team, and along with the Foundry. Thank you for pulling these and making that happen. It's an emotional moment for me, and I really love seeing them. Thank you. And Matija?
Yeah, I mean, this looks really nice, and this is actually a surprise to me. We didn't prepare this, we didn't rehearse this, but you know, now I need to return to the routine of the subject that we actually want to discuss. So I see actually a lot of stars here, huge number of stars. And I heard just this morning that on the RCS side, we actually have almost 500 million customers already in place that are using RCS. So I don't know, John, maybe you can comment on this one. How we can, we came to 500 million. We're going to come to 1 billion probably in some time. So how do you see this? How do you see the growth?
Well, we heard from Jan this morning about the growth in the RCS users. And as Jan said, we see that accelerating going forward. And what I'd like to really think about is how the user base of RCS out there translates into an opportunity for brands, aggregated service providers, and carriers as well. And one of the things that, so when was Infobip formed? When was it created?
It was officially 2006.
2006, yeah. Okay. So back in the first decade of this century.
So now we are talking centuries.
Centuries. Yeah, I'm showing my age. I think in centuries. So be careful.
Yeah, okay.
So back then, when Infobip was formed, I had the good fortune to be working in Vietnam. Mm-hmm. And at the time, I was helping an organization called Fremantle, which does TV shows. American Idol is one of them. And I was helping them launch Vietnam Idol, which you'll remember the American Idol show taught America how to text. And so as we were talking about Vietnam Idol, I had to go to every single carrier in Vietnam. And at the time, I think there was maybe 7 or 8 mobile operators, and talk to them about the capacity requirements, tell them about the use case, every single one, okay, millions of votes are going to hit your systems within a minute, and it's going to be, potentially, it could take down your network. And it was very, very difficult having all those conversations and persuading them that they needed to upgrade their capacity. And I'd like to maybe put that back to Matija and say, now that Infobip is 16 years old,
yep.
Have I calculated that right? 16 years old. What is the difference today between what I had to do of talk to every carrier to what Infobip can offer today?
Okay, so you mentioned around 7 carriers in Vietnam, which was quite a long enough process to take care of. Currently, Infobip is taking care of around 700 operators in the same way, globally. And we are adding more, but I think this growth will not be so fast anymore because this is what it is. I mean, I think there is maybe 1,000 of them altogether, of important ones at least. And what we do, we actually do what you did like 16, 17 years ago. We are approaching every single one of them. We are helping them onboard the customers. We are helping them onboard the brands. We are working with them to, let's say, adhere to any kind of regulatory requirements. We are working with them on the sender IDs. We are protecting them from spam. all kinds of stuff that most of the operators, they basically are not so focused on. This is not their core business. So this is something that Infobip is trying to bring on the table. And on the other hand, we try to work with the brands. We try to work also with Google and with anybody else who can actually offer us services that we can deliver to those customers. So this is where Infobip is currently now.
Did I hear that right? 700 operators?
Yes,
work with 700.
That's a pretty big number. And yes, we have 700 plus actually direct contracts with the telcos for many different services. Yes.
Okay, brilliant. And coming back to the point about performance and capacity, what experience does Infobip have in terms of RCS business messages in that field?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in the beginning, we started from basically zero to get into 500 million users. You need to work with those users. You need to contact them. You need to, let's say, be able to transfer all those messages. Because just for example, you can work with, let's say, one user, one message, or you can have a conversation which lasts for like few hours with many different interactions in between, with some conversational messaging, with some conversational commerce, etc., which you can add to the table. You need to have a really huge platform that can actually work with that can deliver that, and that can provide some kind of SLAs towards the brands and towards the telcos. And I think this is something that Infobip can deliver because we are already doing it, and not just for RCS. Obviously, we came from SMS, where we had and we are still processing billions and billions of messages on daily basis. So
that's great. That's great to hear, and I can actually vouch for feedback that Infobip has given over time as we've been scaling up RCS business messaging, and I think the dialogue in terms of performance and getting the performance right so that users get timely messages. Is really, really important, and I'd encourage that dialogue across all the different members of the ecosystem as well. And I'd like to also now talk about this, which I picked up on the Infobip stand, and it's you call it an ebook?
Yeah, this is like, I would say a marketing material, but it's actually very good because of the, let's say, way how we got this data. The data is there by taking quite a big survey with the different telcos globally. And we have published that. This is also on our webpage, is available there, but you can check it out on our booth as well. And what it actually says, what are the, let's say, requirements from the telco side to provide to their own customer, and what the customers want with their telcos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And important part is that they actually, customer experience is one of the most important ones, I would say here. And more than half of them would change their telco if the customer experience is not good enough. That's what our survey says.
Okay, yeah. Fantastic. I actually see that right inside. I just flicked through and was reading it, and it says here 53%.
53%, yes.
Switch.
Yeah.
So that's I think an important number for telcos to think about. The customer experience is obviously very important, and the customer service that they get. How can a carrier improve their customer experience, and how can they using RCS business messaging?
Yeah, you noticed the question that I asked before we actually went to the stand. It was basically, I would say, a preparation for the next thing I'm going to say. Because, most of the telcos, when they are trying to implement, RCS is basically a telco service in the end. We are working with Google, they are working with Google, but in the end it's a telco service like SMS, like voice, and it has, let's say, benefits of being a telco service, and it has its flaws, regulatory problems and stuff like that. So it's not just an OTT. I wouldn't call it just an OTT. So the thing is that telcos are always asking us, okay, you have the brands, how can you bring those brands to deliver those messages via RCS, via our RCS service? And of course, you can get good brands, you can get good use cases, you can get some promotions. Even the commercials are not that important. But I told them multiple times, and I will try to repeat this again, telcos can actually use this for their own customers as a start. So every telco in the country has, I would say, around 30% of the market, plus or minus, with their own customers that can use those services for their own customer experience, for their own customer support. And if we just enable this on the telcos, that would bring a lot of customers to basically evangelize the technology and to let them use and to actually see, the look and feel of this particular service. And I think this is the best way to start. After that, of course, you can sell it on the market to the rest of the brands.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of the number of carriers out there, you talked about you already work with 700.
Yes.
And you talked about another 1,000.
Maybe 20-30% increase in the next few years. Yeah.
And in terms of the number of countries that actually provide RCS business messaging today, I think it's around 40 that there's availability. So I guess there's 160, or I don't know how many countries there are in the world. Maybe
there's around 200,
maybe the audience knows. 200.
Yeah,
so there's still many countries who could launch and observe the kind of results that we've seen from many brands today. So do you see this as a good opportunity for Infobip over the next year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have been asked from many of those 700 telcos, how we can enable RCS services, what we can do for them, because they see us as, let's say, some turnkey solution provider. Bring us RCS. They don't care what RCS is, but somebody, the brands wants them, and we can bring it. Obviously, to do that, there is many steps to be done. We need to work with Google. We need to bring Google technology there. We need to connect to the platform. We need to connect to the brands. We need to create some kind of use cases that will actually deliver those new services. But yes, we are the ones who would like to do that. That's for sure. So we already started this in certain countries, but now we are ready maybe to expand it to, not just those 40 countries, but also more than that, for sure.
Okay. I think Susan's maybe giving us a time check over there. So I think we do have a slide that captures some of the points that we've been chatting about.
Okay.
That was quick. Okay, so the first one, would you like to about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this enhance the messaging experience. This is something that we have seen. I've seen here. So, on the SMS side, we are working with SMS for a long time. SMS is our bread and butter, but there are just some things that you cannot deliver on an SMS, which is a really good technology, is still there. But if you want to have a proper use case, I think you need to go to some kind of future messaging, let's say, platforms. And RCS is definitely one of them. And I, personally like it because it's a telco service. So it's a bit different way of approaching the customers. And yeah.
Expanding your offer. We didn't really touch on this. I think we were short on time, but essentially you're saying that carriers, you said it's a telco service. So if a carrier is offering SMS today, then obviously adding RBM
would help for sure. I mean, this is the next move for them. They would not probably be cannibalizing their own business by going to the new messaging service.
And they're able to then participate, I guess, in the conversational commerce revenues that are growing around the world,
which I think are actually quite huge. I mean, potentially. And on the brand visibility, we have tested this, and I think even people before us said the same. When you are sending an RCS message, the conversion rate on that is much, much higher. It's just better. That's the thing. So this is something that any kind of brand would, switch from if they're promoting themselves from just a single text message towards some conversation, which is, accompanied with some pictures, videos, or whatever you want to add. And this is what customers like. And on top of on that note, I can just invite you tomorrow. We have our own team who is actually creating this kind of chatbots for the brand. So you can. If you're coming from the brand side, you can go to them and they will create a chatbot for you in the next couple of hours. Then you can check it out how it actually works. And there is also a session, I think 2 or 3 p.m. from our team that can explain how we and what we are actually doing with the telcos. So these two things we can actually cover tomorrow as well. Yeah.
Okay, I really look forward to seeing some of those labs, and I hope people in the audience actually do stay for the labs and join, because there's multiple organizations showing how to use RCS business messaging.
I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are in the last few minutes of our official auditorium sessions. As we just heard, tomorrow, Infobip is offering a great opportunity to build up your chatbot. Go and use it. I know there are limited seats as well, so make sure you book it. But tomorrow, the entire event turns a bit around it. We don't talk to you, but we will work together. So we're going to have smaller sessions, multiple sessions. Have a look. So there are multiple streams for you to pick and choose, and we want to break you up in smaller teams so that we can actually get you more involved and engaged. However, are you involved and engaged? Oh, yeah. That was a bit slow. There was latency. Try again. Oh, are you involved and engaged? Yeah. Oh, yeah, well done. Well, if you're involved and engaged, then you should enjoy the next sessions. When we discussed about RCS, we found out more and more stuff that was worth spending time on. And one that we couldn't forget, it was too much of a choice, was analytics, something we did not have in SMS. That idea, the next speaker, came from Mayte Martin, the head of RCS at Orange Spain, but you've seen before. Let's welcome her again.
Thanks, Dario. It seems that this is not me, right? Okay, so it is so clear today, the power of RCS, the power of media, carousels, and engagement, your client, and all that. It is so clear and it verified, and all that you can reach and you can do. But what we forget, the analytics. It is very, very important to set this to your clients. We in Orange Spain, we go to the client directly, and this is clue for us. We sell the product with verification, carousels and media, and analytics, because you can have all the details of your campaign. For SMS, you know you don't have any metric. You just send, and you know that you reach the customer, but you don't know if they interact or not. With email, you just have opening and clicks. That's all. But what about RCS? You know if it is delivered, open, they interacted, and which interactions they made, in which is the most clicked action, how many times do they click, which is the most action clicked. So you have all the information you need to place your product. You can do a campaign just to test where should I put all my products here. So we make a campaign, for instance, in Orange just to test. So we made a campaign saying that we just not sell devices, mobile devices. We have all this in the carousel, just to know which attracts more attention. So we have all this and make you to click which is the most surprising that you never thought that we sell in an Orange store. So we get here all the info. So PlayStation was for sure the most voted. Who would thought that we sell PlayStations at an Orange store? TVs, laptops, Nintendo Switch. So what they do? Okay, so when we have our shop, we need to place this product, or maybe I need to encourage all these, the ones that I don't have any click. So this makes you understand what are the users looking for, not only mobiles. You can sell also TVs, Nintendo, robots for the cooking, and this gives you many details. So analytics is so powerful. So we have a case for beauty shop. They offer, like, I don't know how to, do not say brands. Okay, it's Lancome and Giorgio Armani. So which one is the more preferred for women? So you have all your offers, and which is the most click. So you place your product in the shop, in the web. You have all the metrics here that give you the opportunity to place your product so good. And then this is simple use case to we move simple SMS into our simple RCS, just with two actions. These are for the people that ask for an offer for their car insurance, okay? And they didn't get it, so they used to send an SMS reminding you, you have your offer, please call me. But they don't know if they call, they don't call. Are they calling the agent and the agent is not answering the phone? What is happening? They don't have any data. They don't have if the customer is calling or they are not opening the SMS or what is going on. So the reason that they moved SMS to RCS was due to analytics. You have here, call your agent or contact by email. This was personalized to each client has his own agent mobile phone there and email. So it is personalized in the Excel where you get all the info. The actions are personalized. So you may see, okay, Mayte is clicking one and again to the my agent. So why is she clicking 6 times? Maybe the agent is not answering me. So they need all the info. Do they send an email? Do they contact the agent or not? They have for all over Spain many agencies for the car insurance. So they need to know which are the ones that are working so good and which area is not working. So metrics in this case was the main reason for them to move from SMS to RCS. So this is so clue. Everyone is talking about analytics, data, and all that. So this is so powerful to have your client to move to RCS. So I think that's all. I have 7 minutes. Yes, so I don't know if you have any question or I can have my own question here. Yeah, because I was about to make many questions today, but.
Hi.
Hi.
Tina from Link Mobility.
Yeah.
I want to say you have done a great job in Spain by enabling RCS interoperability. I believe you're the first country in Europe to do that.
Yeah.
And it's working great. So I was wondering, since at the moment you have the interoperability only with one operator, do you have discussion to have that with full coverage in Spain, meaning
Yes.
with the remaining 2 operators as well?
Yes, we do have interconnection between all the Spanish operators. This, the last one, the one with the insurance, car insurance, it is going to be through all the networks, so Orange, Telefónica, and Movistar. So we are cooperating each other. We cannot compete here. We have to help because otherwise we are not going to launch RCS. So we help each other. We speak. How do you think this is going to work? Do you have any advice? So we need to push the service and forget about all the other things. So this campaign is going to be multi-channel. It's the first multi-channel for us. So it is going to be launched this Thursday. Just when I arrive to Madrid, I have to launch this one. So I will let you know how it goes, and hopefully it will go good. So, yes.
Anyone else?
I can keep speaking if you want. Thank you.
So that was great. Thank you you to Mayte, who was amazing there. So yeah, we're now we're going to wrap up. I'm going to test, I was going to say are the contestants, but the panelists on the day, what's happened, and I'm going to share them with you, and jointly we're going to ask them a few questions to wrap up. So I'm going to ask them in the order where I would like them to sit, because I'm a bit bossy like that. So we're going to ask Dario up first. Come on, you. Oh, he's got a sore foot, I feel bad. Give him a cheer, come on, let's cheer him on.
Thanks. Yeah, you hadn't seen enough
of me. We have Tim, who's next. Tim? Oh, no, not Tim. Oh, Tim, come on, Tim. No, we're just going to
make an entrance.
We're going to give you the entrance you deserve.
The bar's open.
Kirsten, Nick, and Katarina. Let's give them a round of applause while they come on. It's a bit silent. So at any point, if you have any questions, then just chip in, put your hand up, and we'll come back and forth. But I guess where I kind of want to start, I'll kick it off because I'm intrigued. So for me, I come from the brand marketing side and the agency world. So this is kind of new to me, so thank you for having me. I've learned loads, which is great. But the kind of thread that's sort of run through for me all day is, this is what we're doing, this is how I've heard about it, and I'm thinking, God, this is amazing. Why is every brand not doing this? But what do you think, so Dario, we'll start with you. What do you think we have to be doing more of to educate brands that this is a really good thing to do?
I'm going to say more of these, but given how much...
It's a great event.
But given how much time and effort it takes, maybe we need to find other ways to engage and talk to. You are the best ambassadors. And I think today we've seen some great results, really, from the brands themselves. So probably we need to start talking. And if we are an operator, which is a brand using our own services, it's probably one of those things. As I say, that's not the only one. But RCS is in your hands. One of the challenges that I did like today is, and I didn't expect as well, was we wanted to make you feel uncomfortable a bit with a presentation from somebody externally and somebody as divisive as Alastair, bringing a different perspective. But he did point at the finger at some of the things we really need to do together.
Yeah.
He did say, do you have an overall collective approach to these things? And I think that's probably what we need a bit. How we talk about RCS to the brands out there collectively with a unified voice. I think maybe that's what we need.
Yeah, I don't think you can leave it to one source, but you are making me laugh as an Italian. You're saying, oh, we've made you uncomfortable, and I'm thinking in Scotland, this is not uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, he's looking at
He's too lovely.
Wooden chairs next time.
Would anyone else like to chip in? I don't want to put you in the spot, but any other ideas of how we can educate brands and do a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, so we've been at this for a long time. I've been at Google for about 5 years now. I came in to work on messaging and RCS. Obviously, we've had a bit of a global pandemic for a couple of years, which I would say has set things back a bit, unfortunately, but I'm glad we're all able to get in a room now. I think what Nick Lane, a lot of the stuff that Nick Lane showed earlier from Mobilesquared was kind of really encouraging. And the fact that it's not so much about reach anymore, we're sort of pivoting to engagement. So the channel is there. There's ROI. We're seeing sort of 5 to 6, 7 time increase in engagement rates. We're seeing Samsung run out of handsets. We're hearing from other brands that haven't been mentioned maybe today, but I think the AA was one, and some others that we've seen where we've had marketing directors say to us, well, if I can get that kind of return on investment from, even though it's a small segment of my customers, I'll take it every day because it's much better. And I think as Dario was saying, the fact that the opportunity's there and we need to get together. It's kind of how do we work together? At Google, we spent a long time, had very, very significant investment in this channel. We're right behind it. We're staying behind it. And we do want to work with the ecosystem. We are working well with the ecosystem, but there's a lot more we can do together. And I think today, Darren, well done for you and your team for putting this on. I think it's been fantastic.
And Google and you all guys have all been involved.
The venue. I think tomorrow is going to be much more of a day about how do we sort some of these things out. It's a new channel, newish channel. There's going to be some creases to iron out, but I know we can all work collectively to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we're in a very good position right now as an ecosystem with all of the vendors and the partners and the stakeholders who are collectively working together to make this all happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kirsten, you were saying earlier, what struck me about your presentation was the new metrics and the words like Unilever's using, like the brands are using now. It's not cost per click, and it's not, it's certain things that they need. But I speak to some of the biggest brands in the world all of the time, and I have never heard those terms used. So do you think it's an invention by Unilever? I'm looking at Unilever in the audience, but is it them that's using it, or do you think it will cotton on and other brands will use it?
I believe it's actually something that the big brands have been starting to think about since they've become tired of, the old metrics and CTR and pouring more money into the digital ecosystem without getting additional return and looking for something new. And that's exactly this game changer that we're looking at. And when at the same time, in parallel, people like Unilever, but also Nestle and others are talking about attention value and how can we, get as much attention as possible from a consumer, and they see that this is happening with RCS, then we're up to something. And the other thing that I learned today, the thumb stopping creatives, right? That's another.
I'm going to steal that. I really liked it.
Right? So I think if we as RCS industry here can trigger the big brands of the world to actually say, whoa, this is actually doing the job way better than anything else I've seen in the last 2 decades, then we're onto something. And to Dario's and Tim's point, and your point, it's a matter of those 5.5 billion SMS users converting into RCS users. As Nick said, RCS is an SMS replacement, and that is eventually going to happen. And it's in our hands, and especially in the hands of the telcos, but it takes two to tango. It's the telcos as well as brands that are happy to spend money. It's so in those, those two, and we're all enablers in this, to speed this thing up, to make sure we reach that 5.5 billion mark, not in 2030, as we heard today, but like in 2026 type of thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And by the way, anyone chip in at any point. It's an open forum, so it's not just my show, it's everybody's show. So Nick, for you, you're consulting a lot of clients at Hollywood.com. My God, kudos to you getting that client. Very well done.
Thank you very
much.
But
you must come across obstacles of people that don't quite understand it. So how do you court them through the process?
Yeah, so it's a great question. We work in a vertical that doesn't use messaging to begin with. So it's very relevant, right? If you think about, I think a lot of people here have businesses in SMS. Direqt doesn't, right? We don't have an SMS business. We don't do WhatsApp. We only operate in RCS. And our customers, the content publishers, also don't really ever use messaging. And so there is an education process at the beginning of that. But from our experience, actually trying to sell RCS works really well. I think a lot of the challenges that people have faced over the years is a byproduct of them trying to present a bunch of messaging channels and then letting the client dictate which one is most interesting to them. And so if you walk into a sales meeting with an iPhone and try to sell somebody RCS, like it's a weird setup. And being focused in RCS specifically for us has gone really well. And it doesn't take a whole lot to get a really smart marketer or someone who thinks about audience to understand that there's a default messaging app on 500 million phones and they should be there and reach consumers there. If you think about other platforms of scale, Twitter, Snapchat, they don't have 500 million users, 250, 350 million. And you never hear anybody say, like, these need to be ubiquitous. This ubiquity idea, I think, is a legacy concept only from SMS. There's not a ubiquitous channel in the world that isn't SMS. And there's plenty of channels that work really, really well for brands. And so we take that approach. We talk about the consumer and the audience and the scale that is there. And it works really, really well. I would imagine, Kirsten, you have the same success why you have a Unilever investing in the channel is you're trying to sell the channel. And I think if you take that approach, typically it works out pretty well.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And then you have Unilever responding with, whoa, this gives me the attention value that I've been looking for ages. And that's kind of when magic happens.
Yeah. Then it's everybody's happy. The carriers, the brands, the tech, the vendors, we're all happy. I mean, the thing is in the drum, like we don't really cover this. Like in the drum.com, I've worked there for 19 years. I know what you're thinking. I look too young, of course. But I've worked there for a long time, and I don't think I remember, even in the award entries, which I run, I don't really ever see the mention of RCS, but maybe I'm not looking hard enough. Maybe they are in the entries, and I just go for it, because I don't know what that acronym means amongst many.
I think if I may, actually, you've got a good point. That is, RCS is an industry term. It's not something we present to consumers. So as a consumer, they're not going to know what it is. Yeah. They hopefully know what chat messaging is. They hopefully know what Google Messages is on their phone. But I think you're making a very good point there, that in the industry, in the brand, the advertising agency industry, nobody really knows what this is. A few people have heard about it. I think if we're all honest, it's had a few false starts. Yeah. But I think now we are really in a position where if we can get this message out, if we can educate those people who are set up to take advantage of it, of what features we have, the benefit it gives. We've got so much good collateral and use cases now. There's no reason why this can't be a success in my mind. Not at all.
Absolutely. And Katerina, you're not getting away with it. You're right at the end, you're sitting quietly, you look great. But for you, like, do you have any views on how brands should be using the system or anything that you've seen from today? What do you think?
How brands should be using RCS? Yeah. Well, there are many different ways. Obviously, RCS is an amazing channel. No matter how you use it, you will see results. But based on our experience, RCS can work very well as a standalone channel, but it can work even better as part of a multi-channel communication strategy. This is what we will also examine in our session tomorrow. We have been using the channel in combination with other channels as part of an omni-channel experience, and we have seen that indeed it is the star of the strategy, but when combined with other channels, it can really, skyrocket the numbers and do amazing things. So yeah. I'm certain that the channel will show its potential. There's no doubt about that. It is a star, so it's a matter of creating awareness around the channel and finding the way to promote what the channel can achieve and how you can use it, what is the best approach for that, and I'm certain that everyone will love it.
Definitely, and for me, and I feel I'm just being educated here, I could see the sort of real platform for creativity, like through some of the case studies and examples. But because RCS sounds very techy, I just wonder if it scares the people with the money, to invest, because they don't know what it is. So I think, and that's where you're doing a cracking job, bringing people together. But you're right, it can't be the power of one organisation. It has to be everyone together. And when that buzzword gets out, like if the drums start picking that up, then it starts making all the difference. So maybe we talk about how we integrate some of that into our content, because we don't really understand it. I spoke to the owner of the drama that I was coming here, and he, what is that? He didn't even know what it was. And we represent the industry and brand spend. So if there's any questions so far? Oh, we do have a question. Yeah, give that man a cheer while we make our way up.
Hi, James.
Poor Susan's having to do a lot of exercise today.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you. So I'm James from Link Mobility. The point that you make about marketers not picking up on this channel, I think, is a really important one. Every time I've spoken to marketers in the past, messaging has been seen as really lowbrow. Really lowbrow. Oh, it's a messaging channel, is it? Well, it's just SMS. And in SMS being a channel which is seen as a gateway to content. The only time a marketer would use an SMS is if they put a link in it to send them off to a great app, to send them off to a great website. And I think the trick with trying to get entries into the Drum Awards is to convince marketers that messaging can be the destination of content, not necessarily the gateway. Yeah. And I think as long as marketers still see SMS or messaging as lowbrow, I think we're going to struggle. And I think that's where awareness events like this, I think, are fantastic. We've got to try and get the true marketers, the creative marketers, to get hold of this stuff. Because I think once they do, it will start to get award nominations and it will start to get that.
Definitely. I think as well, it's maybe not seen as sexy, because it's like TV, all the spend goes in TV or connected TV and outdoor. And I think when people realise it's part of an integrated campaign, then suddenly they're interested. But you're right, the sort of flat messaging, it has to be, and I think the ROI speaks, money speaks, as we know. Hello?
Hi, Anurag again. So we've been talking a lot about RBM. We know about Google having GBM, the Google Business Messages, which I don't think we've spoken about at all today, and fair enough, it's more an RCS session. But just from an education viewpoint, I understand that channel is also coming up strong as an enterprise to end user communication, and that's something which RBM is also talking about. What are the subtle nuances between these two channels, and how do we make sure that one is not stepping on the toes of the other.
Tim, I think that might be for you. Don't look at me.
I think it's going my way. Yeah, I mean, there's the two fundamental differences today with these two channels is Google's business messaging channel is a proprietary channel that Google have, and it's very much P2A. So it's connected to our search platforms. As a user, you can go in and search for a business, and you may see a messaging button, and you can click that button and have a messaging conversation. There's a lot of work that's going on around that. It's not happening in a silo compared to the wider messaging thing. They're a team that sit next to us, and we sit closely together. RBM, on the other hand, is an A2P channel. Businesses can reach out to brands can reach out to their customers, and there will be some P2A coming into it, and it's been a discussion for a long time, but that's the fundamental difference today with those two channels. I think it's kind of like watch this space on how things develop. There's a lot of work to be done, but I personally think, and I think my team would agree with me, we need to make RBM or RCS successful. That needs to be successful. It's there for the taking, as I keep saying. It's there for the carriers to help move this along, the aggregators and the brands to really kind of push and bring traffic into the channel and make it a success.
Yeah. And hello.
I think there is a little bit too much harmony on the stage, and I think I need to interfere with that.
So. Don't worry, I've got a question up my sleeve, but I'll let you go first.
Obviously, I'm personally guilty, and I take that about what RCS and RBM is, how it looks like, how it feels as it is today, because I was personally involved from day one on that. But there are many, many question marks still to be solved ahead of us. First of all, RCS is not a one-stop shop as of today, whereas with other channels, probably it's much easier for brands to find someone helping them to get things done. So we've got multiple operators in each market. We've got multiple operators at least across Europe and of course in the world. That makes things more difficult. Secondly, we know that many operators don't actually know what their product is. So is it an API that is capable to send messages back and forth, or is it a service that we offer that includes generating campaigns and delivering campaigns, delivering stats and to brands? So what is it actually that we deliver to the market? So there are many question marks still need to be done, and I don't think we can compare. And that would be my third concrete point. I don't think we can compare what we do here with RCS with TV advertising spending. Why? You don't need a permission to send an advertising over TV, but you actually need the permission, and we should ask for the permission of the consumer to be approached via RCS. We should actually do that, and we have to do that due to competition law, due to data privacy law, and so on. So that makes things complicated. But there is a strength behind that as well. So on TV, you send one advert to millions of people, and they're all seeing the same. On RCS, we can do personalized communication with each and every customer that we see, and this is a huge advantage for brands. So
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in our world, it's like the ad tech players, that's who they would go to. And I think it's just, you're right, playing in the sort of similar circles. I mean, has anyone got a response to this? And I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, because we've got a couple more questions to throw at you. Would anybody like to respond to that? Katarina, you know anyone?
Can I answer and make him very upset? Thomas, I agree.
I thought you didn't want harmony.
Exactly.
Goodness.
Sorry.
Okay. So I am going to ask an awkward question. And I'm not going to put it to any one person. Have you seen anyone that's used this platform badly? We've spoken about what good looks like. What does bad look like?
Yeah, we've seen people, I wouldn't use the word badly, but not use it to its full potential.
Yeah.
That would be my point. So we have seen, not so much recently at all, from my recollection anyway, but we have seen in the past, weak campaigns being done, not necessarily designed properly, not giving enough, there's lots of features in the channel. You can guide a user on where you want to take them. So you can have a carousel of products to choose from. You've probably seen a lot of this afternoon and this morning. You can have chips, so suggested replies. If that's not designed properly, then you can create a bad experience. Now, in the early days, we saw some things that maybe weren't designed particularly well, but there's a lot of learnings which get taken from that. Yeah. So that's what I would say. I haven't honestly seen anything where it's gone out in the market and it's been a disaster or a failure. I just haven't seen that. It's just it just has been good. Yeah. But you could do it badly, like you can do with lots of things.
Cool. Well, thank you for that. Okay, we have literally, I'm a bit of a taskmaster. Oh, are we going to go for time? We'll go for timing. No problem. Let's, yeah? Oh, here we go. I can't even see. The light's blinding me.
So it's just more of a comment, really, than you said about getting organisations to adopt RCS, and you're talking about pushing brands, etc. We found last year when we started showing local governments up and down the country and organisations, I know it's about debt recovery rather than sort of marketing products, we found that when we presented RCS as a name, we had to explain it. They didn't quite get it. It just looked like a branded text message, was the way they looked at it. Well, we found we changed it was that no one's objected, but I just called it secure text messaging. And the problem was that so many people, as someone said over there, that text messages are seen quite lowbrow. There's a lot of scams out there with links that people don't trust. The moment I sort of described it as a secure text messaging, suddenly the penny dropped. And that's where we started picking up loads of interest in it. It was just by changing the name. I'm not suggesting we change RCS as a title, but it was the way of explaining it, moving it away from just RCS and what is that branded texting. And I moved it to a secure text message. Then the penny dropped because people were trying to get away from that basic sort of text messaging as it was.
Couldn't agree more. I think it's how you position it to the brands. So we are going to do a close now, but you've got a one-sentence close because we took an extra valuable point there. So the one-sentence close is, what have you learned or what can people learn from today, do you think? So literally one sentence, and I'm going to check there's no paragraphs in here. Dario?
It's just, I'm Italian. I don't do sentences. I mean, come on, seriously. You cannot do that. I put it like that. I think there is a lot of work to be done, a lot of good work to be done. Because by now, it's actually reaping up some of the fruits of a good work done before. That's 5 sentences, and that's the best I can do.
Okay, you're in 5th place. Okay.
Well, to plagiarise again, I would just say we are shifting now, pivoting from reach to engagement. And that's kind of something I think to take away and to be discussed over the next few hours and days we're together and sort of into the year, and off we go.
Thank you.
I'm also half Greek. I cannot do one sentence either. Many of us here in the room remember those years in these forums where we said this is the year of mobile marketing, this is the year of mobile advertising, right? So fast forward, 2015 is when in Cannes, we talked about Cannes before, Lynn. So the Cannes Lions is kind of the Oscars of advertising. Suddenly, indeed, there was a mobile Cannes Lion introduced in Cannes, 10 years after we said it's the year of mobile marketing. I believe this is the year of the breakthrough of RCS, and I want to see the first Cannes Lion winning next year in Cannes, as the name suggests. That's around June, and that's what we're all aiming for. Thank you.
Wow, I think we should take a sweep at the end of the night. I love a good bet.
I think the headline is, this should be obvious. I think if you look at the performance across, 4 or 5 use cases presented today from a handful of different companies and different verticals, it's outperforming every digital channel, and it has built-in scale, right? And so to Tim's point, there's engagement. There's also guaranteed scale. We know it's going to be on more clients tomorrow than it is on today. And so if your sales teams are struggling to sell RCS, hire new salespeople.
They're going to love you if they're watching this in the stream. And Katerina?
Well, I agree with all the people that have already spoken. I'm also a Greek person, so I cannot just give one sentence. Well, my summary is that I'm very happy to see all the great work that has been done. RCS is a fantastic channel. It can combine all the great features of different combinations of channels, like the rich media of digital channels, the increased interactivity of more conversational channels, and the direct engagement of SMS. We should not forget that. So I'm confident that this year and the next years will really show the great potential that the specific channel has for brands, for carriers, for marketeers, for all of us. So go for it, don't wait. This is the time.
This is the time. Well, this is the time to thank our amazing panel.
This is actually the time for the happy hour right across the street.
Oh, loving it, loving it. Yeah, we're almost there. We are going to announce that, but thank you for stealing the thunder.
Sure. I'm only up here for the plug.
Oh, you're here for the party. Okay, well, I was going to say it's now time to give our panel a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Are we all staying seated?
So
I think
if the panel stays seated, and then Lynn and Dario are going to have the final word.
We're going to have a what? A fight?
The
I thought you were going to say a fight. I was like, I'm a third dan black belt in karate. It's so unfair for him.
Exactly. Don't worry, I can barely stand.
He can.
There we go.
Injured man.
But no, there's only a few things left to do, but they're important things. And the first on my list is, well, to thank you, Lynn, because you're going to leave us today. It's been great to have you. Your perspective, love to have more of that. We're going to put consumers always at the center, but more about the branding industry and understanding that as well. Thanks to all of you that have been participating today as well. But it's not finished. We have an entire day tomorrow, which starts with the auditorium here with more presentations. If you want to know what people are doing, more examples, but also more of the topics, all of in-depth happening. We did suggest we would want you to break up a bit. There's going to be 2 more streams, one looking at the campaigns. If you want to work on campaigns and understand, there is an entire agenda for you. If you're working on connectivity, if you're looking at getting the messages out there is also something else. And by the way, some of our members, our MEF, we are organizing some of our working groups to develop and discuss other things.
Absolutely.
So that's plenty to do, but also, nice and early, tomorrow morning, somebody is going to go in a lot of trouble for these because there's a blatant attempt to steal the RBM trademark for something called, I think, the Rich Brisk Morning. Those people that will meet at 7 o'clock and run around in Dublin, those health freaks. Not like me, they can run.
Because congratulations to you. Yeah.
But yeah, well done. Now, actually, there's quite a few, I hope, and I would love to join you, but I think it'll be very, very behind, so I can't do that.
You can't
but mentally, I'm there. 7 o'clock tomorrow. And why not spend all night partying and drinking and go there as well? For some of you, that's a challenge.
Absolutely. Well, I was going to have the last word because I'm Glaswegian and it's kind of in my DNA. But I want to say thank you to you. I think you've been great today. I think I can tell that you're a popular man in the room. So yeah.
Am I?
I don't know if you just paid you to do that. But yeah, and it was really lovely to meet the team. I think Susan and the team have worked really hard behind the scenes, which was mentioned at the very beginning of the show. And it's been lovely to be in Ireland and yeah, fellow Celt. So thank you for having me, and hopefully I'll see you again sometime soon.
Thank you again, Lynn. And indeed, thanks to the team. We'll have a special thanks tomorrow, but there's a lot of work in. And again, that's where you're all going now. Next, Charlotte Key, next door is 2 minutes away. Please come, and after all of this work, have some drink and nibbles on us as well.
There are guides to escort you. And so please, just if you sort of make your way at the very end, then that would be great. Thank you.
That's it.
Hey,
thank you. Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
And come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock.